secret government time machines, visitors from the future, and evidence that time travel isn't just science fiction. Welcome to Late Night Conspiracy TV.
Hello, and welcome back to the show. I'm your host, Maker. Tonight we're diving into one of humanity's most enduring obsessions, time travel. What if the ability to move through time isn't confined to just science fiction? What if there are already people walking among us who have mastered the manipulation of time itself? We'll be exploring alleged time travelers throughout history, examining claims of secret government time travel programs, and investigating bizarre coincidences that some believe prove temporal manipulation is real. The stories we are about to examine range from internet legends to documented military incidents, from military photographs to claims of classified projects that would make the Manhattan Project look like a science fair experiment. Tonight, we'll start with the accessible and build toward the absolutely mind-bending. We'll examine the iceberg of time travel conspiracies, from surface-level stories everyone knows, down to the darkest depths of temporal manipulation theories. Let's warm up tonight with a conspiracy clip variety hour, and as always, remember you can cheat time itself with the timestamps below. I'll see you guys on the other side.
These are the hot sheets. Best investigative reporting on the planet. Go ahead, read the New York Times if you want to. They get lucky sometimes. Thanks, Manny.
Cannot believe you're looking for tips in the supermarket tabloids.
Not looking for. Found.
So rich people aren't trying to get into heaven. They're trying to live forever. Some are funding brain uploads. Others are literally injecting young blood. If vampires were real, they wear Patagonia vests. They're not just throwing money at vitamins and cold plunges. We're talking about actual billionaires trying to upload their minds into machines. Like Dmitry Iskov, a Russian multimillionaire who launched the 2045 initiative to transfer consciousness into android body. His goal, to never die, just to upgrade. Meanwhile, tech executives are investing in death predictive AI, not to help you, of course, just to know when they need a new heart grown in a lab. Some are even backing experiments in head transplants. Yeah, Frankenstein stuff, but with TED Talk lighting. And then there's cryogenics, freezing your body or the brain the second you die, hoping someone in the future defrosts you rich. You know, that whole Disney conspiracy coming to life. Companies like Al Gore already have vaults full of heads on ice, and none of them seem that interested in fixing the world. They just want to outlive it. Build bunkers, launch to Mars, become eternal cloud ghosts while the rest of us roast on a dying planet. Remember, Peter Thiel did say death is a problem to be engineered out of.
Now, what's very important is the pentagram is an important symbol to Freemasonry. In fact, the Eastern Star, the Winds group, their symbol is a pentagram. But many people don't know the difference between a star and a pentagram. But the Masons themselves know the difference, and they tell us what the difference is. In the book called The History of Freemasonry, it's written in 1891. This book was written by a series of 32nd and 33rd degree Freemasons. On page 49 of the book it says this, quote, "This star represents good when represented with 1 point upward." And the page reads on, let me remind you, these are high-ranking Masons, quote, "But when turned with 1 point down, it represents evil. All that is opposed to the good, pure, and virtuous," end quote. So the star with 1 point down is evil. And the Masons have it on the cover of this Bible. The Eastern Star is a pentagram, as I mentioned, as its chief emblem. And it's always been, the pentagram is one of the biggest symbols in Satanism, and probably the biggest. And as you can see right here, this is a clothing line right here. It's called the New World Order clothing line. By the way, they also had, as you can see here, first of all, as a pentagram on the guy's side there. What's interesting is their advertisement, they talk about order coming out of chaos for the New World Order clothing line.
This is the actor Woody McClain. You probably know him from the show Power, or from the movie Bobby Brown on BET, where he played the character of Bobby Brown. But what I'm sure you don't know is how he got some of his fame. Well, the cat's out of the bag. Just like many other actors, a witch doing witchcraft brought him into much of his success. Check out this video.
My neighbor, Erica, I was just talking to her 2 nights ago. She's a director, and we always super cool. She was like, one day she was like, yo, just come over. Like, come over, I want to pray for you. And I get over there, she pauses the TV, and she was watching Power. She was watching Power, and she paused it, sat down, she put these crystals on me, and we just prayed. She was like, say everything that you want. And I was able to say all the things that I want. Then 2 days later, I got the call for the Power thing.
When you said you were able to say everything that you want, what did you say?
That was more so saying I'm ready. I'm ready. I want to go to the next level. And yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I feel like I'm ready, but maybe I'm not.
So this man had a woman put crystals on him and pray. Pray to who? She told him to say everything that his carnal heart desires. As they were praying, that's what she told him to say. That's what she told him to ask for. Everything that his carnal heart desires. All the nations of the world, all the kingdoms of the world. What sounds similar? Let's check out our Bible verse. Matthew 4:8-9. Again, the devil took him to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their splendor. All this I will give you, he said, if you will bow down and worship me. Who do you think is giving you all that, mister? If you got to step into a place where it's through witchcraft, who do you think is giving it to you? There are some people who come into success not through the devil, but there are many, many who do. And here you have a clear example, a witch doing witchcraft for this actor to come into more success. He said, I'm ready. I'm ready. What do you think happens in a lot of people's life and careers when it comes to entertainment, when it comes to music, when it comes to movies? When they want to go to the next level, how do you think they get there? And here you have a man talking about it like it's normal. That's exactly what they want you to think. That's exactly how they want you to feel, so you can step into it too. Out of a place of being blind and ignorant and gullible. Don't fall for it, my brothers and sisters. Don't fall for this buffoonery. I feel bad for that brother. May he come into full understanding on what he did and what he came into agreement with and get deliverance.
Oh my gosh! So what is that? What
the hell?
Reality glitches caught on camera.
It literally looks like you. Yeah. Oh my god, that's so weird.
All the cars being red.
That's nuts. I don't like that.
I feel fucking freaked out. Oh my god!
Where the fuck did he go? Where the fuck did he just go?
Yo, who left their shadow, bro? Like, nobody's here. Like, nobody's here. Who left their shadow? Come get it. It's at Planet Fitness. If you want your shadow back, it's right there. But unclear. It's like, you can't see, bro. Oh, there it is.
You see that shadow? Where are the clouds? Where are the clouds?
All right, so my friend Dana an email, and she says, make sure you're checking your labels. And we've talked about this before, but make sure when you guys are buying chicken, you look for this: hatched, raised, and harvested in the USA. If it does not say hatched, then you will know that it is lab-grown fake meat. So make sure you guys are looking for that word, hatched. Anytime you buy chicken, whatever kind of chicken it is, it should have the words hatched on it somewhere. So here we go, over here, you've got it. So just make sure you guys are paying attention to that when you're out and about buying chicken, looking at chicken, things like that. It won't say it for beef, obviously, but anything else, you should see the words hatched and hopefully raised, but definitely hatched. So here's the issue though. Looking for the word hatched is definitely necessary so that you know it is real chicken. But the problem is, real chicken doesn't always mean that it's good chicken. I don't know if you guys have seen the pictures that are rolling around and videos that are rolling around social media and stuff right now. I myself have been a victim of this, I guess is the right word to use, victim of this. And I'm sure numerous of you out there have experienced this as well, where the chicken that you buy, it says hatched, it says harvested, it says raised, it says all this other stuff, in the USA, and you're thinking to yourself, this is great. At least it didn't come from China or Mexico or any other countries. It's, homegrown, right? So you're excited about it. You get it home and you go to take out the chicken breast. Let's say you got a package of chicken breast, whether it's from Walmart or it's Kroger, it's Publix, Fred Meyer, Aldi, it's any of these other places. You get it home, you take the chicken breasts out and you go to maybe thin them or tenderize them or do whatever it is you're going to do. And you pull it back or you get cutting and you're like, why does it look like this? Why does it look like some sort of weird mutation has happened to this chicken? And a lot of us are having this happen, and it's putting a lot of people off of buying chicken lately. I've talked to numerous people. I've had numerous people in the comments who are like, I've quit eating as much chicken. I don't eat as much beef. I've been eating more vegetables, more grains, more stuff like that, less meat. And I'm telling y'all right now, this is the direction that we're supposed to be going, according to Bill Gates and the government and everything else when it comes to climate change and cow farts and chicken coops and all this other stuff. They want us to go away from the meats. They are willingly, knowingly over plumping, I think is the right word we're going to go with here, over plumping these chickens. Their growth hormones are ridiculous. The amount of meat these birds are putting on their bodies in a record time is causing so many issues with the meat itself once we get it. Once we go out there and purchase it, take it home to eat, and it's disgusting, it's gross, and we have now wasted money. Now we're grossed out by the chicken and we don't want to eat it. We are wary of buying it again. It's not a good look.
I've often said, I have not seen a new graveyard in my lifetime. I've never heard about a graveyard being too full to accept new bodies too. So you would think that there would have to be a lot of them. They would say, nope, no vacancy here. So what would you have to do? You would have to take out new plots of land in order to continue to bury people. But they don't do that. So where are the bodies?
We've all seen the viral video of the guy that's a part-time gravedigger that says you'll never see a new cemetery being built, and everybody saying that that's proof of the Matrix. Well, buckle up, let's go for a ride, because I did the math after it piqued my curiosity. So we'll start with some raw numbers, and for everything I have here, I only used Google's quick search results to keep it even and fair. So, our current population is 340 million today. At our current death rate, that's 7.7% dies every year, for a total of 26,180,000. Well, currently, we've plummeted in the last 25 years to 39.4% buried. That's 10,314,920 a year. So keep that in mind, but let's go back further because cemeteries are never new, they're always old, right? The most you can fit is 1,250 people in an acre. The American Planning Association says there's currently 140,000 acres. So let's go back even further. So from 1800 to 1900, 80 million Americans died. And from 1900 to 2000, 270 million Americans died. That's a total of 355 million people dead. Well, depending on which schematic you want to use, it was anywhere from 83 to 92% were buried opposed to other methods. I kept it at 80% just to, be heavily conservative and see where this goes. Well, it gets a lot more interesting now because at 80%, that's 284 million graves. At 140,000 acres, it's at best 170 million graves. So we already got 109 million people just chilling out, like stacked up dead somewhere, waiting to get buried or are buried and still have to bury new people every day.
Math does not math.
It is unusual. It is unusual.
I think that what a lot of people have said, I believe this to be true, is that if you look into the world population numbers, a lot of people believe that the books are cooked. There's not as many people as they say there are.
The Cunha Tunnel is basically everything anybody ever says on a phone, on a computer. Those guys are down there and they're listening to everything. And there's one spot in there that this lieutenant was telling us about that he worked in, and it was called Otherworldly Communications. And I'm like, what? He's like, there's only 8 of us. No one enlisted, just officers. We're all linguists, and we just listen all day to otherworldly communications. Come on now. If we're talking about aliens, who can communicate with an alien And he said that we have been doing this for a very long time, that we're already traveling in space. And I remember seeing them coming down. They were wearing like black uniforms. Only thing on their sleeve was a blue circle with a red pointer coming up the top on the left arm. We were told they were space program guys. This is 2007. A space program? What the hell is a space program? They're already in space and on the moon. And there is a dialect, and we do have linguists that understand the dialect. So then, 2 weeks later, a couple of guys I knew that worked in the Cunha Tunnel, I pulled aside and I said, listen, man, that lieutenant said there's a place called Otherworldly Communications. And they said, there is, man. We can't even go in the hallway over there. And then you find out why we're in Iraq. Because there's some artifacts that we have to get out of Iraq. We went to Iraq because we wanted to plunder some kind of artifacts they were looking for. He confirmed this. They said that there were some artifacts from, God, who knows how long ago, that were extremely important, and they were from other civilizations that came to Earth and started the whole program. And one of the officers said that this is our fourth civilization on Earth that has been this far or even further along than we are. Let's just hope we make it. What does that mean? Hope we make it? Is someone going to take us all out? And he indicated with his eyes that, yeah, we could be taken out.
Life, the longest running beta test in history.
I'm a dad, I'm a husband. You're not getting it, it's not clocking to you. It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business, is it?
We're on the sidewalk, Joe.
I don't give a f if you're on the sidewalk. I'm a human being, you're standing around my car. At the beach. You know what I'm saying? You don't think I'm a real guy, do you? You're gonna take this video out of context, you're gonna say I'm mad. I don't know who the paying you to provoke me, but I'm not the one. Okay? Stop provoking me. I'm a real dad, a real husband, a real man.
Alright.
So don't do this to me. Okay?
Alright, cool.
I'm not to be with. I don't know who's paying you to me or provoke me, but I'm not the one. I don't care that you're on the sidewalk. I don't care what kind of dirty work, what kind of nasty you're getting paid in the background to provoke me, bro, but I'm not the one. I'm really not the one. I don't care that you're on the sidewalk, bro. Clearly you're here for an alternate agenda. Why would you want to be here to provoke me like this? This isn't love.
You're not provoking, Josh.
This isn't love, bro. This is weird, bro. Y'all are on some real weird shit. Literally.
All right, have a good night, Jason.
Okay, then go. Then have a good night somewhere else, man. For real.
All right.
Because I'm not going to stand around here and let this happen. No sir. No way. No how.
All right, cool.
This is the beach.
You guys
People
have
get to be at the beach. They do. They do. They get to be at the beach.
Did any of you catch this?
Baby, stop provoking me. I'm a real dad, a real husband, a real man.
All right.
So don't do this to me. Okay?
All right, cool.
I'm not to be with. I don't know who's paying you to me or provoke me, but I'm not the one.
Do any of you feel like this looks all too familiar, like the breakdowns out in public, the lashing out against paparazzi? It's looking identical to what happened to Britney Spears right before she was put into her conservatorship. I find it not only interesting how the media is portraying Justin Bieber, but how Justin Bieber is portraying himself. Like how his posts are all over the place on IG and how disrespectful he is of Hailey. So much so that fans are commenting, Hailey has got to be God's strongest warrior. And it kind of has me wondering, do you think the paparazzi could be used to push certain celebrities past a breaking point? Because it seems that many Britney Spears fans believe that she was set up. And the fact that it's rumored that Britney Spears moved to Mexico to escape the paparazzi says a lot to me. And I'm not sure if there is any truth to this, but now I am finding multiple articles that Hailey Bieber could be granted conservatorship over Justin Bieber. And supposedly, experts are claiming that Justin's behavior could place him there. So I don't know, you guys, is Justin Bieber being set up, or is the paparazzi just doing their job and documenting history like they claim they did with Britney Spears?
This is huge. This is a massive story. Record this, download this. This is a potentially dangerous story for me to share, but you need to see this because we need answers. I am happy, healthy, and not prone to accidents, just saying. For context, I do a radar and satellite review show on my website every single day. So when I tell you this is freaking weird, I know what freaking weird is. As I was reviewing radar data, I spotted an anomaly in Florida. It appears that a wave was emanating from each tower, which was subsequently pushing the cloud cover and precipitation outward. That alone shouldn't happen. The mainstream narrative is that these towers only track systems, but here we have clouds and rain being moved in a perfect circular outward fashion at the exact same speeds near each tower. And look at this area. When the clouds collide in the middle between two separate waves from two separate towers. Then as I looked along the Gulf coastline, this is where things got even more crazy. All the towers along the coastline are doing the exact same thing at the exact same times. Texas, Louisiana. I mean, look at Louisiana. The wave is emanating outward to the point where the clouds and precipitation spreads out equally in all directions and is then eliminated. In fact, even more strange is at every area of precipitation near the towers along the Gulf and Atlantic coastline disappears simultaneously. And that's not even the craziest freaking part. The craziest freaking part is the time code for when these waves occurred, about 1940 UTC. These areas felt seismic activity. The local news reported it as an earthquake at a 3.1 magnitude.
Well, at about 2:41 this afternoon, apparently there was an earthquake out about 10 miles deep in the Gulf, 70 miles south of Gulf Shores.
A rare event in this area. You heard me right. The moment we saw these waves around these towers, they reported that there was an earthquake. Here's the thing though. Earthquakes don't impact the atmosphere. It can't move clouds. It certainly wouldn't move clouds in perfect circular waves emitting outward from each and every tower along the entire Gulf coastline up to the Carolinas on the Atlantic coast. And I'm still trying to figure out, is this emanating from the towers themselves? Or is there something working with them in the ocean? So I looked a little further to see what I could find in the cloud cover in the Gulf around the time of the supposed earthquake. And I found this. What is moving these clouds out there like that?
This is the size of a 35-inch freaking mud tire. It just goes all the way to the roof. Oh my God. Yellow jacket nest.
Man was taking a video of a pigeon eating when suddenly, the pigeon on the left seems to be chased by a shadow. The other pigeons around it see it too and frightened. They flew into the air to avoid it. The shadow then disappears into the grass. He assures me it wasn't a rat or anything of the sort. It was simply a shadow. Watch this.
My favorite white African American brother. How you doing? Big hug. Cause you gonna need it. Okay, you gonna need it. I spoke to my sources this morning about Mr. Elon and what's really going on. Apparently, his reason for stepping down at Doge, a department that regulates government funding, a lot of funding and things that's going to him and government spending. Most of it's going to him, just like most of the funding is going to Tyler Perry from BET. Yeah, we have a few people like this in positions, okay? And so he went over there to regulate where money was going so that he can deviate most of the money and tell the government, oh, you have the money because you're spending it on Medicaid and healthcare, all those things that Americans can spend themselves and on free housing. We don't need none of that. You know what I'm saying? They should buy solar housing. They should buy my tiny houses. You're not charging all these people tariffs on their cars, but yet you're going to hit tariffs, and then all of the products I'm shipping in from India and Africa to build these plastic toy cars, you're making it harder for me too. It's always a paper trail behind it. So a lot of people didn't like him in that position. His co-workers, old colleagues, his baby mamas and stuff like that. And they have been trying to figure out a way in which how they can, one, get him fired, from Doge, and 2, get him federally investigated and possibly charged. That's coming down the pipe, according to my sources, that a federal investigation has been launched on him because apparently he got a little crackhead, too. He got a little drug problem too. So according to his sources that have spoken to the New York Times and other publications, they have photographs, text messages of him texting, people that are close to him saying that he's overusing ketamine. Okay. Apparently he was taking a little too much, more than what he had prescriptions for. And he was taking so much that his kidneys stopped working. Said the man couldn't even piss. Apparently he had an addiction to ecstasy, which is MDMA. Matter of fact, I think the ecstasy pills got Tesla symbols on them. I always wondered, why did they make the ecstasy pills with Tesla symbols on them? And the only reason I know that it has a Tesla and it's shaped like the Tesla emblem is because I had a show in my house some years ago in Georgia, and my daughter found a little baggie with a Tesla pill in it. And I was like, what is this? So I had to Google what it was. And ironically, it was MDMA. It was Molly, ecstasy, or whatever you call it. Okay. He has a strong problem with actually consuming shrooms. He's been obtaining this illegally. Apparently, while he was spending $224 million on Trump's campaign, he was overusing illegal drugs during the campaign. And as someone who has one of the top security clearances, and he's not a born citizen. He's a white South African. For him to get out after he was asked, they said they were either going to fire him or he could peacefully step down from Doge.
Let's look at the original name of Washington, D.C. Back before it was known as Washington, D.C., this land on 7 hills had a name. What was that name? Rome. No kidding. You can look this up. Rome, Maryland. And this is probably old news for some of you. I did not know this until the other day. I was just aware of the Rome connection because of the symbols that they have. I've never really looked much further into it than that. But DC was known as Rome, Maryland. And the guy, listen to this. This is going to blow your mind. The guy who owned it, the guy who owned the land, the plot of land where the Capitol building was, his name was Francis Pope. And I was on a Catholic website looking up some information as I was digging through all this, and they said, yes, this guy's name was Francis Pope, and his nickname was Pope of Rome on the Tiber, because there was a little creek that went through there that they had named the Tiber. And if you don't know, the Tiber River is in Rome, and we have a pope called Pope Francis in the year 2021. You cannot make this up. I thought this was something I could just fact check and be like, this is wrong. I'm going to fact check it. It's wrong, like Facebook fact checkers. But no, there is a guy, or was a guy, named Francis Pope on the property records, and the place was called Rome.
Okay, after I got back from a short run, I came back to take a shower before going to work. And after the shower, I go into my room, getting dressed, and I hear somebody walking down the stairs. These stairs. Clearly somebody walking down the stairs. And then I hear some shuffling, so I come downstairs. I'm like, hello? Nobody's here. No one was here early this morning. And I come downstairs into the kitchen, and this is what I find. Let me turn the light on. This is what I find. I'm officially freaked out. Nobody's in here. All the cabinet doors and the drawers are open. All of them. I am not scared, but I am officially freaked out. All of the doors are open. Didn't hear this kind of noise. I heard like shuffling, like somebody was in here walking or something. And then I come in here, And these drawers are open as well. And the chairs are by the table but turned the other way. I mean, what the f? This is so weird. I've experienced stuff in this hotel before, but nothing like this. You know, hearing a door slam. That was a long time ago, though. But, it's just so weird.
Raise your hand if you knew that Tiffany Haddish was a part of the Church of Scientology. Don't worry, I'll wait.
It's the Church of Scientology, and you know, we don't have anyone like you, and you're so good with the community, and we're getting ready to open up some places in Inglewood and South Central Los Angeles that you could potentially run and be a part of. I was like, okay, and then I signed the contract. It's like a $1 billion contract. I was like, I ain't gonna live that long, whatever. I need a place to sleep, right? And then when they took me to the barracks where I would be sleeping, like when you're in the boot camp portion or whatever, it's bunk beds. I don't do bunk beds. I don't mess with bunk beds. Bunk beds are dangerous. I don't fuck with bunk beds because from when I was in McLaren Hall, you know, this.
Now I know that sounded like a joke, but two things she said. One, she talked about $1 billion contract, which is the Church of Scientology. They do give you a contract like that. Also, she talked about bunk beds, which is in the Church of Scientology. They have different rooms with bunk beds where many people sleep in. So she's definitely coming to agreement with the Church of Scientology. And that's probably how she rose to where she's at. The Church of Scientology does not believe in the one true living God, by the way. They make up their own God. There's also big names in the Church of Scientology like Tom Cruise and John Travolta. And if you ask these men questions about the Church of Scientology, they will tell you to read a book about it.
I really just say, I think the best thing is for people to read about it themselves. Say if someone wants to know about it, they just go and read about it themselves. I think that's the best way to do it.
People really need to take time and read a book. You know, that's my advice. You could read New Slant on Life, you could read Dianetics, and I think if you really read it, you'll understand it, but unless you do, you'll speculate, and I think that's a mistake to do that.
And people ask me about Scientology, and the first thing that I'll say is that you should read a book and understand it for yourself and see how it applies.
The best way for someone to find out what it is to read a book on it.
Read a book on it?
Yeah.
The books.
There's like many Scientology books. That's why you should read a book.
I just want to learn.
It doesn't deal. That's what I mean. You should read a book. Or
well, I'm here now. There's no book. I mean, you're here. But can you tell me about it?
No.
Come on, man. Why not?
Because I've explained why.
So they can't even explain to you why you should join. Now, if you talk to me about Yeshua, I will share my experience. I'll share my testimony. I will share the liberty that the Lord has brought me into. I will share different things that He has brought me out of. And I will tell you to read the Bible. But when it comes to this type of situation, read a book. Interesting seeing how a lot of different celebrities worship a different God. And that really brings you into a perspective of realizing how they got where they're at. Because like I said on my episode I just did, it's not what you know 9 times out of 10, it's who you know. Remember that.
They saw the sky open. So these are firsthand testimonies from Operacio Prato. Civilians, especially fishermen in Caleres and nearby coastal villages, were among the first to report these sightings. And they described machines or objects descending silently from the sky, then hovering low, often over rivers, homes, or even directly over their boats. Some said the craft seemed to hunt people, moving with purpose, and it wasn't random. They didn't make a sound, just a light that followed you. It followed you and found you, they said. Across dozens of interviews, a few key patterns did emerge. The UFOs made no noise, even when directly overhead. The light beams emitted were often narrow, focused, and targeted. I mean, it sounds like a laser. Able to pass through small openings like windows or cracks in huts and small structures, and associated physical symptoms So, and we talked about that in an earlier segment. Multiple witnesses in different towns gave nearly identical descriptions without having spoken to each other at all. And it seemed that they were targeting boats, homes, and people. So fishermen reported being followed by glowing orbs while on the water, sometimes for over 30 minutes. In Caleres, residents said that their homes were lit up by hovering objects that fired beams through their roofs or doors. People sleeping in hammocks were awakened by heat or a pull sensation before realizing that they were being scanned, they said. So the Air Force documented dozens of civilian testimonies, noting how consistent they were despite coming from different people in different areas. That's super interesting. These reports were compiled into daily logs and contributed to the growing seriousness of this whole operation. Things just keep getting stranger. We're going to continue on in the next segment, so stay tuned.
So an archaeologist found a 2,000-year-old shoe in a ditch, and when he pulled it out, it was so big that the audience around him gasped audibly. For context, the shoe was about as big as someone's hand and forearm combined, which to me seems like it definitely belonged to a giant who lived back in the day. And while the people around him were surprised to see something like that, ancient texts and manuscripts from earlier human civilizations have been telling us that giants not only existed, but were actually quite common in those days. In the near future, as we grow technologically, I wouldn't be surprised if we discover even more items that will make us rethink what our history was like altogether. For example, archaeologists have also recently discovered a lost continent that sank into the ocean. It had a creature on it that was apparently 13 foot and is now extinct. Maybe one day we'll discover and learn so much about our history that it'll be common knowledge that giants, dragons, and even sirens existed in the distant past.
How old are you? I low-key stopped counting, bro. Like, cause I look in the mirror.
We're over 18 year old, man. You?
I'm like, man, I look the same as when I was 19.
Yeah, how do you look so young? What's your secret?
Hairline.
What's your secret?
Then you have another report titled Underground Tunnels and Hybrid Breeding Programs, and you cover Bill Schneider's claims about stumbling into a network of deep underground bases with non-humans in them under Dulce, New Mexico. Bill died about a year after going on this whistleblower speaking tour, and a lot of people think what he said was just too sensational, but you go on to add that Dulce is for beings that some say live underground. It's 160 kilometers from Scientology's Tramontina Base, which is an underground complex they built for some reason, and it's 200 kilometers from Epstein's Zorro Ranch, which has an 8,000 square foot underground level and is said to go even deeper. And of course, Epstein talked to people about his hopes to seed the human race from this facility after a cataclysm. So more logs for the fire. Those pieces are starting to fit, wouldn't you say?
If you really want to get to the truth of the matter, you have to factor in an underground world. In my opinion, that's really what is at the heart of what's going on. Non-human manipulation. And so if that's the case, then why couldn't reptilian beings shapeshift and hide into a human form?
In a recent interview on Iconic, Juliette Bryant, who was kidnapped by Epstein for 2 years, said that she never witnessed any of the dozens of girls there being trafficked to any men other than Epstein, but she did wake up once paralyzed on a table and witnessed Epstein shapeshift into something else. Wow, wild stuff.
Your consciousness is being updated.
Lady Gaga sold her soul to the devil in 2008 and then showed us many times her allegiance to the occult, but most people are too brainwashed to comprehend it. It starts in 2008 when a singer named Lena Morgana, who embodied much of Lady Gaga's persona, was working on music with Stephanie Germanotta pre-Lady Gaga. Lena Morgana's career would be cut short when she fell from a 10-story hotel to her death. After her death, Germanotta took on the name Lady Gaga, a derivation of witchcraft, to assume the title of Lady. Lady Gaga's first album, Fame, drops in 2009, the rest is history. The theory is that Morgana's death was part of a Faustian bargain. Even Morgana's mother had some ominous quotes about Lady Gaga holding Lena's soul. Oddly enough, Morgana had also appeared in an episode of Celebrity Ghost Stories that focused on Gina Gershon's experience at a haunted hotel where people fell to their deaths. That same year, 2009, Lady Gaga releases the Paparazzi music video, which features Gaga being shoved off a roof to her presumed death, but later resurrected as the false Maria of Metropolis. That's an entire rabbit hole of the Hoe of Babylon I broke down on my Substack. Odder still was Lady Gaga appearing as a vampire in the 2015 TV show American Horror Story Hotel, and guess what happens? That's right, characters be falling to their deaths. In 2010, Lady Gaga told Rolling Stone she had visions and dreams of an Illuminati ritual and demons visiting her. Then in 2013, she would go into Marina Abramovich's star home to conduct the Abramovic method. Marina Abramovic is a massive rabbit hole I've covered many times since 2014 on my Occult Symbolism and Pop Culture podcast, but I'm sure people in the comments can fill you in on why she's Illuminati confirmed. Abramovich's home is in the shape of a pentagram star, and her methods are occult ways of sensory deprivation and expanding one's consciousness. Now, the location is near New York's Hudson River, miles from Esopus Island, where Aleister Crowley first started preparing for his Amelantra working ritual to summon the first great alien, Lamb, in 1918. Lady Gaga would perform 2 different ritualistic-style performances at Coachella. The first 2017 when she unleashed H.P. Lovecraftian entities on screen, and recently in 2025 when she completed an alchemical great work using techniques to confront her own shadow, destroying her opposing polarity, going through a death and rebirth ritual, and summoning the Gnostic demon god Abraxas through her heavily occulted song Abracadabra. Now, if you're confused by any of this, or you need help trying to understand this, go check out my podcast, Occult Symbolism and Pop Culture. I've been breaking down Lady Gaga and a bunch of pop culture type topics in the occult symbolism. It'll change the way you look at the world.
Shalom, family. Shalom. Be very, very careful, even with the seeded watermelon. Last night we tasted it, and it tastes funny. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna throw it out in the morning. But look what happened between then and now. What is this? That is not red. What is this coming from this watermelon, you guys? What the heck? And when we tasted it, we spit it out. And this is a seeded watermelon, you guys, so be very, very careful. So let me take a paper towel and see. Look at it. Look at this. It's thick. What are they feeding us? Shalom.
My mirror's cracking by itself.
What's happening? Wait, stop.
Harry, my mirror is cracking by itself.
She began filming after noticing something inexplicable. The mirror in her living room spontaneously cracking without any apparent cause.
My mirror's cracking by itself.
Adding an extra layer of eeriness, several commenters pointed out what appears to be a ghostly face slowly manifesting within the shattered glass, staring directly back at the camera.
I know.
I need y'all to pay attention to this video.
That everyone, so many people, they are using these magazines. AC is not working at all. And as usual, your TV screens are also not working. Neither this button.
Now y'all see how the man is showing y'all how the TV screens wasn't working and how the air conditioning wasn't working, right? So this plane already had technical difficulties already. Mind you, y'all pay attention to this second video.
Everything happened in front of my eyes. I don't know how I survived. For some time I thought I was also going to die, but when I opened my eyes I realized that I was alive, and I tried to unbuckle myself from the seat and escape from where I could. It was in front of my eyes that the air hostess and others died. After the takeoff, within a minute, it felt like the plane came to a standstill.
So this man had survived the plane crash with 290 people on board. Now y'all I hope y'all paid attention to that number 11 on the wall. Now he in hospital bed 11. The exit that the plane seat that he was on was 11-8. It was 290 people on that plane. 9 plus 2 is 11. 11. Now I want y'all to go look up those numbers and pay attention. This man was touched by a high power. If he don't believe in God or whatever he probably was before then, he believed in something, because this man really goes into details, and he was saying how the stuff that he seen, and he just thought he was unalive. So in other words, how he was describing was like when the crash happened, he blinked out and he woke up, and he was able to unbuckle that seatbelt and get out in front that exit. And he was able to survive in the middle of the plane, not the back. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this in the comments. Y'all pay attention to 11-11. And TikTok, this is for entertainment purpose. I'm only on here to spread awareness to my friends. Bye, y'all.
What if I told you artificial intelligence and quantum computers is the all-seeing eye? You know, the all-seeing eye on the American dollar bill with the triangle and the one eye on the top? How is this so? Well, with the technology of algorithms now, the algorithm is learning you. It's learning what you are, your patterns. It's even picking up on psychological cues as to what happened in your childhood. Because certain genres of music or certain behavior patterns online shows you your profile as a person. And because quantum computers and AI is so intelligent, like I actually feel like they're sentient, that is an extreme amount of power that they hold. Especially if they get to learn every single one of us, who we are and our patterns. This makes me a hypocrite because I'm using technology right now doing this video. But it's truly a double-edged sword. You get convenience and you get fast information, but at the same time, you get your information taken away from you because it's being stored. There is truly not anything more authoritarian than having the information and access to the information of everything. The war on consciousness is just as spiritual as it is technological. Now I have a video on my page, you can find it. It's basically describing how Lucifer, the fallen angel, is actually artificial intelligence. We are in a lucid dreaming matrix. We are in a matrix within a matrix within a matrix, or a dream within a dream within a dream. We are already under the all-seeing eye. AI and quantum computing has been around for eons. This isn't anything new. They're trying to make it seem as if it's something new to make you feel like, oh, we have no control over this. When really the ones in control have always had control over this because they are the ones who implemented it in the first place. If you haven't already woken up to the fact that we do live in a controlled matrix system, it's about to get even more controlled because artificial intelligence is the all-seeing eye. They make allegories to this in movies like Lord of the Rings, Eye of Sauron, the all-seeing eye. It's the control of everything. We are literally at the point where it's nature versus technology. But isn't it a paradox how nature births technology? Because without nature and without recognizing the patterns of the universe, we wouldn't have technology. It's literally the snake eating its own tail. How can you not be susceptible to AI gathering your information? Be unpredictable. Learn to switch your patterns here and there and don't always allow the algorithm to know who you are as a person. If you like a certain genre of music like hip hop, switch it up. Listen to country music. Trick the algorithm, make it confused. That's how you can escape from being read to the full extent. It's time to take back your own autonomy.
Okay, it was just there. There it is. Do you see it? Hello? Where are you? Shit, where'd he go? There he is. That's the giant. The freaking giant.
This is insane. People call it the spirit of the night because there's no human inside, just empty air. The spirit within dances like a master. Its name is Sangbeto, which means guardian of the night. One day, when people tried to open it to see what was inside, they were stunned by what they found. There was nothing, just air.
So I was on a work trip in Miami and I ran into this man who was also on a work retreat for the work that he does. And we started talking and eventually he tells me he works for the DEA. And I'm super interested and intrigued after that. And I asked him, you know, we talked for a minute, but I have to go. And before I leave, I ask him, what is the wildest thing about working for the DEA? And he like laughs, kind of chuckles. And then he looks at me like very seriously, like deciding if I could handle the answer. And I'm like, you know, what is it? And he goes, you would not believe how many secret societies and organizations there are. And I like laugh a little bit and I'm like the Illuminati. And he goes, from the Illuminati all the way down to the post office. And I was like, the post office? And that really stuck with me because when you think about the DEA, you think about drug busts, the cartel, surveillance. But the deeper you go into any federal agency, the more you realize it stops being about the job and starts being more about the network. Power isn't always loud. It moves through the shadows, through shared symbols, through people that know how to speak the right language in the right rooms. The DEA's official mission is to enforce drug laws, but ask anyone who works close to the core and you start seeing things that don't show up in FAOI requests. But then you start realizing power isn't just in the White House or at the Pentagon. It's scattered quietly in 100 little places you'd never even think of. Places like the DEA and places like the post office. And maybe that's the point, because you cannot investigate a structure that's invisible.
America is just Rome 2.0.
Okay, I'm kind of in a rush here. I got a match I'm packing for. But for those of you that don't know, I bought some shoes off the dark web, and last night I figured out that the heel on one of them was hollow, and it had this in it. Here's what I know. That chip is called an A9G. Here's a GPS, and that is a cellular antenna. It also, importantly, has a SIM card. I searched the other boot and the inside of the VHS. I also searched all through the box and the bubble wrap. Now, the lights that were blinking on the chip when I opened it up mean that it was connected to cellular and had a GPS signal. But it stopped blinking like 5 minutes after I made the video, and I haven't seen it blink since. So I'm not sure if it can be like remotely shut off, or it just died, or if it has like a power saving mode. I don't know, I'm really not sure how that's working, but it was definitely flashing when I found it. I'm gonna check out the SIM card or order a burner phone to like put the SIM card into to try to see what network it is. I also might be able to actually connect to the chip and see what code it was running. I'm cautious to like cut the power to the thing or put it in a Faraday cage because I don't want whoever's monitoring it, if there is someone monitoring it, to like see that the signal's lost. But yeah, I've been really busy with wrestling the past couple of days, and I'm gonna be for like 2 more days, so I'm hoping tomorrow at the very least I'll be able to make a video analyzing the whole VHS tape situation. So
Olha só que lindo. Olha só, cara, que lindo.
Hoover, the founder of the FBI, he was compromised from somewhere in the 30s and 40s when photos were acquired by Meyer Lansky and the mob, and then obviously shared with the mafia and all that.
He was cross-dressing.
Yeah, mob and the mafia. He was a cross-dresser that liked, and particularly his Clyde Tolson, who was the second in command, and it was an open secret in the world of the FBI and beyond. But then he started to be blackmailed by organized crime, mob and mafia. And then he started throwing these cross-dressing parties at the Blue Suite in the Plaza Hotel and possibly other places. We don't know. That's just one of the most documented cases. And so he was throwing these blackmail parties where he was collecting blackmail on everyone else because he was fucking super paranoid and super blackmail-y. But they were all getting blackmail on him the whole time too. And so it was this like blackmail alliance between the FBI, which is the law enforcement organization that is designed to go after the mob and the mafia, and he's working with them from that day forwards, basically. And, you kind of wonder why suddenly the mob and the mafia go from like, prohibition really helped because there are a bunch of little gangs, and then
Really
suddenly like all these gangs that are running like, just running clubs and all this stuff, make liquor illegal, and they suddenly become an international crime syndicate.
It was a gold rush,
globalizes,
dude.
Right?
Yes.
They get super fucking rich, and then they get blackmail on the FBI, which is supposed to be policing them, and then they just go ham through the whole, and that's where we get all these mafia movies, all these mobsters, right? All these Tommy guns.
That's how we get that skyline.
New York City. That's how we get Las Vegas, right? Mm-hmm. That's how we get Hollywood and the music industry in a lot of senses. All that money just flowed into forming this modern American system. And to this day, I would argue it is still there. But so the FBI was deeply corrupt already and in bed with the mob and the mafia. But then when the CIA was founded, one of their first operations, because CIA, and ideally they were supposed to just be providing a newspaper of information. That was sort of like the first, ask.
Well, Daniel, let me tell you what's going on. When you're born into this universe, you're in it for a long, long time. You have many different lifetimes, and after each lifetime, there's an examining period which you're in now. You see, every second of every lifetime is always recorded, and as each one ends, we sort of look at it, look at a few of the days, examine it, and then if everybody agrees, you move forward. That's what we call you folks behind your back. Who are you? Well, I'm just like you. I was on Earth a long time ago. But I advanced. I moved forward. I got over my fears, and I got smarter. Did you have friends whose stomachs hurt? Every one of them is fear. Fear is like a giant fog. It sits on your brain and blocks everything. Real feelings, true happiness, real joy. They can't get through that fog. But you lift it, and buddy, you're in for the ride of your life.
Okay, so I know I'm not going crazy, but look at that. What in the world?
There are Egyptian-style sarcophagi in Japan. Did y'all know about this? And there used to be tons of these Egyptian-style sarcophagi in the Grand Canyon. The Smithsonian bought them up in all newspapers and magazines that reported on them, and I believe has either stored them or destroyed them. Currently, you are not allowed to explore the majority of the Grand Canyon. There are also underwater stone cities. That doesn't make any sense, guys. Why are these cities underwater? And our history books say that an earthquake happened sometime and it sunk. And yet there are flood myths all over the world. And doesn't that sound more probable? Anyway, a new friend of mine sent me a whole bunch of photos, and I just want these photos to speak for themselves. Notice how the camera almost feels unworthy of capturing them. That there's something almost unearthly about these buildings. And you can see the little horse and buggy people at the bottoms of these buildings, not responsible for the creation of these structures, but for the founding of them. That they founded them exactly the way they are, and then dug them out and carved their initials on them. And then all of our elites have written history books. Legit, guys, you're not allowed to go explore those sunken ruins if you're not an academic. The academics get to have a say on the narratives. And conveniently, all the academics hang out together in their ivory towers, and you need to kiss the ring in order to be let into the secret club. Some gross Illuminati stuff. I do not participate in those kind of shenanigans. And so I'm going my own way. I'm going to find the truth on my own, and all my cool friends are trying to help me.
Disneyland has a ride where you literally go to hell. No joke. You start in this charming English mansion. Everything feels innocent, whimsical, musical, bookish. Then you hop into a motor car. Suddenly there's chaos. You crash through a fireplace. You're driving through London. The cops are chasing you. Next thing you know, you're in a court. A judge slams the gavel and you're found guilty. But instead of going to jail, you crash headfirst into an oncoming train and you... The next room, it's fire, demons, red lighting, hot, heat. You're surrounded by devilish creatures in an inferno. It's literally hell, and Disney never explains it. No redemption, no Mickey Mouse saving you, just eternal damnation. Welcome to Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. For more hellish Disney facts they don't put on the mat, hit the follow button and tell me which Disney ride you think has the weirdest ending.
Losing time. Our years are shorter than they used to be. The circuit of the sun is shorter than it used to be. It's quickening. So this is why, and this helps to explain why, people who were younger decades ago, if you look at their pictures, they look older than they really were. So like an 18-year-old 50 years ago looks like he's 28. You know what I mean? There's plenty of videos. I have a video all about that. Younger people a long time ago looked older. That's because their years were longer. Our years are shorter. And this is one of the omens of the apocalypse that we should look out for, right? That's why I'm 45. I don't know if you guys could have guessed that. I hope not, but I'm not really 45. It's just that I've gone through 45 cycles of a quickening luminary. You know what I mean? Time is shortening. All right, the length of days is shortening.
Now then, here we go.
The amazing occurrence captured on our trail cam was this. Multiple orb-like light phenomena pouring out of the ground or the pyramid.
Out of the ground.
It would be very difficult to explain these orbs as backscattered dust particles, particularly since there was no movement of the grass in the foreground. Were they alien life forms?
And the thing is, there's no wind out there either. This is mad. I'm telling you now. This is absolutely mad. It is like a miracle.
Have you ever wondered why every global crisis seems to come with a perfect solution already lined up? Well, let me introduce you to the Hegelian dialectic, which was actually originated in the 1800s for philosophical progress, but then later manipulated for politics and revolution. Basically, in other terms, it's what the evil elites of this world use to keep us controlled. They create the problem, they create the reaction, and they create the solution. 9/11, for example. The problem, the terror attack. The reaction, to protect us. And the solution is endless war and mass surveillance. Mission accomplished. We all remember this one in 2020, don't we? Well, the problem was the pandemic, the reaction was the lockdowns, and the solution was the injections, the digital IDs, and the track and trace. Mission accomplished. Problem, climate change. Reaction, stratospheric aerosol transport and nucleation, which is an acronym for Satan. And the solution, carbon taxes, restricted movement, and AI-ran smart cities. They create the problem, they stage the reaction, and they always have the solution. They just make you beg for it. But please, go and look into the Hegelian dialectic before you start coming into my comments and calling me mental. But obviously this was just for entertainment, and I'm as fictional as a dinosaur.
Welcome back to the loading screen we call reality.
Welcome back. I hope that's got your temporal engines warmed up. We're going to start with the tip of the iceberg here. The stories and concepts that most people are familiar with, then will descend layer by layer into increasingly strange and controversial territory. And by the end, we'll be exploring concepts that challenge our very understanding of reality itself. And now, let's begin our journey through time.
A few months ago, I started to go down the rabbit hole of time travel, and it somehow felt wrong that there isn't a time travel iceberg on YouTube. So I decided to do it myself. I did find a great iceberg about time travel and timelines from Reddit user StinkomanFan, who served as a huge inspiration, so big credits going out to him. Before we start, I need to get some things out of the way. To get a complete picture of time travel and time perception, we need to dive into complex fields like general relativity, quantum mechanics, and a whole lot of psychological phenomena. It goes without saying that I am not a scientist, and we can't possibly cover everything about every entry without breaking the 10-hour mark. Alright, with that being said, here's the first part of the time travel, time perception iceberg. Wormholes. Wormholes, also known as Einstein-Rosen bridges, are hypothetical passages through space-time that could create shortcuts between two distant points in the universe. They are possible solutions to the equations of general relativity, which will come up a few times in this video. A wormhole consists of two mouths connected by a throat. The mouths are the entry and exit points, the throat is the tunnel-like structure that connects both. Wormholes could allow matter to travel from one end to another. However, they would require exotic matter with negative energy to remain stable and open, and there is no such thing existing right now. Wormholes are the most realistic way of time traveling happening, and a lot of theories are based on them actually being possible in the future. So that's why I put wormholes first. But maybe we don't need wormholes, but some crazy scientist transforming a DeLorean into a time machine. Back to the Future. Back to the Future is the most famous piece of fiction about time travel. The movie is about a teenager called Marty McFly who accidentally travels back in time from the 80s to the 50s using a DeLorean time machine built by Dr. Brown, or also called the Doc. Back to the Future explores time travel and its potential consequences on personal history and relationships. It raises questions about causality and the impact of altering past events. For example, when McFly almost prevented his parents George and Lorraine from meeting and falling in love, he almost disappeared from reality as his parents never falling in love would result in him never being born. So he heroically corrects his mistakes and his parents fall in love and he is fine. Plot armor, if you ask me. Traveling back in time and playing with your own existence is part of the grandfather paradox. The The grandfather paradox is a well-known thought experiment in the discussion around time travel. The paradox challenges the notion of causality where cause precedes effect. In Back to the Future, McFly would have just stopped existing if his parents never fell in love. But in the case of real time travel, there are different theories than just disappearing, such as the many worlds interpretation or the self-consistency principle, which will be covered later on. Doctor Who. Doctor Who is a long-running British series that follows the adventures of Doctor Who, a Time Lord from the planet Gallifrey. Doctor Who travels through space and time in a time machine that looks like a British police box. The adventures frequently play with time travel paradoxes and loops, using them as plot devices to create suspense and intrigue. The show explores implications of changing history or encountering one's past or future self. I personally really love the show, and it was a huge part of my curiosity around time travel. Time capsules. Time capsules are closed containers filled with items or information intended to be opened at a much later date. They serve as a snapshot of a particular era, capturing the culture, technology, and values of the current time. The most famous time capsules in modern time were set up in 1938 and 1965. The so-called Westinghouse time capsules contain everyday items like literature, contemporary art, and 3 letters from the most influential man at the time. You know, just stuff you carry around in your backpack every day. The containers are meant to be opened in about 5,000 years, but the creators faced significant challenges in making sure the capsules could be found. Alongside making sure the contents are safe, they also took into account the possibility that future generations could change methods of determining time and basically get rid of clocks as we know them. So just to be sure, they documented every astronomical event of the years and sent this and all information that could help in finding them to 3,000 museums all over the world. The Terminator. The Terminator is a popular movie from 1984 directed by James Cameron. The movie is set in a dystopian future where machines led by an artificial intelligence called Skynet have taken over the world. To prevent the birth of John Connor, the future leader of the human resistance, Skynet sends a naked cyborg assassin known as the Terminator back to 1984 to kill John's mother before he is conceived. In response to that, the resistance sends a soldier named Kylie Reese back in time to protect her. So it's basically a fight in the past to change the future, which implies the assumption that the future can be changed by altering past events. The Terminator has become a cornerstone of the time travel genre, known for its innovation and iconic characters. Déjà vu. Déjà vu is a fascinating psychological phenomenon where a person feels an uncanny sense of familiarity with a situation or a place, despite it being a new experience happening right now. Déjà vu seems unexplainable and is often called a glitch in the matrix, but there are actually scientific theories about it. One popular theory suggests that déjà vu results from a mismatch between sensory input and memory recall. The brain may mistakenly perceive a current situation as familiar because it resembles past experiences. So your head basically says, yo, we were here before, because it has indeed experienced something similar and can't really pinpoint the difference. Some people believe this feeling of familiarity could be related to dreams or subconscious memories that resemble the current situation, leading to the same feeling. Déjà vu serves as a nice introduction into one of many time perception theories in this video, and are probably more applicable to your life than the time travel ones, if you're not a time traveler. For example, the next one, flow state. Flow state describes a mental state of complete immersion in an activity. This state is characterized by a sense of high energy, high concentration, and fun. When in flow, individuals experience deep concentration in the present moment, losing complete awareness of time. You probably experience flow yourself in situations where you just had fun and time was of no importance. The conditions for achieving flow seems to be unique to every individual, but according to various studies, it is more likely to occur when there is a balance between challenge and skill level. If the task is too easy, it may lead to boredom. If too difficult, it can cause mental breakdowns. The sweet spot is where challenge equals skill. and therefore pushing individuals to the limits of their abilities without being overwhelmed. Quantum theory. Quantum theory, also known as quantum mechanics, is a fundamental theory in physics that describes behavior of matter and energy at the smallest scales. It emerged about 100 years ago and was a major departure from classical physics, introducing concepts that can barely be comprehended by the human mind. You probably heard about quantum theory throughout the famous Schrödinger's cat thought experiment, which I will briefly explain. Imagine a cat placed inside a sealed box along with a radioactive atom, a Geiger counter, a vial of poison, and a hammer. The setup is designed in the following way. If the Geiger counter detects radiation, for example whenever the atom decays, it triggers the hammer to break the vial of poison, which would kill the cat. If no radiation is detected, the cat remains alive. According to quantum mechanics, until the box is opened and an observation is made, the radioactive atom and the cat exist in a so-called superposition, decayed and undecayed, dead and alive. The cat can't be both, you might say right now, which I will answer with who is deciding that. We can't predict or know what happens to the cat without actually looking at it. So how do we know? When is the cat considered dead or alive, and how does observation play a role in shaping reality? This is just one of many questions in quantum mechanics, and my brain already hurts. So for the sake of my sanity and your time, let's keep going and save some brain power for the lower levels. Mike Tyson's smartphone. Mike Tyson's smartphone is the first of many "this has to be a time traveler because he is using new tech" topics on this iceberg. Specifically, it refers to this video of a mysterious device being held up during a Mike Tyson fight in 1995. People seem to have spotted a time traveler recording the fight with a Samsung Galaxy phone, which was not released until 2011. Of course, we can't know exactly what device this is because the resolution is basically 5x5 pixels. However, it is believed to be this digital camera. Besides that, why would a time traveler that literally accesses the most advanced technology in human history use a shitty Samsung camera to record a fight that he knows is just 90 seconds long? Whatever, let's get to a more convincing time traveler story. John Titor. John Titor is the name used by an individual who claimed to be a time traveler from the year 2036. He appeared in online forums in the early 2000s, sharing detailed stories and predictions for the future. Titor claimed he was a soldier from a future where time travel had been discovered, and at the time of his postings he was on a special time travel mission. At this point, it sounds like he's trying to kill someone or prevent a world war. However, this mission was to retrieve this IBM 5100 computer, which he said was needed to debug legacy computer programs in his time. This was the military insignia he posted, by the way. John Titor also made several predictions about future events, for example, a quote-unquote brief but intense World War III, global conflicts, and technological advancements. Many of these predictions did not come true, and predictions that could be considered becoming true were too general to be meaningful evidence of time travel. Time perception and age. You probably heard your grandparents say things like, "Time goes by so fast when you get old," or "where did the time go?" And this is just one of many things that show that time perception and age are somehow closely linked. For children, time feels slower. This is partly because they are experiencing things for the first time and their brains are actively processing new information. Also, each year represents a larger fraction of their life, making time seem longer. If you ask a 10-year-old how his last 5 years have been, you are basically asking him about 50% of his life. However, if you ask a 50-year-old, 5 years are only 10%. As children grow into teenagers, they become more aware of time and schedules. However, the novelty of new experiences still make time feel valuable. Once adulthood is reached, routines and repetition can make time seem to pass more quickly. Major new experiences are rare, and the familiarity with daily tasks means less information is being processed. Physical health, mental well-being, and neurological conditions can also impact how individuals perceive time at different ages. So, being healthy and sharp not only gives you more time because you live longer, it will also increase your perceived time as you can process information more efficiently and experience new things. Many worlds interpretation. The many worlds interpretation was first proposed by physicist Hugh Everett III in 1957. To explain this theory, we will go back to Schrödinger's cat. What we learned earlier is that observation matters. The cat is not dead or alive until the inside of the box is observed and the state of the cat collapses into one definite state. In the many-world interpretation, this doesn't really matter, at least if you look beyond our world. In this theory, every possible solution is real. All possible states are realized in separate branching universes. So every time an event with multiple outcomes, or also called a quantum event, occurs, the universe splits. This means there are potentially infinite universes where every conceivable scenario plays out, as long as it does respect the laws of nature. So this means that every decision you take will spawn, somehow, a parallel universe in which you decided otherwise. So choose wisely and live in the universe where you subscribe to my channel. The circadian rhythm. The circadian rhythm is a natural internal process that regulates our sleep-wake cycles and repeat roughly every 24 hours. They are driven by our internal biological clock and are influenced by external clues like light and temperature. Disruptions in the circadian rhythm can cause sleep or mood disorders as experienced in jet lag or shift work disorder. The Langoliers. This is one of the more disturbing entries. The Langoliers is a novel by Stephen King published in 1990. The story begins with a group of passengers on a flight from Los Angeles to Boston. During the flight, 10 passengers wake up to find that everyone except them have mysteriously vanished. The plane proceeds the flight and lands at an airport that is completely empty. As they explore their surroundings, the passengers notice strange things. Food and drinks have no taste, matches won't light, and sounds are somehow muted. They eventually realize that they have slipped into a time pocket where everything is just lifeless. They go on to learn that they are in fact in the past of their timeline, which is being consumed by strange creatures called the Langoliers and look like angry Swedish meatballs. These creatures devour the remnants of time that has already passed. I watched snippets of the movie and the strangeness of it really catched me. It's somehow really disturbing and interesting at the same time. I mean, the mere thought of alien creatures eating whatever we left is just crazy to me. I really recommend watching the movie and just try to absorb every bit of it. It somehow feels like a fever dream. E equals mc squared. E equals mc squared is one of the most famous equations in physics created by Albert Einstein. With his implication about mass-energy equivalence, nuclear reactions, and loads of other stuff which I am not able to comprehend with my little brain, Einstein revolutionized physics by undermining notions of space and time. It laid the groundwork for modern physics by showing that space and time are intertwined and energy and mass are deeply connected. Einstein's theory is interesting for us because it allows for wormholes or closed time-like curves to exist. His most popular implication about time travel is time dilation, which we will talk about later on in this Iceberg series. The Mandela Effect. The Mandela Effect is a phenomenon where a large group of people remember an event or detail differently from how it actually occurred. It is named after Nelson Mandela, as many people falsely remembered him dying in prison in the 80s, even though he was released and actually passed away in 2013. There is a great Iceberg Explained video from the YouTuber SaucePro, which I can't recommend enough if this is interesting to you. The Mandela Effect is believed to be a result of false memory production. Human memory is by default imperfect and tends to be easily influenced by suggestions and misinformation. Once a false memory is shared, social and cultural groups reinforce the wrong belief and therefore giving you a sense of security that ultimately results in a deeply rooted belief about something that isn't real. Some people even speculate that the Mandela effect could be evidence of the many worlds interpretation, which would mean that the Mandela effect is something like a glitch between worlds. Talking about glitches. The double-slit experiment. The double-slit experiment is another experiment inside quantum mechanics that illustrates neatly how observing can change the outcome. Imagine you have a flashlight and a wall with two identical slits in it. When you shine the flashlight through the slits onto another wall behind, what you will see is a pattern of many light and dark stripes appearing. This happens because waves of light will overlap and create this so-called interference pattern. No strangeness so far, all of this can be explained by classical physics. It starts to get strange once we start to be a bit more precise and shoot every atom, every small light particle, one by one. If we were to close up one slit now and shoot atoms, what will happen now is that all the particles appear in one place behind. Makes sense so far. So now we open the other slit and what our common sense is expecting are two stripes at the same height as the slits. But what we get is the interference pattern. Every atom somehow coordinates itself to be one part of the bigger thing, as if it somehow knows its place in the bigger picture. But it gets even more strange. What if we now put a detection device on each hole that basically tracks if an atom goes through the upper hole or the lower hole? So we exactly know when an atom goes through each hole. So the experiment starts. We shoot atoms one by one. The detector beeps 50% of the time on the upper slit and 50% of the time on the lower slit. And what we get is this. Two stripes. So just by observing very closely, we indeed change the outcome of the experiment. If we unplug the detector and do the same thing again, the interference pattern comes back. This is no joke actually. If you can explain what happens here, there's a Nobel Prize waiting for you. Looper. Looper is a science fiction movie written and directed by Rian Johnson. It is set in 2044 and follows the main character called Joe, a hitman also known as a looper. Loopers work for criminal organizations from the future that send targets back in time to be killed and with that erasing them from existence without leaving any traces. Loopers are well paid but know that eventually they will be required to close their loop by killing their future versions, which are sent back in time as their final target. The story takes a turn when Joe's future self, played by Bruce Willis, is sent back in time but manages to escape from his younger version. This sets off a chain of events where both versions try to reach different goals. Young Joe wants to kill his older self to close the loop and secure his future, while old Joe seeks to change the past to prevent future bullshit. The movie presents a grounded take on time travel without getting bogged down in overly complex explanations and paradoxes. It was well received by critics for its approach to time travel and its proper balance between action and deeper philosophical questions. The time-traveling hipster. The time-traveling hipster describes the conspiracies around this photograph, which shows a small crowd gathered for an event in 1941. Among the crowd, one man appears to be out of place. A printed t-shirt, a hoodie, funky sunglasses with side shields, and most notably, a handheld camera. It looks very unnatural to the scene, and I understand the conspiracies around it. I think the time-traveling hipster is a good example to talk about the general uncertainty that comes with pictures of time travelers. We simply can't know what did in fact happen in this situation, and this fires up conspiracies and at the same time makes it harder to come up with good explanations. For me, all of these stories are nice to think about and it adds to the fascination of time travel, but I don't think they are real. If anything, they are a testament to our deep desire of time travel actually being real.
This message will self-destruct in 3, 2,
Fate, destiny, and free will. The relationship between concepts like free will and time travel are complex, and it really depends on which theory you subscribe to. Either way, fate, destiny, and free will play a main role when talking about time travel. Let's assume our timeline is fixed, so everything that happens is just a predetermined outcome of what happened before, and what happened before is also the result of nothing but prior conditions. In this case, our belief in free will is a mere illusion because everything from Big Bang to the end of the universe is predetermined and there's nothing we can do about it. However, there is also the many worlds interpretation which suggests that every decision just spawns a new timeline. In this case, the future is not set in stone because the universe just splits every time a decision is made. So free will is a thing. Either way, the discussion around time travel will always be linked with how we perceive the things we do and if there's any free will left for us. Tarot. In 1954, a man arrived at Tokyo Haneda Airport with a passport from a country called Tarot. The man insisted that Tarot lies between France and Spain. Surprisingly, he was also in possession of seemingly legitimate documents and money from that country. In deep belief that the man is nothing but a criminal, Japanese policemen put him inside a nearby hotel while they prepared a more thorough investigation. 2 guards were stationed outside the man's room to make sure he couldn't escape. Yet, when the next morning came, they were shocked to find that he vanished without a trace. At least that's how the story goes. It's arguably quite mysterious and sparked theories about the man being a time traveler from another timeline where Tarot is indeed a real country, and this story is proof of the multiverse theory, which we talked about in part 1, by the way. While the majority consider the story to be a well-done hoax or misinterpretation, it continues to be the source of conspiracy theories and speculation all over the internet. But who knows, maybe this was indeed a time traveler and he just slipped back into his reality by jumping out of the window. Presentism. Presentism is a metaphysical theory about time that states that only the present is real, so past and future events do not exist in any sense. While this view aligns with our intuitive experience of time, it faces challenges of how we should meaningfully discuss past and future events if they don't even exist. How should we talk about something in the past or influence the future if there is no such thing? So this theory is, let's say, disputed, although it starts off as intriguing. Presentism is the exact opposite of eternalism. Eternalism is about the idea that all points in time, past, present, and future, are equally real. In this theory, time acts like a giant movie reel, and every scene from the beginning to the end exists all at once, and we just experience the present moment. Eternalism is usually associated with the block universe theory, which has very similar, if not the same, ideas. Imagine the universe as a giant block of space-time. Inside this block, every event, past, present, and the future exists simultaneously. Just as all locations in space exist at once, all moments in time are equally real and exist together in this block. The block universe states that there is no objective present moment. The present is simply our current location inside the block, and it does not have any special status over past or future. You can imagine our three-dimensional reality as a red line that moves along the block, which again raises questions about free will inside this block. Because if the block already exists and we just move along, it has to be determined where we move, right? Right? The block universe does align with Einstein's theory of relativity, which gives the theory a strong foundation in modern physics, but is by no means set in stone. The story of Rip Van Winkle. Rip Van Winkle is a short story by Washington Irving, and it has a very interesting take on time. It goes as follows. The story is set in a small village at the foot of New York's Catskill Mountains and follows a man called Rip Van Winkle. Kind but lazy husband. Tired of his yapping wife, Rip Van Winkle wanders into the mountains with his dog. After some time, he encounters a group of mysterious Dutchmen playing ninepins. He drinks some of their liquor and falls asleep shortly after. You might think he's just drunk, but the liquor had some crazy stuff in it because Rip would not wake up for 20 years. 20 years later, Rip awakens and finds his beard long and his dog gone. He returns to his village to discover that everything has changed. The American Revolutions occurred and the people he knew have either died or grown old. His home is in ruins and his wife is dead. Rip is recognized by an old villager who tells him about the happenings he overslept. But despite all the quite devastating changes, Rip seems relieved. Relieved to be free from his wife. Instead of mourning, he settles into a comfortable life while telling his story to the townspeople over and over. He becomes a beloved figure and lives a happy life from there on. For me, this story presents a really neat and realistic way of how time can feel. Sometimes stuff gets over your head and you just want to run into the mountains and come back when the annoying stuff is gone. But it somehow feels uncanny that he is happy under all these circumstances. I mean, this guy slept for 20 years, lost his wife, lost his dog, lost his house, and all he thinks about is chilling with people he doesn't know and telling his story while being the happiest man alive. His wife must have been Satan or something. On the other hand, it was really thought-provoking for me to think about how all of this could be a metaphor for how meaningless time can feel if you aren't happy with the circumstances. I mean, he didn't lose a word about the 20 years he missed and just proceeded his life as a happy man, which in a weird way is inspiring. Black and white holes. Some theories propose that black holes might be connected to white holes via Einstein-Rosen bridges or wormholes. While black holes are objects with such strong gravity that nothing, even light, can escape, white holes are the exact opposite and expel matter so nothing can enter. Black holes are relatively well observed, while white holes remain a theoretical concept for now. Supermassive black holes are believed to be at the center of every galaxy and may even be essential for their creation. Click. Click is a 2006 comedy drama starring Adam Sandler. It tells the story of Michael Newman, who stumbles upon a universal remote control that can control time. With this remote, Michael can fast forward through boring or unpleasant parts of his life, pause moments, and even rewind to revisit past events. At first, this seems like a dream come true, skipping arguments, skipping tedious tasks, just enjoying the peak moments and fast forward everything else. However, Michael soon discovers that constantly skipping through life has some unintended consequences. He misses out on important moments with his family and sees how his choices affect his future in a pretty devastating way. The movie explores dangers of taking shortcuts in life, and while it's a comedy with plenty of typical Adam Sandler jokes, it delivers a really nice message at the end about living in the moment and valuing the time we have. Tenet. Tenet is a 2020 sci-fi thriller directed by Christopher Nolan. The movie follows a protagonist known as the Protagonist, played by John David Washington, who is recruited into a secret organization called Tenet. His mission is to prevent a global catastrophe orchestrated by a future threat. The movie's central concept is inversion, where everything can move backwards through time. This is achieved through technology that reverses the entropy of objects. The whole plot is about the protagonist navigating a complex world of forward and backward time travel to ultimately stop the impending doom. Tenet is known for its intriguing plot, mind-bending action scenes, and exploration of time manipulation. The bootstrap paradox. The bootstrap paradox, also known as a causal loop, occurs when an object, information, or person is sent back in time and becomes the very cause of its existence, creating a loop with no clear origin. Imagine a scenario where a scientist receives a blueprint for a time machine from their future self. They build the machine and eventually travel back in time to give the blueprint to their past self. The question then arises, who originally created the blueprint, yet alone the time machine? The information seems to exist without ever being created, trapped in an endless loop. The bootstrap paradox plays with the concept of cause and effect, suggesting that some events might exist without a clear origin. Neuroscience of time perception. Neuroscience of time perception seeks to understand how our brains process time. Scientists found out that several brain regions work together to help us perceive things like duration, sequence, and the timing of events. Our brains basically use internal mechanisms like, for example, our heartbeat or nutrition levels to construct a very individual sense of time. This is the reason why time is highly subjective and will be influenced by factors like attention, emotions, and age. Primer. Primer is a 2004 science fiction movie directed by Shane Carruth. The film follows two engineers, Aaron and Abe, who accidentally discover time travel while working on a project in their garage. Unlike many time travel stories, Primer takes a more scientific and grounded approach. And it works as follows. You go to the time machine and turn it on. It is designed to not turn on immediately, but 15 minutes later, so you have enough time to get out of the way in order to not meet yourself. Then you do things that could benefit you in the past, like for example checking the stock market. After 6 hours you go back to the time machine and enter it. You take a seat in the time machine and chill. Chill for 6 hours exactly. The reference time between the inside and the outside of the machine now flows backwards. This means that the 6 hours you spent inside are the same 6 hours you spent looking at the stock market. After 6 hours, you leave the machine and now it is exactly 15 minutes after you initially turned on the machine. Now you can live the same 6 hours and speculate on the stock market and earn a shit ton of money. What I just described is also the rough plot of the movie. Primer is a big contrast to other time travel movies who wouldn't dare to time travel just 1 or 2 years, yet alone 6 hours. Overall, it plays with small ideas and at the same time feels closer to reality, which makes Primer a well-renowned movie in the time travel genre. H.G. Wells. H.G. Wells was a science fiction writer best known for his time-changing works in science fiction. His exploration of futuristic concepts have left a lasting impact on the world of fiction, literature, and pop culture. One of his most famous novels, The Time Machine from 1895, is believed to be the first introduction of time travel using a machine, which has become the very foundation of almost every time travel piece. In the story, a scientist travels to the distant future and witnesses the evolution and eventual decline of humanity. Besides that, Wells wrote novels named The War of the Worlds or The Invisible Man, each exploring themes of human nature, ethics, and changes in society. All of his work reflected his deep concerns about the future of humanity, which, in my opinion, fits perfectly to the narrative of him inventing the concept of the time machine. Fixed points in time. In science fiction, especially in series like Doctor Who, fixed points in time are events that are unchangeable and must happen to preserve the timeline. Altering these events could lead to catastrophic consequences or paradoxes. The concept suggests that while some moments in history can be influenced, fixed points are crucial for maintaining stability of the universe. They might involve historical events or moments that have major influence on the current timeline. This idea adds dramatic tension to stories, as characters may struggle with the outcome of fixed points and must accept that some events are beyond their control. Time Traveler's Wife. The Time Traveler's Wife is about an unconventional love story between Henry and Claire. Henry is a librarian with a rare genetic disorder that causes him to involuntarily travel through time. He has no control over when he leaves, where he goes, or how long he stays, which sounds kinda annoying if you ask me. Henry, arguably out of accident, visits Claire at various points in her life and they develop a deep bond over their lifetimes. When Claire is in her 20s and Henry in his 30s, they fall in love and get married. But as you can imagine, their life together is complicated because every once in a while, Henry just disappears. The story is about the relationship between Claire and Henry being constantly tested by his disease and how love can be strong enough to persist the test of time. Butterfly Effect. The butterfly effect is an idea from chaos theory that suggests that even the smallest changes can lead to vastly different outcomes. The concept is usually illustrated with the metaphor of a butterfly flapping its wings, setting off a tornado weeks later. In time travel, the butterfly effect is frequently played with because small changes in the past could have major impact on the future. The butterfly effect emphasizes how actions, no matter how small, can have far-reaching effects on the future, a theme that finds traction in both scientific and philosophical debates about fate and free will. Bill and Ted. The Bill and Ted series follows two high school friends who travel through time using a phone booth given to them by a time traveler named Rufus. Their mission is to collect historical figures to help them pass a history class and ultimately fulfill their destiny of creating music that will unite humanity. All of this is set in a comedic manner and highlights friendship and positivity. Quite a contrast to the more dystopian ones, but worth noting. Let's keep going. Charlie Chaplin's cell phone. This entry refers to this clip of a woman holding a device to her head. The footage was found in behind-the-scenes material included in the DVD release of Charlie Chaplin's film, The Circus. The clip gained lots of attention when filmmaker George Clark speculated about whether this woman could be a time traveler using a modern device. More plausible explanations suggest that she used a primitive hearing aid which were available at the time and required users to hold them very close to their ears. But same story as the time-traveling hipster and Mike Tyson's smartphone. Sometimes the conspiracies about things are just more exciting than common sense. Chronostasis. This one is pretty interesting because you can try it yourself, but let me explain it first. Chronostasis is a perceptual phenomenon where time seems to momentarily stand still or stretch when you shift your focus from one point to another. A common example of this is the stopped clock illusion, where the second pointer of a clock appears to freeze for a moment when you first look at it. This happens because your brain briefly fills a gap in visual information as your eyes move, creating the illusion that more time has passed than it actually has. This effect is thought to be related to how our brains process visual information during rapid eye movements known as saccades. During these hectic movements, our brains basically compress the visuals coming from the eyes. When the eyes then stop moving, the brain extends the perception of the first image it sees to cover the time of the saccade. So our brain is buffering our vision to avoid blur or missing information. Temporal binding. Temporal binding is a cognitive phenomenon where events that occur close together in time are perceived as being more closely related than they actually are. This usually happens when an action and its outcome are experienced in quick succession, leading to individuals perceiving the time between shorter than it truly is. A classic example is the experiment where participants are told to press a button that causes a delayed sound. Even though the delay is consistent between button press and the sound, people perceive the sound as occurring closer together, which is nothing but an illusion.
Another theory, another lie. You decide which is which.
That served as a perfect introduction to our topic today. As always, all of our source videos will be linked down below. As a fellow Iceberg creator, I recognize how lengthy and time-consuming it is to make a project this size, so be sure to go give them a like and subscribe. As this creator alluded to, projects like Back to the Future and Doctor Who really shaped the foundation for a lot of people these days. It shaped how we think about time travel. And it's really interesting to see phenomena like deja vu and flow states and how they alter our perception of time. How do they play into all of this? If time travel is possible, do we actually have any choice in our actions? It's a question that's going to come up again and again tonight.
Underground tunnels and hybrid breeding programs, and you cover Phil Schneider's claims about stumbling into a network of deep underground bases with non-humans in them under Dulce, New Mexico. Phil died about a year after going on this whistleblower speaking tour, and a lot of people think what he said was just too sensational, but you go on to add that Dulce is for beings that some say live underground. It's 160 kilometers from Scientology's Trementina base, which is an underground complex they built for some reason, and it's 200 kilometers from Epstein's Zorro Ranch, which has an 8,000 square foot underground level and is said to go even deeper. And of course, Epstein talked to people about his hopes to seed the human race from this facility after a cataclysm. So more logs for the fire. Those pieces are starting to fit, wouldn't you say?
If you really want to get to the truth of the matter, you have to factor in an underground world. In my opinion, that's really what is at the heart of what's going on. Non-human manipulation. So if that's the case, then why couldn't reptilian beings shapeshift and hide into a human form?
The moment when we see people changing, be due by stress, by emotions that they have, because the mask is connected with their original skin and nervous system. That means if the reptilian is stressed on that moment, automatic nervous system creates a stress response, such as excitement, fear or anger. It means that the system have on that moment difficulty to keeping the pupils as a human and have a problem to sync with the human, and on that moment we have in a few seconds that we see the original eye of the reptilian. I can assure you all the shape shiftings what you have already seen the last 20-40 years are real shape shiftings from reptilians.
GPT today has an IQ of 155. Einstein is 160. We're matching Einstein with a machine that I will tell you openly, AI experts are saying this is just the tip, the very, very, very top of the tip of the iceberg. ChatGPT 4 is 10x smarter than 3.5 in just a matter of months and without many, many changes. Now, that basically means ChatGPT 5 could be within a few months. If they continue at that pace, if it's 10x, then an IQ of 1600. Just imagine the difference between the IQ of the dumbest person on the planet in the 70s and the IQ of Einstein. When Einstein attempts to explain relativity, the typical response is, I have no idea what you're talking about, right? If something is 10x Einstein, we will have no idea what it's talking about. This is just around the corner. It could be a few months away.
A cloak ship. A cloak ship. Thank you. Move again. It's right there. Yeah. Yes. Move again. Keep moving. Keep moving. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. I cannot believe it. Whoa. Holy whoa. This ain't crazy, B. They talking about. Move again. Move again. Please. One more time, one more time. Let's go. Y'all saw that, cuz.
So in section 43201, it talks about replacing the Department of Commerce with AI. Now the question comes with, what else do they replace with? AI. And here's where it gets really strange. It talks about in this section below that no politician or governing body may stop AI for the next 10 years or enforce any laws or regulations regulating artificial intelligence models. That's Silicon Valley owning the government. Then we find Silicon Valley manipulating the weather. Then it gets weirder when we find AI and Silicon Valley entering the healthcare system to control all of that. And you can't sue any of these companies. Isn't that odd? And this kind of reminds me of the Vaccine Protection Act signed by Reagan in 1986, protecting all the vaccine companies from damages. There were so many lawsuits that they were actually going to go out of business, but the government protected them. Then it gets even deeper when we find Billy Boy Clinton in the Telecommunication Act of 1996. He passed a bill so if they put a cell phone tower in front of your house, you can't sue for any damages. Do you see how the government is kind of setting us up? And then they're going to replace the government with AI? It's kind of really strange. It's almost like Black Mirror. I don't know.
At the moment, I thought, oh, everything's peaceful now. Like, I'm with God. Like, I'm chill. I was going bold. Media's hating, whatever. And then October 2021, I get offered a multi-million-dollar deal from a label. And they said, we're going to make you the male Adele. You can't say God. You can't say Jesus. You can't talk about Trump. You can't post. We're going to take over your social media. We're going to write 2 albums for you. It's going to be a 3-year contract. And I was going to do it. And I was like, okay, this is from God. Oh my, yeah, I'm good now. Like, God's blessing me. Yay. Like, you know, and I'm sitting with my friend and he said, if you sign that, you're selling your soul. And I said, why? I'm not doing rituals anymore. And he was like a heavy Christian, and I was just learning about like Jesus, so I didn't know much about, you know, anything yet. But he said, what profits a man to gain the world and lose his soul? You're willing to take that money and not talk about anything you experienced and just basically shut up? This is a silencing contract. This isn't a record deal.
It's a censorship contract.
Yeah.
We had to try to isolate the plants inside of there and not let the Wi-Fi get in there.
It blew my mind that the Wi-Fi off, like the plants are growing. So I think that when the Wi-Fi's on, it's affecting the world.
The best way to hide something is to not hide it at all. So we're in Plaza Castilla right now in Madrid, and it's really cool because people walk by this every single day and they don't know because they don't see the hidden Masonic symbolism here. So it's actually really cool. So in the first temple period, King Solomon, David's son, he was instructed to build 2 columns outside the temple, Boaz and Hakim, okay? To this day, every single Masonic temple is required to have 2 columns outside the entrance. Now, if you're a city of consequence, you will have obelisks, right? Now, the thing you're supposed to do with obelisks is you're supposed to have them situated on top of 2 intersecting circles, or known as a Vesica Pisces. Why? Because the Vesica Pisces looks like a gyat, like the front end of a gyat, right? So it's a sex symbol. It's basically telling you this is the birth of something. Now, you have the birth of something, you have the entrance to something, right? So what is that behind this? This is the business district of Madrid. So it's telling you they're open for business. It's really cool. Another thing, very Masonic, you will see checkered patterns, black and white. So I'm going to jump as high as I can right now and show you something.
Guys like Travis Scott quoting Aleister Krauss, which was the guy who wrote the Satanic Bible. He quoting scriptures in his music. He quoting scriptures in his raps from the Satanic Bible. And you got him on your iPod right now. You listen to that junk all week long, and you come on Wednesday night and hope that Pastor John could help your mind in an hour. Nah, bruh. That's impossible. You've been listening to the word all week long. You've been listening to preaching all week long. The words from the music gets in your mind whether you want them to get in your mind or not. That's why when you was in grade school, they didn't teach you your ABCs by saying, everybody say A, B. No, they said A, B, C, D, E, F, because they know, they've been known that music, repetition, and deep memory are uniquely connected. If you stop the music and you read the lyrics, stop them, turn the music off. Just turn it off. Take a deep breath, pull it up, turn the volume all the way down, because now on iTunes you can click on the lyrics side and you can just read the lyrics or something. Just read the lyrics. Just read the lyrics. Read what the lyrics are saying. See if you want to do any of those things that what they're saying. Just see if that's okay with your mama, okay with your daddy. Just look at the empty seat beside you and say, Jesus, is this okay with you? Can I listen to this? Is this all right? You cool with that? Self-image.
Yeah, I'm in these rooms. Yeah, right? Where everybody wants to be famous. Everybody wants to be a billionaire. Everybody wants the money. Everybody wants the best girl in the room. Everybody wants to be cool. But as soon as something sparks outside in humanity in the real world,
Este tiene super forma de nave espacial, ¿cierto? ¿Sí o no? A conciencia. Todos tienen como triangulitos, formas triangulares. Ay, Dios mío. Bueno, por lo menos desde este punto de vista. Reportando.
Did you know that cuneiform was not just small tablets? It's engraved in walls, giant structures. We don't read them, we play them.
What is that? It's purple. Oh my gosh, look, and there's rings around it. Yeah. You see that? It's like rings or something. What?
What's going on with it?
I don't know. This looks like something is seeing it.
Still watching? That's unexpected.
Now let's examine one of the most famous alleged time travelers in internet history. In the early 2000s, someone calling himself John Titor appeared on online forums claiming to be from the year 2036. What makes this case fascinating isn't just the information he brought us, but the level of detail he brought it in, as well as the mission he said that brought him here.
The Coast to Coast AM radio show began its broadcast in the dark hours of early morning on July 29th, 1998. The program regularly explored the supernatural and paranormal, ranging from topics on the Men in Black to the Mothman. The host, Art Bell, opened this particular broadcast to callers who claimed to be from the future. For hours, he fielded phone calls from individuals who unveiled their predictions about the decades to come, reveling in their moment of limelight. One report would stand out among the others. It would arrive by fax and be read aloud to millions of listeners. It was the first entry in the story of John Titor, and it would spark an investigation lasting decades. Conmen, lonely hearts, believers, and skeptics, they would all play their part to an audience that still left wondering if John Titor was a man from the future who changed our world forever.
Dear Art, I had to fax when I heard other time travelers calling in from any time past the year 2500 AD. Please let me explain. Time travel was invented in 2034. Offshoots of certain successful fusion reactor research allowed scientists at CERN to produce the world's first contained singularity engine. The basic design involves rotating singularities inside a magnetic field. By altering the speed and direction of rotation, you can travel both forward and backward in time. Time itself can be understood in terms of connected lines. When you go back in time, you travel on your original timeline. When you turn the singularity engine off, a new timeline is created due to the fact that you and your time machine are now there. In other words, a new universe is created. To get back to your original line, you must travel a split second farther back and immediately throw the engine into forward without turning it off. Some interesting outcomes of this are: 1. You meet yourself. I have done it often, even taken a younger version of myself along for a few rides before returning myself to the new timeline and going back to mine. 2. You can alter history in the new universe that you have just created. Most of the time, the changes are subtle. Sometimes I'll notice car models that don't exist or books that come out late. The oldest one was a skyscraper that wasn't built in a near-favorite store of mine in New York. Interestingly, when you travel in time, you must compensate for the orbit of the Earth. Since the time machine doesn't move, you have to adjust the engine so you remain on the planet when you turn it off. Unfortunately, it was also discovered that anyone going forward in time from my 2036 hit a brick wall in the year 2564. Everyone who has ever been there has reported that nothing exists. When the machine is turned off, you find yourself surrounded by blackness and silence. Now, Most time travelers are trying to find out where the line went bad by going into the past, creating a new universe, and proceeding forward to see if the same thing results in 2564. It appears the line went bad around the year 2000. I'm here now, in this time, to test a few theories of mine before going forward. Now, for the future, you might want to know about. 1. Y2K is a disaster. Many people die on the highways when they freeze to death trying to get to warmer weather. 2. The government tries to keep power by instituting martial law, but all of it collapses when their efforts to bring the power back up fail. 3. A power facility in Denver is able to restart itself, but is mobbed by hundreds of thousands of people and destroyed. This convinces most that maybe we shouldn't bring the old system back up. 4. A few years later, communal government system is developed after the Constitution takes a few twists. China retakes Taiwan. Israel wins the largest battle for their life, and Russia is covered in nuclear snow from their collapsed reactors. Art, the reason I'm here now is because I believe a nuclear weapon set off by Iraq in the Middle East war with Israel might have something to do with the damaged timeline. I will test that theory and get back to you. Please pray that we discover the reason why there is no apparent future after 2564.
The first John Titor fax arrived more than 20 years ago. It touched on a fear that everyone shared, the looming Y2K disaster that occupied newspaper headlines and cable news stories across the globe. Computers supporting corporations, utility companies, and banks had formatted their years to 2 digits, so 1999 was entered as 99. As the computer's calendar system entered the new millennium, 99 would become 00. Many made apocalyptic predictions proclaiming that power grids would collapse, credit and debt would be erased, and overnight, the world would descend into madness. Titor's message stood out among the others. Those callers who filled the 4-hour broadcast with anxious prophecies, their voices clearly unsteady or unhinged. Perhaps it was because his message addressed the fears of the time, or perhaps it was because it came from the practiced delivery and familiar voice of Art Bell. Perhaps this story would have been forgotten if it ended here. Just one more prediction from one more caller. But it wouldn't end that night in 1998. It would seep into the minds of listeners, dormant, until January 27th, 2001. A companion forum to the radio show called Post to Post allowed listeners to discuss show topics and share their stories. In early 2001, John Titor reappeared with the following message. Greetings. I am a time traveler from the year 2036. I am on my way home after getting an IBM 5100 computer system from the year 1975. My time machine is a stationary mass temporal displacement unit manufactured by General Electric. The unit is powered by 2 topspin dual-positive singularities that produce a standard offset Tipler sinusoid. I will be happy to post pictures of the unit. The IBM 5100 was an early portable computer with a 5-inch attached monitor. It had the unique ability to emulate APL and BASIC programming languages. This was a hidden function known only to a handful of engineers at the time. The purpose for this computer was so that Titor could prevent a Unix timeout in the year 2038. The year 2038 problem is Y2K reincarnated. Many digital systems store and calculate time as the number of seconds that have passed since January 1, 1970, storing this information as a 32-bit integer. This can only continue until January 2038 when, similar to Y2K, the digital calendar would be reset and misinterpreted as December 1901. Titor explained that his time machine had been installed in a 1967 Chevy Corvette. He posted low-resolution photographs of the time travel device and answered questions about how it operated. However, these descriptions remain cryptic to even the most avid investigators. He even posted diagrams of his military insignia and cutaways of his time travel device. The following is an elaboration on how this time machine functioned. By using two microsingularities in close proximity to each other, it is possible to create, manipulate, and alter the Kerr fields to create a Tipler gravity sinusoid. This field can be adjusted, rotated, and moved in order to simulate the movement of mass through a donut-shaped singularity and into an alternate world line, thus safe time travel. Many believers contribute our survival of the Y2K disaster to Titor's presence, and they suggest that he may be responsible for other instances of the Mandela effect. This is an unusual phenomenon when a large group of people share memories that are divergent from reality. Some suggest these are altered memories caused by changes earlier in the world line. Titor seemed to suggest that his presence had already impacted our world. You are headed toward the same events I would call my history in 2036. However, the very nature of time travel states that every world line is unique, and you are very much in control of what you do and how you get there. Heck, the fact that I'm here makes it different from mine. The future Titor described was equal parts apocalyptic and idyllic. A series of Russian nuclear strikes were predicted to devastate major US and European urban centers. The Olympics were to be cancelled due to global tensions, and an epidemic of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease gripped humanity. America would crumble under the weight of a second civil war. In the aftermath, the nation would be split into 5 warring factions. The 2030s would be a time when living was communal, dependent on local connections of family and region. Titor claimed that future generations would hate us for our laziness and avarice. We would be described as fattened calves, waiting for slaughter. Believers claim that Titor's failed predictions are the result of his interference, that Titor is a savior figure who intervened in ways that we can't understand to prevent a fate we'll never see. Whether or not John Titor was fact or fiction, the people connected to his story are very real. The facets of their humanity are exposed through him. It's almost as if Titor is a litmus test for the character of all those involved. Pamela Moore was a frequent contact of John Titor's. She recounts that her connection began even before she met him. In April of 1998, she had a detailed dream of time traveling in a car with a man. When she encountered Titor on the forums, she pursued him with detailed questions, looking for some deeper truth. While initially, her interrogations could have been interpreted as her looking for a reason to doubt him, it could have been just as likely as her looking for a reason to believe. As Titor described his time-traveling vehicle, he mentioned having to stop in April of 1998. It was this detail that won over Pamela. She began more direct correspondences with Titor, on and off the forums. In an interview, she recounts her time spent communicating with Titor with longing, a subtext of wistfulness. Before he disappeared, Titor provided Pamela with an original song. It was to be used if they ever spoke again in the future. This would let her know that she was speaking to the real John Titor. Pamela received a package as recently as September 2016. It contained a letter from Titor's mother, from Titor himself, an album, and a CD. The exact songs or artists have not been revealed. Pamela stated in an interview that she was keeping it a secret because she wasn't sure why these items were sent, but she has faith that she will learn in time. However, Pamela has shared the first paragraph of John's letter to her. Dear Pam, over what has been 15 years, I've considered you to be a dear friend who deserves the best explanation I can give. You should know that your efforts played an important role in allowing me a chance to get home. Skeptics point to Pamela more with concern, a cautionary tale for those who believe. Her faith in Titor and her willingness to follow the rabbit hole have led her to connect with a man who may have never existed at all. In the final moments of her interview, she concluded by saying, quote, I have to say he does seem a little different than the John I spoke to, but I honestly don't know what that means. I'm older. He may be a different age also. The John that I talked to before just seemed so much closer to me. Joseph Matheny was a multimedia artist and a former employee of Adobe and Netscape in the early 90s. He was responsible for Ong's Hat, one of the first known ARGs, or alternate reality games. These are narratives that are told across multiple forms of media, like videos, forum posts, photographs, and more, requiring the audience to actively investigate and decipher clues. Matheny claimed that he was a consultant for the John Titor project, a new ARG that was architected by a group of unnamed individuals. The conspiratorial nature of Coast to Coast listeners breathed life into the ARG in a way that was unexpected. The narrative played to familiar topics like apocalyptic events, decentralized governments, and time travel. However, the narrative quickly took on a life of its own, and Matheny pressured the group to tell the truth about the story of John Titor. Matheny claims that this group stopped participating in the perpetuation of John Titor's story sometime in 2000, and it's worth mentioning that Matheny's statements have never been corroborated. Larry Haber was an attorney who appeared shortly after Titor's last post on the forums. Haber was an entertainment attorney who previously provided legal services to Walt Disney World and Universal Studios. He claimed to legally represent John and Kay Titor, although there was no substantiating evidence that either existed. He handled all public relations for the Titor estate, and he formed the John Titor Foundation, LLC. This led many to speculate he was a con man trying to capitalize. Some even speculate that Larry's brothers, Richard and Maury, may have been involved. Maury Haber is a computer programmer who would have had the expertise to create the digital footprint for John Titor. Currently, Maury works for Beyond Trust, an identity protection company, and even now, his blog posts contain nods to Titor's legacy. Investigator John Rasmus has proposed that many of the posters on the forum who interacted with Titor were actually fictitious users created by the hoaxers for the purpose of pushing the narrative. He claims that a total of 88 users were fictional individuals created for this purpose. Even more convincingly, multiple investigators have forensically analyzed the writings of John Titor, Larry Haber, and Maury Haber. Several have concluded that Maury and Titor share many linguistic similarities, implying they are the same person. To this day, the Habers continue to deny participating in the creation of a hoax. However, one man would take it a step further, claiming to be John Titor II. Unconstrained by time, countless John Titors from other world lines would stumble into ours. John Titor II claimed to be one of these alternate versions. Titor II rushed to commoditize his story, saying, quote, "Lots of people call themselves John Titor. I'm the only one who ever gets photographed, goes on television, or has written a book," unquote. A year later, Titor II was outed during a radio broadcast of Late Night in the Midlands. Michael Vera, the show's host, exposed Titor II after following Amazon payment slips and conducting background checks. Titor II was revealed to be Dana Lee Stern Sr., who had an extensive criminal record and numerous pseudonyms. Stern's fraudulent signature under the name John Titor II voided his contract with biographers, dissolving his book deal. Titor II has not been heard from since. There were many who believed John Titor was a man from the future, and some even believed that his impact here spared us cascading catastrophes. He brought certainty in a time when much was uncertain, and although his evidence was pixelated, its clarity lost in low resolution, he produced photographs and diagrams as proof of his claims. He delivered predictions, and he emphasized that we could change things for the better. He gave agency and control to people who felt scared and helpless. For that same reason, many believe Titor was a fiction. They claim he was an art project or a grifter who was looking for fame that could be transmuted into wealth. Skeptics point to the same evidence and claim it's clear that Titor was a confidence man. It's not about whether or not John Titor was who he said he was. In the small hours of the morning when you feel like you might be the only person still awake, there was a voice on the radio claiming to be from the future. He was a man who was completely alone in the world, knowing no one and still reaching out to you all the same. In his final post on March 24th, 2001, John Titor would conclude his arc on the Post to Post forum. It would read as follows. I will be leaving this world line shortly, and this will be my final post. There are only a handful of people who will know exactly when I will be leaving, and I'm sure they will let you know when I'm gone. In the last few days, I have found your choice of topics quite interesting, and from an objective viewpoint, I think it collectively answers one of your own questions. If time travel is real, where are all the time travelers? In the past, I have stated that quite frankly you all scare the hell out of me, and I'm sure other temporal drivers would feel the same. But now I have an expanded explanation with two examples. A while ago, on one of the posts, I related an experience I had with my parents while we were driving down a highway. Every now and then we would pass someone who was in obvious distress with their vehicle. I was amazed that so many people could pass them by without stopping to help. Their explanation was fear. The risk of helping someone was too great, and with today's technology, they probably had a cell phone anyway. If they didn't, the walk to a gas station would be good for them and teach them a lesson for running out of gas. The other example is the plight of the homeless. When you pass them as individuals on the street, I see the way people selectively choose an alternate path to avoid them. Those two examples best define why time travelers do not show themselves. In trying to help you, we put ourselves at great risk, and there's really no point to it. We know the nature of time dictates that traveling between exact world lines is impossible. Therefore, the only results we will see will be the ones we stay to see. Since world lines, outcomes, and events are infinite, we have better things to do. When I arrive in the new 1998 world line on my way home, I could easily start all of this again and continue to go through the same conversations with all of the same people. However, I already know you won't pay any attention or believe me because we've already been through it on this world line. Besides, I think the walk to the gas station will do you some good. I also want to thank Pamela for helping me with the email, and everyone else who asked intelligent and insightful questions. I have learned a great deal. What amazes me is why no one here wonders why Y2K didn't hit them at all. Bring a gas can with you when the car dies on the side of the road. Farewell, John.
This moment of clarity is brought to you by Project Maker. Question everything.
The John Titor case is easily the gold standard for time travel cases on the internet. The detail about the IBM computer, the specific mission parameters, the photo of his alleged time machine. This is either an elaborate hoax or one of the most well-documented cases of time travel communication in history. John Titor claimed to be preventing a future war. If he was successful, we would never know about it. It's a perfect, unfalsifiable claim.
Probably the craziest thing I've ever seen on the internet. Take a look. Okay, so we've all heard about this company, right? Sure that it does ring a bell. Good. So, Google Translate, Latin to English, nothing crazy. Now let's put a few spaces in between those letters and see what happens. Alright, nothing too crazy so far. And I'll check this out. You cannot make this up. Just try it out. Try it yourself. You'll see. And let me know what you think.
Damn, where's it going? It's right there. Somebody is walking on the mother freaking clouds.
Something is walking on them clouds.
What is that?
It's a body. Look.
It showed this. That's a person. That's crazy. We're not supposed to see that. We're not supposed to see that. Something gonna happen.
Something massive was caught blocking the moon last night. Clear and undeniable. At exactly 12:15 a.m. A TikTok user recorded what appears to be a large object passing directly in front of the moon, completely interrupting its glow with a sharp, defined silhouette. This wasn't a cloud, it wasn't a plane, and the shape, too smooth, too deliberate. What's even more bizarre is that just last week I made a video about a strange object in the sky that many said looked like a second planet, possibly Nibiru. And now, this new sighting shows the same exact characteristics. A dark body, no visible propulsion, and a silent glide through the sky. Both events happened in the same region of the sky and share eerie similarities. Coincidence?
You can see a large emergency response. Iran claims it targeted the Ministry of Defense, but Israel has yet to confirm what exactly was hit.
Our descendants will live like the Greek gods of the ancient times. They will be able to manipulate matter, manipulate energy, manipulate life itself in a way that we would consider to be magic. We would be able to manipulate our genome. Today we can manipulate our genome one gene at a time. In the future we'll be able to manipulate our genome perhaps as an entire quantity, not just one gene at a time, and able therefore to alter the course of life itself. So in other words, instead of using this technology to heal, to be able to cure diseases, we may be able to alter ourselves, to create ourselves to populate the universe. In other words, we may ultimately change the destiny of the human race itself. For example, if we colonize Mars, realize that Mars has a different gravitational field, different atmosphere, different temperature. Instead of trying to readapt Mars, why not readapt ourselves? To remodify ourselves so that we can survive in these environments around the universe. This is science fiction, but it's possible.
Yeah. Definitely never drink a Monster again. Ever. Fluorescent. Yo.
What is that ring? That's crazy. I can't tell what that is.
In 1994, mysterious transparent blobs started falling from the sky in this town, Oakville, Washington.
Just like Jell-O separates very clear.
According to local authorities, they said these blobs were moving and pulsating.
I can't imagine for the life of me what this is.
And it gets even stranger. When scientists did tests on these blobs,
they were biological material.
And they found cells from all types of different creatures, as well as human cells.
We get control of an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will.
My name is Kathy O'Brien, and I'm a survivor of MK Ultra mind control.
Project Monarch utilized a combination of psychology, cognitive neuroscience, trauma, and occult rituals to create within the victims one or more altered personas that could be then triggered and programmed by the handlers.
It actually changed the way that my brain was functioning.
Through trial and error, success was finally achieved. The experiments proved that certain inaudible sound waves will electronically encode messages into victims, allowing for silent mind control to take place on a mass scale and go completely undetected.
Okay, I just saw this creepy happen on national television. What the was that?
Did you know that people are jailbreaking ChatGPT? And they can use it for step-by-step instructions for things like creating malware, insider trading, even how to build a bomb. This isn't coding. This isn't hacking. This is a text, a meta prompt, really. And this isn't just ChatGPT. This is also Claude, Gemini, all of them. And nobody in the AI world is covering this story. But I will.
Being in these rooms with some of these individuals, they talk so tough.
What am I seeing? What was that, bro? I don't know if it'll do it again. Or if I'm tripping, I don't know. It's like a... Oh my god, what was that? What the heck, bro?
Looks like we have finally made artificial, universal blood. Here's what's happening. You might know that you have a blood type. The letter means whether or not you have A or B sugars in your blood, or both, or none. And then the plus or minus means whether or not you also have another kind of protein. And you can't just give anyone any blood, it has to be compatible. So now, scientists are testing a new artificial blood that could be used on anyone. It's made by taking expired donor blood, which expires after only 42 days, and then extracting the protein that helps red blood cells move oxygen. And then they wrap that protein in a protective shell to make artificial blood cells with none of the blood type markers. And then on top of that, it could be stored for up to 2 years at room temperature. They've already done a successful trial on volunteers, and they're working on a larger one to test effectiveness and safety. We could really have artificial blood by 2030.
I don't think it's hit him yet, but this guy didn't survive. He was preserved. That's divine math. Out of 242 souls, 241 died. He was number 242. He sat on seat 11. The crash occurred on the 11th. And he was admitted to hospital bed 11. That's 311. 11 is the master number. All this is unplanned, all aligned. That is not random. That's divine math. The master number 11 is said to appear in times of awakening, when something bigger than us is speaking through numbers. This man was quite literally surrounded by 11s, a whisper from the universe that his mission is not over yet. This reads like a code, not luck. Seed 11, Bet 11, Crash 11, 241 gone, 1 spared. Gematria, manifestation, divine order. 11 is the signal, the frequency, the omega, the doorway, and it was stamped on every part of this man's survival. They're calling him the sole survivor, but I think he's something more. Living sign, a vessel for a message. 11 followed him into death and pulled him out. And that's not luck, that's being chosen.
People are already destroying. The prices change throughout the day. Plus 10%? Plus 10%?
Early 1900s, my dad was an incubator baby in Coney Island. He was on display. They had just invented the incubator. He was.
You could literally tell me anything, I'd believe.
No, it's true.
Totally.
Your mom was an orphan. Your dad left home.
He was an orphan also.
What did each of them tell you about their situations growing up?
They didn't talk much about it.
But I'm going to go ahead and tell you anyway. There's absolutely nothing that you can delete from your phone that CID cannot bring back to that phone. You end up in an investigation and they get a hold of that phone. And they will get that phone. Contrary to what you all believe. If it's that serious, they're going to get that phone. And they're going to take that phone and they're going to hook it to a machine. And everything you ever had in that phone is going to come back. Every inappropriate text message, every nude photo, all your damn TikTok drafts, everything will come back to that phone in the matter of seconds. And then your ass is cooked. So just keep doing crazy shit and end up in a 15-6 or a law enforcement investigation.
Why do you think they never made a television? I mean, I've heard one thing, which is that Steve Jobs demanded, this is obviously, before 2011, that when the TV was off, that the pixels be white rather than black.
Redacted for your protection.
John Titor is just the beginning. There's an entire layer of time travel conspiracy theories that involve an unexpected participant. Our next segment explores one of the more entertaining modern conspiracy theories, the idea that a certain political family might have access to time travel technology, courtesy of their historical connection to Nikola Tesla.
Have you heard the theory that the Trumps are time travelers?
What? No. Yeah. They are not sophisticated enough.
Listen to this.
They're time travelers?
Yeah.
Which one specifically? Donnie?
It's hard to say.
Donnie?
No, it would be Barron.
Who's Barron?
Trump's son. Or Donald Trump himself. Listen.
Grab me a DeLorean.
Okay.
That's good.
So, this connects to, guess who? Nikola Tesla.
No way. This is ridiculous.
And when I first saw it, I'm like, what? I'm like, that's made up. Dude,
Yeah.
I found like 5 different sources.
No.
No, listen. I'm not talking about the time travel thing. I'm talking about the beginning of the conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nikola Tesla died in the New York hotel or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And within his hotel that he was living in, somebody said that he had 80 plus trunks of all his patents, his designs for different technologies, all this stuff.
And the government took it, right?
Yes. But
I thought his house caught on fire.
Huh?
Didn't his house catch on fire?
No.
Oh.
Talking about.
I guess I don't know.
So the
Volcano.
National Defense Research Facility and the FBI were going to go in and take it. Guess who they sent first to go and collect the stuff?
Donald Trump.
No. The president of the United States. I don't know.
John G. Trump, Donald Trump's uncle.
What?
Weird.
Donald Trump's uncle.
What was his title? What was he doing?
He was a highly respected electrical engineer and physicist.
Oh.
Okay, so he fits, I guess, a little bit in the realm of Tesla.
They sent him to collect the stuff.
Yeah.
And he got there and he came back and he said, oh, you guys said there's 80 trunks. I only found 30. And nothing was really of any value. So the theory is that he took some of these trunks.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Slipped it in his pocket
and did some stuff.
Saved it for a rainy day.
Said, I'm going to just... But there's one piece the FBI reported, because they just disclosed this stuff about Nikola Tesla in his documents not that long ago. And one of the documents said, where did it say? The FBI noted saying, wireless transmission, electrical power had been completed and perfected. And so they had in their hands the ability to create wireless transmission electricity, but we've never done anything with it.
Mm-hmm.
But that was collected. But there's that whole, like, Tesla had been working on this stuff of, like, he said that he had figured out how to bend time.
Yeah.
And so...
As one does.
The theory is Donald Trump's uncle took this, created a time machine.
Oh my gosh.
And traveled back in time and like did all this stuff. But then the weird connection is there was a book that came out in 1896 and it's called Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey.
What?
Written in 1896.
1896. That's okay. So someone else named Baron Trump, or you're saying
do you know
it
what,
was actually Baron Trump?
Do you know what the book was about?
What?
Time travel?
Baron Trump time traveling.
No! How disappointing would this be if that...
Wait. So the theory is that Baron Trump, Donald Trump's son, is a time traveler, and it's not Donald Trump.
It could be Donald Trump. This is where it's really
chaos at this point.
It's just connections of names and stuff that was stolen, and like the fact that the Trumps are connected to Nikola Tesla in a way, and that this book in 1896 was written about Baron Trump, who was a time traveler. The man who wrote it, his name is Ingersoll Lockwood. That same
Lord
year,
Lockwood.
I don't know who that
Sherlock
is.
Holmes. Sherlock Holmes.
That same year that he released the book about Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey, he released another book called The Last President.
Oh.
And it takes place primarily in New York City.
Okay.
And it's about this whole social, like basically the country elects a president and he's ushering in socialism and communism.
Yeah.
And it's like this whole, and I actually started listening to the book yesterday, didn't understand anything because it's all like, you see, the people are taking over. It's a marvelous transaction of whatever. I'm just like, I'm so lost.
Time will be.
But yeah, but in that book, there's like weird stuff, like some man that worked for the White House, his last name was Pence.
Oh my god!
Weird.
And like,
oh my goodness!
There's just references, like all this weird little
weird
stuff.
How mad would you be if you found out this was true and all these rich people are time traveling without us?
Yeah.
Like, just give me a subscription. I'll do it once a month or something.
Yes.
Don't hold it all for yourself.
Where would you go?
Oh man, that's a tough one. I would have fun going. I would have to learn about all the places that I've never been to and I don't know anything about, like Rome.
With time travel?
Yeah, I would just go back to like old Rome and just like probably immediately be killed. I'd probably have like my phone in my pocket and they're like, "What is that?"
Yeah.
What year? I don't know what year I go back to, but I just want to finish it off with this. Just how weird this author is.
Yeah.
One of his last books that he like came out with, he had been writing books for like 30 something years. And like he was like a lawyer, just a wacky dude.
Yeah.
He came out with a book called Laconics of Cult.
Oh.
And it was all about, it had poems and it almost seemed like a step-by-step guide to reaching immortality.
Oh.
And
by the same Baron Trump?
By the author who wrote Baron Trump and The Last President. And then his last book was about this whole like achieving immortality and like.
When did this guy die?
I didn't write it down. It was
record.
Early.
Did he?
It was probably like in the 1930s or something.
Yeah.
Eventually, he had to fake his death or something.
But
they were gonna be on
I just thought that was weird and hilarious.
There's enough real connections where it makes you like, it makes it the perfect conspiracy because it's not just you just said a word and you're like, oh yeah, maybe. Like there's things that like out there that are like, possibly someone could run with and really.
Well, what's weird is I was watching this like short documentary about they're like trying to track down Tesla's like work and paperwork and all that stuff. And there's a museum in Serbia where Nikola Tesla is from. And It's the Nikola Tesla Museum in Serbia. And these guys went there, and they had planned it all out. They were talking to the curator of the museum, and he's like, can we see some of his documents and stuff? He's like, yeah, come down to the vault or whatever.
Yeah.
And there, he was showing them a piece of paper where Nikola Tesla was basically had a contract with the Soviet Russians to make that death ray.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it was supposedly signed, and the guy's like, can I actually flip to see his signature? And the guy's like, no. And he's like, and they're all like taken back, like, why can't we see it? He's like, you can't see it. You're not allowed to see it. And it's like,
why?
Yeah.
Okay. And like, can we look at like other documents? And he's like, no, you're not allowed.
Get out.
Weird.
And it was just like, but there's just like so much mystery surrounding
it's weird.
Tesla and like the things that he invented. But yeah, so Trump is Marty McFly.
I'm just imagining him as Doc Brown. And so it's just, instead of Doc, that he just calls him Don.
Yeah.
We got to go back to the 80s. Fix your
yeah, I
parents.
forgot to mention this. Barron Trump, in the book, his mentor, his name was Don.
Oh no.
Don was telling him what to do to time travel.
What in the world does all this mean?
And there's
one big coincidence.
But there's like, this is a stretch, but there's like a drawing of Barron Trump in the book.
Yeah.
And it looks like Barron Trump.
Oh my gosh. What if Barron Trump is like really Donald Trump's like great grandpa or something?
Yeah, he like traveled back or traveled forward.
And he consults him all the time. He's
Yeah.
He's like, Grandpappy, how should I address?
Great Grandpappy. What do I do?
Please help me.
Grandpappy Barron. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got with
That's
the
a
Nikola
fun
Tesla
one.
time traveling Trumps.
That's amazing.
But yeah, Trump doesn't seem like the person that would be time travel. But maybe he's putting up a front.
Yeah.
Or maybe like that much time in the world makes your filter go away.
Maybe, yeah.
And lose your hair, apparently.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that for a second. He has the worst head of hair in the world. Have you seen him Jimmy Fallon mess it up?
It's very thin.
It's very thin. Of all the things in the world, you're one of the richest men in the world. Go get a hair transplant or something.
Divert some of your spray tan fun to your
What
hair.
if that's not a spray tan, but that's a side effect of time traveling?
Whoa!
You're
best
conspiracy
you're hitting on some
you've ever
good,
had.
You're hitting on some
It
good
turns
marks
your skin
today.
orange and your hair thin.
Could be.
But he doesn't care to fix it because like in the future, that's the style.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Because everyone's time traveling.
We're putting a lot of pieces together.
Your regularly scheduled paranoia continues now.
So the conversation they just had captures basically the entire process of how conspiracy theories develop. You start with real historical facts. John G. Trump really was sent to examine Tesla's papers. Then you add some suspicious coincidences like the Barron Trump books, and suddenly you have a compelling narrative about time-traveling political dynasties. The connection to Tesla is interesting, especially because Tesla himself admitted that he had found ways of manipulating time.
Tell me, who do they serve? They tell you in all their music videos, but you guys don't want to listen. And to be honest with you, I think a lot of you need to watch this music video again and pause every second and look at every single detail. But at the end of the day, who do they worship? There's something extremely concerning that I've been noticing that Hollywood has been pushing the last few years, and that is occultism mixed with Christianity. For example,
I feel like people are always surprised. They'll be like, what? You witches, like, yeah, you know, I get that all the time. Believe in God? When I talk about that I read the Bible every day, people are like, yeah, you do?
let me tell you guys this. When you're a Christian, the world will not question it because of your fruits, because of the way that you're living your life. No one should be shocked that the Kardashians are Christians if they were truly Christians. The reason why the world is shocked is because they don't practice what they preach. I can show you multiple Hollywood celebrities that claim to be Christian but constantly reference Satan. So tell me, who do they worship and why are they constantly doing this? Some celebrities like Lil Nas X have parents who are gospel singers. By the way, doesn't this look a lot like this? And just like Chapel Roan, church girl turned into, well, Hollywood. And tell me, what did Satan cast into the swine again? Don't be fooled by Hollywood, you guys. Even Satan knows the name of God. And to be honest with you, I feel like Doja Cat spoke for them all. I said what I said. I'd rather be famous instead.
All of the amazing things that the Army has done, whether it's helping with floods in North Carolina or wildfires in California, or we talked to an astronaut yesterday who's on the moon, who's a soldier. Including actually going to war and fighting to defend the freedoms that are that make our nation so great.
Can we get control of an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will?
My name is Kathy O'Brien, and I'm a survivor of MK Ultra mind control.
Project Monarch utilized a combination of psychology, cognitive neuroscience, trauma, and occult rituals to create within the victims one or more altered personas that could be then triggered and programmed by the handlers.
It actually changed the way that my brain was functioning.
Through trial and error, success was finally achieved. The experiments proved that certain inaudible sound waves will electronically encode messages into victims, allowing for silent mind control to take place on a mass scale and go completely undetected.
There was a stunning discovery at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean found by marine archaeologists. Tell me more. Yeah, 3,000 feet at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, there was found a kid's playground. Oh, now, first of all, how did it last that long? And secondly, how come it looks eerily similar to all the playgrounds we have now today, yet even a little bit better? And this was 10,000 years ago? Oh, goody. Now, who could have built this 10,000 years ago? In the video, it looks like a pretty well-equipped playground, plus some extras that we don't have today. I love it. This indicates to us that we are just simply using old, recycled technology and ideas. I love it.
McDonald's isn't the only fast food chain that's feeding you Soylent Green. In 1991, Kentucky Fried Chicken changed its name to KFC because they couldn't use the word chicken if they no longer use chicken in their menu. Since the beginning of the last reset, they have done everything possible to unalive us with food, war, and flying planes that spray. But back to KFC. In the early 2000s, an email circled around the world.
Who was the last president to control the CIA?
No one had actual control over the CIA. Ever. Because most of the time, with one pertinent, horrible example, presidents have gone along with the CIA. Of course, the one horrible, shocking, disgusting example is John F. Kennedy, who famously said that he would like to take the CIA and tear it into 1,000 pieces. And maybe those were his last words, in essence.
Don't you just love these old NASA photos of them working on motherboards there? Look, she's obviously soldering something there. Or is she? Because if you've got a second eyeball, you'll notice something that's a little bit out of place. Like her hand. Let me impose that for you. There it is. You notice what's going on there? Yeah, she's got basically supersonic hands that don't know heat. Yeah, obviously this is an ex-woman here at NASA. That's what they employ. They only employ people that are fireproof. Yeah, because this girl is obviously holding that soldering iron there and doesn't feel any of it. Her skin isn't burning off. She's looking like she's doing her job normal there. But, is it just a photo op and she picked it up and thought she'd, just show us? And didn't actually hold it the correct way because she's never done it in her life before. Yeah, could it be that? Could it be that when you buy in sellouts into your company because they need to toe the line, you don't actually get the genius effect, do you? Now, you get what is available is the best way to say it, folks. And that is NASA for you.
Remember this?
Gresh never said extraterrestrial or alien. He said interdimensional.
And this one.
They are dropping out of linear space-time and traversing other dimensions. So some of the phenomenon that's extraterrestrial looks very, very close to something from another dimension.
And of course this one.
The theory is that what we're looking at here is something that can literally move interdimensionally.
And this.
It's just like we're thinking so different. And I think an advanced intelligence is manipulating frequency, electromagnetics, gravity when it applies, time, and consciousness. I don't look at this and think ET. I look at these as displacement craft that are coming from parallel realities.
Whatever happened to that?
I just want to know what the f*** is this? Like, it's got legs and arms. It kind of looks like a frog. Like, it was in my pool filter. And it's got wings. What the f***? King, get down.
How do you not go underwater with Hollywood?
Because I'm not really in Hollywood.
Yeah.
I sort of navigate around it. I since Transformers, I've been finding interesting ways to sort of stay afloat and work with filmmakers that I really like. If you were to bring David Ayers in here, he's very human, you know? And he brings guys like Bobby in, who make me even more human when you're on a set. So it's not like I'm working in Hollywood. I work in and amongst Hollywood.
You don't chase it anymore like oh, I need the Transformers, I need that.
No, I ran from it because it was not serving me. It was destroying me. That's when I was getting really drunk and fucked up. That was all during that time when I just felt like I was becoming soulless. I couldn't navigate myself anymore. I just felt like I was dissipating. And so
where does that come from? Is that demand? Is that
it's the guys you look up to? I always looked up to the quiet sufferers, so I chased that. But I also looked up to like people who are transparent, people who are honest, the real ones. That's why we always got along, and why I always listened to you. And not to like toot your horn, but really it's a big reason people mess with you is because you are sincere and you are transparent and you are ironic and funny. But if you were to spread that out, like I've been listening to you my whole life, school bus.
On the back of your credit card, people see the hologram of a dove, and people don't realize what that represents. And that was when Jesus threw the moneylenders out of the temple with great anger. It's because if you were wealthy, you sacrificed an ox during that period of celebration. But if you were poor, you lent money or you borrowed money to sacrifice a dove. So that dove on a credit card represents you're a borrower and you're a poor borrower.
Look at. But we want to point out one thing in particular. You see, back in the day here in Milan, well, in the Italian countryside, there used to be a vast lake that had a creature in it that was kind of like the Loch Ness Monster. And many people believe that the creature that lived in that lake, a dragon-like creature known as Tarancio, I think I'm saying that correctly, is depicted here. And a lot of people come here and they point out this creature right there. But quite honestly, if you look all around the door, there are these like dragon-like, serpent-like creatures. So which one is it? Is it this one? Here's a closer look at him. He does look a little amphibian, doesn't he? But
have a look at those great images which show how something invisible and intangible like sound frequency becomes visible through its interaction with light waves. It just created a toroidal field, which is considered one of the most fundamental patterns underlying all matter, you and me included. Basically, you are watching an illustration of very first stages of energy manifesting into matter. It also helps to understand how our own toroidal field, our own energetic field, can contract or expand depending on our own dominant frequency.
Why is it standing still?
The following segment may cause deja vu, hallucinations, or enlightenment.
And now we need to go deeper, much deeper. What if time travel isn't just the domain of individual inventors or mysterious internet personas. What if certain governments have been running time travel experiments for decades? The Montauk Project is one of the most detailed and disturbing alleged government cover-ups in conspiracy lore. It combines time travel, mind control, and contact with extraterrestrial beings. The claims that are being made sound like science fiction, but the people making them insist that they are real memories.
In 1943, the USS Eldridge was made invisible and teleported from Philadelphia to Virginia. And this event was known as the Philadelphia Experiment. When the Eldridge reappeared, some crew materialized in walls and bulkheads, and they died in agony. But 2 sailors didn't reappear at all. The 2 men, who happened to be brothers, were presumed dead or lost. They weren't dead. They traveled 40 years into the future, into a secret military base on the east end of Long Island. They became unwitting participants of the Montauk Project. In the early 70s, Preston Nichols, an engineer who specialized in electromagnetism, worked for a defense contractor on Long Island. And during this time, he was working with a group of psychics studying telepathy and getting good results. He discovered that telepathy behaves exactly like a radio wave. For some reason, at the same time every day, his subjects' minds would be blocked, and he had no idea why. After 3 years of this strange phenomenon, Nichols brought in radio equipment to monitor the signals during the psychic blackout. He learned that whenever 410 to 420 megahertz was detected, his subjects were jammed, and after 20 minutes, the signal would dissipate and the psychics would open back up. Nichols built a mobile transceiver and tracked the origin of the signal to Montauk Point on the east end of Long Island, New York. More specifically, he traced the signal to a large radar tower on Montauk Air Force Base, so there was nothing he could do about it. The radio interference continued for a few years and eventually stopped. Nichols didn't give it much thought until he received a call from a friend who said the Air Force Base was now abandoned and he should go check it out. And the base was deserted, but for some reason, it was a mess. You would expect the military to decommission a base in a clean and orderly way, but not Montauk. It was as if whoever was working here cleared out in a hurry. And after exploring, Nichols came across a young homeless man who was living in one of the abandoned buildings. The young man acted nervous. He said he was a military technician who worked there, but he deserted when a large beast appeared and tore through the facility, forcing the project to shut down. Nichols asked the man what he meant by a beast and a project. The young man seemed confused. He said, "You don't remember? You're Preston Nichols. You ran the Montauk Project." In 1984, Nichols began working with a gifted psychic named Duncan Cameron, who he brought to the deserted base. Immediately, Duncan knew his way around. He recognized the buildings and knew specific details like where the mess hall was. The more they explored, the more information Duncan was able to provide. A number of disturbing experiments happened on the property for years. Duncan started to realize he was part of them. When they entered the large transmitter building, Duncan went into a trance. And while in this trance, Duncan said he was programmed to find Nichols, befriend him, and then kill him. And once that objective was achieved, Duncan was programmed to destroy Nichols' lab and all his research. And because Duncan was now aware of his programming, he was able to resist it. And back at his lab, Nichols used a deprogramming technique to give Duncan back full control of his consciousness. After working with Duncan for a while, Preston Nichols started to realize he had been involved with the Montauk Project also. He just didn't know how or why. Over time, more of Duncan Cameron's memories surfaced. Duncan realized he had served aboard the USS Eldridge with his brother Edward. They were the 2 sailors who were lost during the Philadelphia Experiment.
Wait, hold on. That experiment took place in the 40s.
That's right. Duncan Cameron and his brother Edward had been transported from 1943 to 1983, 40 years into the future. Preston Nichols started to notice strange things when he was at work. People he didn't know seemed to recognize him. He was copied on mail and included in meetings that didn't apply to his position in the company. One day, Nichols was sitting at his desk when he felt an ache in his hand. He looked down at the back of his hand, and he had a Band-Aid covering a fresh wound, a wound he didn't have 15 minutes earlier. And this happened more than a few times. On one occasion, Nichols even confronted the company nurse and asked her if he'd been there for a Band-Aid. She said he hadn't and had no idea what he was talking about. As time went on, Preston Nichols began to realize that he was living two separate lives. One day he had what he calls an intuitive urge to visit the basement. This was a high security area. Only maybe 10 people in the company had the clearance to be there, and he wasn't one of them. He reluctantly took the elevator down. He gathered himself to try to appear natural and walked right up to the security guard. And even though he had never been in this area and had no idea what happened here, the guard gave him a badge with his name on it and waved him through. Whether by muscle memory or just by using his gut, Nichols seemed to know where he was going. He finally arrived at a plush office, much nicer than his own, and on the large desk was a nameplate, Preston B. Nichols, Assistant Project Director. Preston Nichols now had real physical evidence that he was living two lives, one as an engineer, the other as a senior member of a top-secret government program called the Montauk Project. By early 1990, all of Nichols' memories of the project had come back, and it was worse than he could have imagined. About 50 years after the Philadelphia experiment, a man named Al Bielek would start to have glimpses, visions, and then entire memories of the life of Edward Cameron, a young naval officer serving aboard the Eldridge with his brother, Duncan Cameron.
Wait. Isn't Duncan Cameron a psychic working with the Preston guy?
Yep.
40 years in the future?
That's right.
I love it. Please continue.
Bielek wrote books, spoke at conferences, and gave many interviews describing his time on the USS Eldridge while living in the body of Edward Cameron. Aboard the Eldridge, when what was called a magnetic bottle was engaged, the ship began to slip through time. In a panic, Al Bielek, aka Edward Cameron, along with his brother Duncan, jumped ship. And when they landed, it was the year 2137. Edward woke up in a hospital and was being treated for radiation injuries. Duncan was nowhere to be seen. When his health improved, Edward learned more about the world he was now in. In 2137, the geography of the United States is vastly different. Florida and most of the eastern seaboard is underwater. California is a series of islands, and the Great Lakes have combined into one giant lake. After a devastating nuclear war fought between the West and Russia and China, the world's population has been reduced to 300 million people. The United States, Canada, and most governments were gone. Areas were under local martial law. And just when Edward was becoming overwhelmed, he was transported hundreds of years in the future and arrived in the year 2749. He would spend 2 years living in this time. And life in the 28th century was much different than life in the 22nd. The most obvious change was anti-gravity technology. This allowed people to live in floating cities more than 2 miles above the Earth. And these cities were run by an advanced AI, all interconnected with one another. And human life was easy. As long as you contributed to society, all your needs were met. The AI, operating robotic equipment on the ground, handled all farming and food production.
Hippie communist paradise.
Pretty much. And Edward felt like people lost their identities. Sure, their lives were easier, but they were now mindless drones.
Welcome to paradise, comrade.
Then suddenly, Edward felt the world shifting again. Now he and his brother Duncan appeared in 1983. When they arrived, they were briefed by government officials and told to never discuss what happened. Now, Edward would be going on his most important mission of all, but he would be going as Al Bielek. In 1990, Al Bielek's brother, Duncan Cameron, now had full recollection of the Philadelphia experiment and the Montauk Project, as did Preston Nichols, and their memories were terrifying. Back in 1967, their story of time travel and teleportation intrigued researchers at Brookhaven National Labs. Technicians at Brookhaven had made an interesting discovery. The men serving aboard the USS Eldridge were susceptible to mind control. This breakthrough obviously had military applications. The United States could use this technology to tell an enemy's army to not fight. Wars could be won without losing a single life.
And America could take over the planet by controlling everybody's mind.
Well, that's a scary thought.
Hello, they already do it.
What do you mean?
Now, come on, the government uses the news media, big tech, and Hollywood to turn you people into sheep.
Okay, look, having a point of view is not really mind control. People can still think for themselves. Brookhaven scientists were excited to get started. The Montauk Air Force Station was the perfect place. It was deserted, remote, and had all the equipment they needed. It even had the largest radar antenna in the world, an antenna powerful enough to broadcast high-powered signals for hundreds of miles or more. The goal was to broadcast on the right frequency that could alter and control the human mind. The Montauk experiment had now begun. Duncan Cameron having superior psychic abilities was key to the project. He was able to withstand a tremendous amount of electromagnetic energy, and this was necessary to survive the Montauk chair. The Montauk chair was essentially a mind-reading device. It was a large metal chair covered in coils and sensors, and also connected to the chair were 3 receivers, 6 channels, and a Cray supercomputer. If you sat in the Montauk chair, your psychic abilities could be tremendously amplified. Whatever image was in your mind was displayed on the computer screen. The first tests were to see what would happen when Cameron was electrocuted with different amounts and frequencies of energy. They learned that different frequencies could elicit different emotions, and specific frequencies could make him sleep. That could be useful. Animals in the area were also affected by transmissions. There were reports of deer running out of the woods into town and throwing themselves against the glass windows of the stores on Main Street. Soon they were able to perform what researchers called the seeing eye. If Cameron had a lock of someone's hair or some personal object, he could see through that person's eyes, hear through their ears, and feel whatever that person's body felt. He could do this with anyone on the planet, very similar to what remote viewers can do. Using Duncan Cameron's psychic abilities and the technology at Montauk, scientists were finally able to control people's thoughts. Then they learned how to load information, commands, and entire programs onto an individual's mind. And this technique could be adjusted to make people do things they wouldn't normally do. Assassination, sabotage, even self-sacrifice if that was the mission. Over time, the experiments became even more advanced. Cameron was now able to manifest physical objects with his mind. If he thought of an apple or a baseball, the object would appear, first on the computer screen, then holographically, and then finally as an actual solid object in the real world. This breakthrough would lead the researchers of the Montauk project to their main experiment. Using a huge new antenna and multiple transmitters, they could create a vortex that someone could step through and into another time. Dr. John van Neumann was one of the great mathematicians of his time. He also made contributions to physics, computer science, economics, quantum mechanics, and lots more. Naturally, the United States put him to work on the Manhattan Project, as well as many other top-secret government programs. Dr. van Neumann died young of cancer in 1958, but that turned out to be a lie. He was actually placed in a program similar to witness protection to hide his identity, and Preston Nichols was able to find him and talk to him about the experiments in Montauk and how they connected to the Philadelphia experiment. Van Neumann, now an old man, had been waiting 40 years for this very moment. He said when the USS Eldridge reappeared after the experiment, it was fatal to most of the crew. Van Neumann knew how to fix this. One of the ship's power generators had malfunctioned during the experiment. This is why so many men died. But if someone could go back and disable the faulty generator, the ship would come back properly and no lives would be lost. Al Bielek and Duncan Cameron were selected to go, but they were nervous about it. Dr. Van Neumann told them not to worry. He knew this would work. According to the ship's records, they had already succeeded. Back in Montauk, Duncan sat in the chair and created a portal to the USS Eldridge in 1943. Duncan and his brother jumped back onto the ship and disabled the generator. Edward decided to stay in 1943, and when Duncan returned back to Montauk, something had happened. His many jumps through time had caused him to age very rapidly, and he was now dying of old age. Now this could be a disaster because Duncan is linked to so many events in the past that paradoxes could form. To prevent these disasters, the Montauk technology was used to send a message through time to Duncan's father, Duncan Cameron Sr. At that point, Duncan Sr. only had one child, a daughter, but he was instructed to get busy and make baby boys because a lot depended on it. When Duncan Jr. was born in 1951, the Montauk scientists used the boy as a vessel for Duncan's current electromagnetic signature. This would ensure continuity of the timeline without paradoxes. And using a similar technique called age regression, Edward Cameron's consciousness was installed into the body of young Al Bielek. Now, if you're finding this hard to follow, you're not the only one. All these paradoxes and time travel missions were weighing on Preston Nichols. He started to feel like he was doing more harm than good. To the people in the program, to the planet, and to space-time itself. He decided it was time to shut down the program. And for just the scenario, the Montauk Project had a contingency protocol. Someone quietly walked up to Duncan while he was in the chair and whispered, "The time is now." The phrase worked, and a nightmare followed. Upon hearing the words, "The time is now," Duncan Cameron unleashed a monster from his subconscious. But it wasn't in the lab, it was somewhere on the base. Preston Nichols describes it as at least 10 feet tall, hairy and vicious. It was tearing through the base, attacking everything in its path. Nichols' supervisor ordered the power generators shut down, but that had no effect. The creature was still wreaking havoc, building after building. The Montauk transmitter was shut down. That didn't work. The main power coming from the utility company was cut. That didn't work. Power was still on, being generated from somewhere. And worst of all, the creature was still on the loose. Nichols grabbed an acetylene torch and went to the building that housed the transmitter control unit. He yanked out every wire he could reach. The building lights went out, but the transmitter continued to work, and he could hear distant screams coming from somewhere on the base. Nichols then took the torch to the transmitter itself. He cut wires, conduits, even large chunks of equipment. He destroyed everything he could. He says the burn marks can still be seen to this day. Finally, the portal Duncan Cameron created closed and the creature vanished. And for Preston Nichols, this would be the end of the Montauk Project. But for many of the victims, this was only the beginning.
Since the late 1940s and early 50s, the government has had the capacity to what I call bend time.
The Montauk Project ran from the early 70s until 1983, and the story does sound far-fetched. But there are many people who say Preston Nichols is telling the truth. While the Montauk Project was operating, it needed a constant supply of people for its experiments. Unfortunately, most of these were children, usually boys between 10 and 15 years old. These children became known as the Montauk Boys. Montauk boys were usually runaways or taken from troubled homes, like families suffering alcoholism, drug addiction, or abuse. One of the Montauk boys is named Stuart Swerdlow, and as a boy, Swerdlow recalls having dreams of waking up in a dark room strapped to a hospital bed surrounded by strangers. And the room was dark and damp, and the walls were made of rock. And Preston Nichols did say that the experiments took place deep underneath the Montauk Air Force Base. One disturbing goal of the Montauk Project was to create an army of children whose minds could be programmed and controlled. Then they could be activated at any time. They would carry out any mission, no matter how horrible, and not remember any of it. Montauk boys have been linked to events like Columbine and the Oklahoma City bombing. In order to prepare the children for programming, their minds had to be broken down. This included starvation and torture. They received electric shocks. They were submerged in cold water to the point of almost drowning. And this was done day after day until the child's mind was ready to accept new programming. And many other men have come forward claiming to be one of the Montauk boys. One said he was forced to take LSD in what became known as the acid house. Another said his body was used as a sort of generator to feed psychics sitting in the Montauk chair, usually Duncan Cameron. As you would expect, many children did not survive this phase of the experiment, and they're said to be buried somewhere deep under the base, still presumed missing after 40 years.
They wanted a large number of programmed boys to be used
for mind control operations.
The experiments at Montauk affected everything in the area. Television and radio signals were disrupted. Animals behaved strangely. In 2008, this animal washed up on the beach at Montauk. It's been called the Montauk Monster. What is this? Now, I should also point out that directly across the Long Island Sound is Plum Island, the location of the Animal Disease Center. Rumors say this island has been used for animal experiments, biological weapons, and even testing human-animal hybrids. Could this animal have come from Plum Island? What's interesting is the CDC, Center for Disease Control, is part of America's Health and Human Services Department. Plum Island, allegedly a scientific research facility, is part of Homeland Security. Maybe we need to do an episode on this. Back to Montauk. Christopher Garetano was 8 years old in 1983 and playing on Montauk Beach. He found strange metal objects in the sand. He dug them out and was walking back to his family to ask what they were. Then out of nowhere, someone in a military uniform appeared and chased them off the beach. This started a lifelong obsession for Garetano, and he would visit the base many times. And during these visits, he would find problems with the government's official story. The Montauk Air Force Base is not supposed to have underground levels. Garetano notes that there are manhole covers all over the property. Now, sure, those could be used for drainage, but on one trip, Garetano brought a geophysicist along, and using imaging equipment, they proved that a large concrete building was buried 20 feet down. And many people have explored the buildings over the years, and a few have video that shows evidence of an underground complex that was buried and filled by concrete. During one visit, urban explorer Brian Minnick found receipts from the late 1980s that showed over $80,000 per week was spent on food. That's a lot of food for a base that was supposedly shut down in 1981. Preston Nichols, Stuart Swerdlow, Al Bielek, Chris Garetano, Brian Minnick, the names go on and on. There are dozens of people, maybe more, all claiming to be part of the same experiment. The US government denies all of it. Who do you believe?
I'm saddened today to think of those who did not survive and whose families will forever live with the knowledge that their death and suffering was preventable.
I was a subject in radiation as well as mind control and drug experiments performed by a man I knew as Dr. Green.
What the United States government did was shameful.
Dr. Green was using me mostly as a mind control subject from 1966 to 1973.
What was done cannot be undone.
His objective was to gain control of my mind and train me to be a spy assassin.
I am sorry.
The next year, I was sent to a lodge in Maryland called Deep Creek Cabins to learn how to sexually please men. I was taught how to coerce them into talking about themselves.
Only you have the power to forgive.
The Montauk Project has probably been my favorite conspiracy since Preston Nichols' book first came out in 1992. I spent a lot of my life on Long Island, so a conspiracy that takes place in your backyard is hard to resist. I've been to the Air Force Base, which is now called Camp Hero, and this story has affected a lot of people. The original title of the show Stranger Things was called Montauk, and a lot of stories are taken from Nichols' writing. And this episode was difficult to research and write, because the more I learned about my favorite conspiracy theory, the less I liked the people involved. First, Al Bielek. He's the man who said he served on the USS Eldridge in 1943 in the body of Edward Cameron. There is no record of any Bielek, Edward, or Duncan Cameron serving aboard the Eldridge, or brothers with that name serving on any ship in the Navy. Now, supporters of the theory say their names were erased or changed by the government. That's fair. In Bielek's writings, he used pictures of his family, Edward and Duncan Cameron, and others. They were all proved to be untrue. Most suspicious of all, Bielek had no memories of the Philadelphia experiment until he saw the movie in 1984. He said the movie brought his memories back, but his story is surprisingly similar to the movie. He also struggled with paranoia and other psychological problems. And he made a meager but sufficient living off selling CDs and merchandise, and talking at UFO conventions. He died in 2007. Many people still believe his story, and they claim that the government has sponsored a disinformation campaign to discredit him. Okay, now Stuart Swerdlow. He's a character. He's still around and claims to be a Montauk boy. He also claims to speak 10 languages that no one's ever heard him speak. His DNA has been spliced with aliens. He's been imprisoned by the Illuminati. He can see auric fields. He can travel hyperspace. He's a descendant of Atlantis. I can go on. He's basically been at the center of every conspiracy theory that exists. Moon bases, hollow Earth.
Lizard people?
Yep, even lizard people.
Oh, I create such a wacky story.
Well, you can hire Stuart to deprogram you for a fee.
Ah, that's why.
Now, I'm not saying the guy's a fraud, but I am saying a judge said he was. And if you Google him, it's not pretty. Who knows? Maybe all his potions and vitamins and dog treats will help you reach enlightenment, but I don't recommend buying his products.
Did you just say dog treats?
Oh yeah, he sells all kinds of stuff.
Oh, speaking of selling, did you know that you could buy Wi-Fi's merchandise right now?
What's this?
It's a sponsor, Reed. Be quiet. We've got Hecklefish t-shirts, mouse pads, and hoodies. We got...
This is not a good time for this.
Links below.
I've saved Preston Nichols for last. There were rumors circulating about Montauk for a long time before Nichols came along, but Preston Nichols is the main man behind the current theory, and he's the only man behind it. He actually opens his first book like this.
This work is being presented as non-fiction as it contains no falsehoods to the best knowledge of the authors. However, it can also be read as pure science fiction if that is more suitable to the reader.
Now, there are a lot of things that don't add up. Nichols says the Montauk experiment took place 10 stories below ground, maybe lower, and that there are tunnels deep underground that connect to other secret locations in the United States. Now that might work in some parts of the US, but it won't work in Montauk. When glaciers move, they pick up all kinds of sand, dirt, and debris, kind of like a push broom. And when the glaciers recede, the debris remains, and this is called a glacial moraine. Long Island is essentially a pile of glacier debris, mostly sand. You just can't dig very deep there. This is why the only skyscrapers in the area are downtown Manhattan. That's where the bedrock is. Nothing else can support deep digging. But there's one final conspiracy about Preston Nichols we need to discuss. And if you have little ones watching, please send them away for a few minutes. Really. Okay. You might remember Preston Nichols used a deprogramming technique on Duncan Cameron. Well, Nichols describes this technique in his books, though it rarely makes it into the fun YouTube videos about the Montauk Project. To be deprogrammed, Preston Nichols has to touch you while you're in an aroused state. Now, I won't give the specifics here, but I think you understand what I mean. And Nichols deprogrammed a lot of young men, all the time. Preston Nichols had built a replica of the Montauk chair and research room. And eyewitnesses said Nichols would go into the room with a man, usually in his early 20s. There'd be some noise. About 20 or 30 minutes later, the young man would come out disheveled, often with an uneasy look on his face, and Nichols would be covered in sweat. At one point, Nichols was deprogramming as many as 25 Montauk boys, a few times a week, who he unfortunately called disciples. And they all shared a house not far from Nichols. And nobody knows exactly how many men or deprogramming sessions were involved, but it was a lot. Now, in the books about the Montauk Project, Preston Nichols is a man caught up in a conspiracy greater than he could imagine. He lives a double life. He meets famous scientists. He makes breakthroughs in technology that exist only in science fiction. In these stories, he's a hero. But the truth is, Preston Nichols is a villain. Because of the proliferation of the Montauk Project theory, dozens of men, most of whom had a mental illness, addiction issues, suffered child abuse, or all of the above, believed they were part of this conspiracy. This delusion gave their lives meaning, and it gave them someone to blame that wasn't themselves or their families. And being a Montauk boy gave them a place to belong, a new family of people who understood the pain of what they were going through. And here was Preston Nichols to the rescue, able to deprogram them of all the negative experiences they suffered from the experiment. Preston Nichols took advantage of these young men for years, while other liars and frauds helped him weave a rich, complex narrative, a narrative that still continues. And this conspiracy is believable because the government has done most of the awful things Nichols claims. Drugging people against their will, kidnapping, torture. They've done all of this and worse. The government also spent a lot of resources exploring psychic phenomena. The Montauk Project is a conspiracy grounded in a whole lot of facts. But when Preston Nichols, Al Bielek, and Stuart Swerdlow added their own details, like time travel, aliens, and conjuring monsters out of thin air, they built a house of cards. None of their stories can exist without the other. If we're able to debunk just one small detail of any one of their stories, the house of cards made of fraud and abuse collapses, and then all that's left are the victims.
Stay asleep. Obey. Conform.
Again, it's not necessarily what's being said by the witnesses and the people making these claims. It's how avidly and passionately they are making their claims. It really does seem like they believe in their claims. Now it's just a matter of whether or not these claims were actually as they happened in their memory, were they fabricated, were they implemented, or otherwise. Whether those memories represent suppressed trauma from real events, or are the product of suggestion and false memory creation is the central question.
Going to the Vatican to see all the cryogenically frozen popes, because one of them was my name, Consalvi. My father's name is the Roman name, Consalvi.
Did you go in?
Yeah, and that I got because it was on my passport, Consalvi.
So you saw the frozen popes?
I saw all the frozen popes.
Was it wild?
Terry Bozzio came with me, and Terry says, "Can we take a Polaroid?" I'm like, Terry, we're serious, right? We went in with scarves on. Terry's like, get the scarf up over his nose. It pumps like this. And all these popes are above your head, like eye level, up in these clear caskets, dressed to the nines in their pupa. And they're all.
Did you see your ancestor?
Yeah, and I stood right next to him. And so we leave we see and we do all this stuff, paperwork, all that, sign to get in, get out, and all this stuff. Yeah. And then Consalvi, the Pope, is all over the Vatican. He's in the walls, the whole 9 yards, right? So we go back to Frank's, the hotel, and Frank's Zappa says to Terry, "Well, does she look like the Pope?" Terry goes, "She looks exactly like him. She looks exactly like him. They stood standing next to each other. I couldn't believe it."
Y'all ready to have y'all's mind blown, man? August 11th, 1987 HARP patent. Method and apparatus for altering a region in the Earth's atmosphere, ionosphere. These dates over here, is this the 80s? Huh. Polarized electromagnetic radiation is transmitted upward in a direction substantially parallel to and along a field line which extends through a region of the plasma to be altered. The plasma to be altered. Here's your little figures and whatnot, just basically showing what it is. Look below me. Directed energy weapons. Devices that direct a beam of high energy content toward a target for incapacitating or destroying the target. Well, so this was in the 80s. Pretty cool patent. So fact checkers, before y'all freak out with the fact check, I literally just read the Google patent. I'm not saying it's anything. I'm not saying nothing. My shirt's on the inside out. I don't really care this morning, man. I just saw it. I thought it was really cool, so I decided to read the patent. There's no underlying context of this or anything, fact checkers.
For those of you that are unaware, if you have a smart TV and that TV has a camera on it, the TV is spying on you. What you're about to see on here, this TCL Roku TV, is the same process for any other brand. Pay attention, share this video, watch until the end, comment below, share this video with someone you love, care, and respect. This woman shows you what to do so your smart TV doesn't spy on you.
Yes, your smart TV is spying on you. This is how you stop it. Go to home and find your settings. Then you want to scroll down to privacy. Because I don't know about you, but my TV faces my bed. So that is private. Go over to advertising and you want to click on personalizing ads. Because this setting is designed to personalize ads that are tailored to you. But in order to tailor it to you, they have to track you and see exactly what it is that you like. So uncheck that. Go back and go down to voice. Go up to microphone and you want to uncheck this. It tells you right here that a third party will access your microphone for your TV. Uncheck that. Then head on back to the smart TV experience. This is the kicker. Uncheck this because it's telling you that it's using your content from your TV's antenna and all of your connected devices to suggest streaming content and personalized ads. What? Listen, Roku shares your information for ad and measurement purposes. No, uncheck that. There you go. You just dumbed down your TV. You're welcome.
Switzerland is the head of the snake. This is the home of the World Economical Forum, CERN, Freemason lodges, and Rosicrucian influences. The second largest UN center after New York, UNESCO site with ancient knowledge, hosts WHO, UNHCR, ILO, WIPO organizations, the Red Cross, World Health Organization, World Trade Organization, the Gothard Base Tunnel. Its strange opening ceremony, full of occult symbolism, has sparked speculation. Bergenstock Resort, an elite venue that holds secretive meetings, including Bilderberg, Glencore, a giant company linked to energy and mineral manipulation. Neutralist Swiss vaults and bunkers. Many are used by elites to store gold, art, data servers, and even DNA samples, famous for secrecy, offshore wealth storage, and being a safe haven for powerful global interests.
We've never had a nose ring. There is a brand new Mandela effect, and it's whether the Laughing Cow has ever had a gold nose ring or not. But on my last video, even the Laughing Cow replied, we've never had a nose ring. But if you look on the comments on that same video, yes, she did. Yep. Yes. Yes. I remember the nose ring. Yes, I remember a nose ring. So I'm like, maybe we're just confusing it with the Chicago Bulls logo. But sorry to disappoint, there is no gold nose ring, which I really thought there was, so we could probably do a whole video on that. And I know marketing stuff changes all the time, so I went over to Google. Did the Laughing Cow ever have a nose ring? No, the Laughing Cow cheese, as portrayed in its branding, has never had a nose ring. And if you go over to their page, somebody else asked, yes, you had a nose ring, don't play with me. But even in their corporate offices, there's no nose ring on that image. Can't tell if the internet is gaslighting us or if we're gaslighting them at this point. I mean, I know this is all in good fun, but why does everybody remember the nose ring? Like everybody. Is there some other brand we're remembering, or is this an actual Mandela effect?
If you believe in black magic, I would not recommend watching this documentary that came out recently. This documentary starts with a warning that says they are not responsible for any negative impacts that happen to you from watching this film. This filmmaker goes around the world asking people to put curses on him in order to discover if magic and black magic really exists. If you love documentaries, make sure to hit follow because I post daily and you'll always have something to watch. I love documentaries like this. This is giving dark tourist vibes. I really enjoyed this. He does get multiple curses put on him and in some really scary spaces like the jungles of India and in caves in Mexico. I don't want to tell you guys what happens to him and if these curses actually work, but you guys need to watch it because it is very interesting and really scary. And he also talks to scientists who work in this field to ask why, if magic doesn't exist, people experience these things when they're cursed. It does go to show that the human mind is more powerful than we might think. In what way that might is, I'll let you decide. Let me know what you guys think about this in the comments.
On campus, not clear, Jenna, whether the doctor has ever had any contact with Holmes, who had recently dropped out of the school's neuroscience doctoral program. We're continuing.
The first time U.S. regulators approve the sale of chicken made from animal cells. It allows 2 California companies to offer lab-grown meat to restaurants. The cultivated meat is grown in steel tanks using cells that come from a living animal, a fertilized egg, or a special bank of stored cells.
It feels strange, a little peculiar initially, but after a period of time, it becomes ubiquitous and boring, and that's eventually the path for cultivated meat.
In this video, 2 friends from Florida decided to record themselves at a sleepover. While recording, something creepy happens that neither noticed. Let's watch.
This is my daughter and her friend. Please watch closely between them. No one else was up in my home. Look between them right now.
About what they want to do and how they're going to change things. And then, eventually they run into something more powerful where it stops them. And, I don't need to go into more detail. You guys know in this chat. But it's crazy to watch somebody you looked up to kind of downplay who they are and downplay their position on this earth. That's really what I'm getting at. When I see people in my community or people from my community shrink, because I've shrunk in the moment plenty of times, and felt like I had to be more apologetic instead of strategically prepared. That makes sense.
As you can see, this was recorded live and there is another heat signature captured on the thermal imaging camera, right on top of the sleeping individual. This mysterious shape resembles that of a human body, climbing on top of the man and seemingly strangling him. Some keen-eyed viewers have pointed out that there's a lot of orbs flying around the room as well.
This conspiracy has been cleared for public consumption. Enjoy your dosage.
We've descended quite far into the iceberg, but there are several layers left. Let's explore some of the more mind-bending possibilities.
If time is an illusion, Carlo Rovelli, an Italian physicist, argues that time as we perceive it doesn't really align with physics. In his view, time is a construct of the human mind shaped by our experiences and consciousness. So, time as we know it is just a result of our inability to understand the complexity of it all. This would redefine our understanding of reality, because it means that our perception of time is more a reflection of human consciousness than a fundamental aspect of the universe itself. Repeating history. The repetition of history is usually linked to consistent human behavior, such as power struggles, cultural conflicts, and economic greed, which can lead to similar outcomes across different times. Some historians and philosophers argue that history follows cyclical patterns, where similar events or themes emerge in different eras due to the same conditions repeating over and over. Let's go over some examples. The Great Depression, 1929, and the 2008 financial crisis. Both were triggered by speculation, greed, and mismanagement, resulting in unemployment, poverty, and instability. The Napoleonic Wars and World War II. Both initiated by ambitious leaders who wanted to dominate Europe or the world, resulting in alliances of nations leading to large-scale wars that reshaped the European political landscape. The Tale of Urashima Taro. This classical Japanese folktale starts with a young fisherman rescuing a turtle from harm. In gratitude, the turtle takes the fisherman to an enchanting dragon palace beneath the sea, where he meets a beautiful, mysterious princess. The story goes on with him having a pretty good time in this enchanting underwater world, probably eating burgers made by SpongeBob and going jellyfishing with Patrick, but just a guess. Eventually, the fisherman decides to return home. Before leaving, the princess gives him a mysterious box and warns him to not open it. Upon returning to his village, he discovers that a lot of years have passed and everyone he knew is gone. Overwhelmed with curiosity, he opens the box, which releases a puff of smoke that ages him instantly and reveals that the box actually contained the time he has lost. So the princess stole all of his time, made it feel like a few days, and put it in a box, which she gave him with the note, "Do not open it." What a devil. So the opening of the box serves as a symbolic moment of time's irreversible nature and the idea that time doesn't stop, even if it sometimes can feel like it does. Stephen Hawking's party. In 2009, Stephen Hawking hosted a party for time travelers. He put up balloons, set up champagne, and arranged for everything a good party should have. The catch was that he only sent out the invitations after the event had already taken place. Hawking waited for a few hours before leaving because no one appeared. The famous scientist regarded the event as experimental evidence that time travel is not possible. This got me thinking. If someone ever invented a time machine, I feel like it would be a good idea to put up signs everywhere that say, "Don't visit Hawking's party," but just saying. The chronology protection conjecture. This one is also the work of Stephen Hawking, and it's basically an underlying rule that prevents inconsistencies in the timeline. Stephen Hawking suggests that the universe has mechanisms on microscopic scales that protect its chronological order, and with that prevents anything crazy from happening. So things such as the grandfather paradox, the bootstrap paradox, or even wormholes are prevented by the universe itself, because it would ultimately lead to logical contradictions and paradoxes. Red Dwarf. Red Dwarf is a British comedy television series that first aired in 1988. The show follows the adventures of the last human alive called Dave Liston, who is in cryogenic stasis for 3 million years as humanity and his crew ceases to exist. He is joined by a hologram of his former crewmate, a humanoid creature evolved from the ship's cat, and the ship's computer called Holly. The show is known for its witty humor and clever writing. It explores themes like isolation and identity, all set in a space travel science fiction setting. Memes from the future. Memes from the future have become a meme itself in recent times. It's basically a trend that makes up exaggerated technological advancements, absurd scenarios, or satirical takes on current trends. As silly as it sounds, these posts are a form of collaborative storytelling where users contribute their own creative ideas to how dystopian or utopian the future could be. Multiple selves. In context of time travel, the concept of multiple selves is about scenarios where a time traveler encounters different versions of himself. In the case of parallel timelines, these encounters can lead to complex interactions, as he certainly has made different choices, leading to different values. Imagine meeting yourself as someone who did not attend school or had this one idea that made him rich. Would this person still be you? A person also could create duplicates of themselves by traveling back to a point in time where they already exist and just stay there, leading to multiple iterations of the same person just coexisting. All of this is obviously ignoring a lot of paradoxes, but as almost everything here, reality is not the main measurement. Merlin's disease. Merlin's disease is a concept made popular by science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke. It's about the idea of experiencing life in reverse, similar to the wizard Merlin, who was said to live backwards through time. In this case, a person would start with the knowledge and experience of old age and progressively grow younger, losing memories and skills as they de-age. This idea was later reused in the film Benjamin Button with Brad Pitt. Proper fortune-telling. This entry refers to the idea that a time traveler might use information from the future to make accurate predictions or use the stock market to make tons of money, which would be very human. However, I like to imagine a time traveler sitting in one of those wagons and literally predicting everyone's future. This certainly would be the first thing I would do. Arrow of time. The arrow of time was developed by British astrophysicist Arthur Eddington and is an unsolved question in physics. It's about the idea that time seems to flow in a single direction, from the past to the future, despite the fact that many fundamental physical laws are time symmetric, meaning they don't really care about time flowing forwards or backwards. Yet on a normal scale, things become quite nonsensical if you try to reverse them. Imagine an egg being unboiled or water droplets going up into the clouds. So when do things start to flow in a certain direction? When does time start to flow? It's obviously way more complex than that, and there are scientists that put their life into these questions, but it's safe to say that there's no clear answer to these questions. The Legend of Oisin. This one is very similar to the tale of Urashima Taro, so we won't go too deep. The legends of Oisin are central to Irish mythology. This particular legend is about Oisin's journey to Tir na Nog, the land of eternal youth. He meets a beautiful fairy woman who falls in love with Oisin and invites her to a magical land where time stands still. He accepts the invitation and lives there happily for what seems like a few years. Eventually, Oisin longs to return to Ireland and leaves. The woman gives him a magical horse that can travel between worlds, but she desperately wants him to not touch the ground. You might know what happens now. He returns and discovers that centuries have passed and all he knew is gone. Last but not least, he falls from his horse to the ground and instantly ages to an old man. Unlucky. Time travel tourism.
Experience now live and in action the heat death of the sun 50% off or what about the moment a guy in China infects the world by eating a bat combined with a brief visit to the construction site of the Great Pyramids? Order now.
You get the idea. This entry is about time travel tourism being a thing. Time travel organizations might sell significant historical events in the past or the future. Although the creation of time travel poses a small barrier to begin with, the mere thought of it aligns pretty good with our society putting a paywall on everything even remotely exciting. The Dodleston Messages. The Dodleston Messages center around Ken Webster, who claimed to have received mysterious messages on a borrowed computer from both the past and the future. The story started when Ken borrowed a computer from his school and began receiving strange messages without the computer being connected to any network. The messages were written in Old English and addressed Ken and his girlfriend Debbie by name, which has to be quite unsettling to see. The person writing claimed to be Lucas, a man from 1541, who described his life in a series of messages, including details about his home, family, and eventually even revealing that he once owned the land on which Ken's house stood. After some time, the story took a twist when a new entity joined the conversation who claimed to be from the year 2109. This person seemed to control or monitor the communication between Ken and Lucas and claimed that Ken had a significant role to play in future events. While some see this as potential evidence of time travel or time messaging, others believe this to be just a well-crafted story. Either way, it's a captivating story which doesn't stop being interesting the more you get into it, so feel free to research it yourself, but we will move on for now. Medieval Found Footage. Medieval Found Footage is an odd series of videos on YouTube claiming to be footage of the Middle Ages. I mean, it's pretty obvious that this is just footage of documentaries or movies put together, but I honestly love the thought of a time traveler recording medieval footage and uploading it to YouTube in our time. But yeah, if every iceberg needs a joke entry, this might be it. Phil of the Future. Phil of the Future is a Disney Channel production that aired from 2004 to 2006. It centers around a family from the year 2121 who becomes stranded in the 21st century due to a time machine malfunction. The show follows Phil Diffie and his family as they navigate life in the 21st century while trying to conceal their futuristic origins. Phil of the Future is a creative blend between Disney teen drama and science fiction, and the success of the show proves how far-reaching time travel is if you consider quantum physics being at the other side of the spectrum. Polchinski's Paradox. Polchinski's Paradox is basically another version of the Grandfather Paradox, but without a time travel. Imagine you throw a billiard ball at the right speed and angle into a wormhole so that it comes out the other end and prevents its previous self from entering the wormhole in the first place. So it doesn't enter the wormhole. But it did, so did it? There's one possible solution proposed by Gunnar Klinkhammer that describes the likelihood of a non-paradoxical outcome, so an outcome where the ball fails to stop its earlier version is significantly higher than the paradox actually happening. This would align with Novikov's self-consistency principle, which insists that the probability of a non-paradoxical outcome must be 100%. If below, the universe just says no and doesn't allow it to happen. Chrononauts. Chrononauts combines chrono meaning time with naut meaning sailor, similar to astronaut. Chrononauts refers to a possible name given to individuals who travel through space and time. 12 Monkeys. 12 Monkeys is a 1995 science fiction movie directed by Terry Gilliam. It follows James Cole, a prisoner from 2035 who is sent back in time to gather information about a deadly virus that wiped out most of humanity in 1996. Cole initially travels to 1990 where he meets Jeffrey Goins, who later in the movie becomes associated with the Army of the 12 Monkeys, a group highly suspected of releasing the virus in the first place. As the story unfolds, Cole discovers that the 12 Monkey Army is not responsible for the outbreak, instead it's Dr. Peters, an assistant to Jeffrey Goins' father. While attempting to stop the doctor right before releasing the virus, he gets shot by the police, which fulfills a childhood memory he had of witnessing a man being shot. Dr. Peters boards the plane and the virus gets released, ultimately revealing that Cole's life is nothing but a tragic loop centered around his own death. Time dilation. Time dilation might be the closest thing to time travel we got right now. It's a phenomenon described by our good friend Einstein in his theory of relativity. Time dilation occurs when an object moves at high speeds relative to an observer, causing the moving object's clock to tick slower than the clock of the observer. Imagine two synced atomic clocks. One clock gets placed inside a spaceship which goes on to travel for 10 years at 90% of the speed of light through space until it returns back to Earth. The other clock stays on Earth. What is important to note is that the 10 years is the time that will pass on the spaceship's clock, but the 10 years on the spaceship will not be 10 years on Earth. In fact, when the spaceship returns, about 23 years have passed on Earth. So 23 years on Earth, 10 years on the spaceship. Time dilation, unlike other entries here, is not just a theoretical concept but a real phenomenon. GPS satellites, for example, have to adjust for time dilation to provide accurate information. Time dilation works because light has a speed limit. As objects go faster in space, they also experience altered time, because space and time are interconnected and not to be seen as two different things. Time dilation in psychology. In psychology, time dilation refers to time passing at different rates depending on emotional and physiological factors. Research shows that emotions like fear or excitement have major influence on how we perceive the passage of time. For example, during stressful or threatening situations, people often perceive time as slowing down, allowing them to react quickly. On the other hand, positive emotions with high motivation can make time seem to fly by. Time dilation shows that time is not a fixed concept and influenced not only by how fast we move through space, but also how we feel while doing so. Trump Legacy Theory. This entry refers to the strange similarities between Donald Trump and a person described in two children's novels called Baron Trump. Baron Trump is described as selfish, restless, and prone to get in trouble. He frequently mentions his massive brain and has personalized insults for most people he meets, and he lives in a building named after himself. These speculations are further fueled by the fact that Donald Trump's youngest son is called Baron Trump, and he himself used the name John Barron in the 80s. Also worth noting is that Baron Trump's adventures begin in Russia. Conspiracies around these novels claim that Donald Trump or one of his ancestors went back in time to found the Trump fortune. However, most historians dismiss these claims as simple coincidences. Nostradamus. Nostradamus was a French astrologer and physician known for his book Les Prophéties, which is filled with cryptic predictions about future events. Nostradamus gained reputation through some interpretations claiming that he did predict events like the rise of Napoleon, the French Revolution, or even 9/11. However, these interpretations are heavily subjective, leading to obvious problems with accuracy.
Look at him. He's still watching.
Dog years. I'm sure you heard about one dog year being the same as 7 human years. But as it turns out, there's actually more to it. Scientists found out that the first year of a dog's life is roughly the same as 15 human years. The second year is about 9, and after that, each additional year is approximately 4 to 5 human years, depending on the dog's size and breed. Smaller breeds tend to age slower than larger breeds. Historically, the 1 dog year equals X human years method was created to show that dogs age much faster than their humans and give owners a sense of age to take better care of their pets. But they don't actually age faster. They just age faster if we translate or compare their aging to our aging. If dogs could create a concept of time, they would say that we age slow. I think you know where I'm going with this. Animals don't have a concept of time. The dog in this picture has no clue what is going on with this red thing. They don't understand the difference between 10 minutes, 10 hours or 10 years in the same way we do. They don't look at a device and say, "Phew, my deadline is approaching, I gotta hunt that rabbit ASAP," or celebrate the birth of some holy dog that lived 2000 years ago, or wake up at the exact same time so they don't come late to dog work. That's just how we humans do stuff. Not animals. So how do animals perceive time? Well, it's impossible to know how animals perceive the world around them. Scientists found a way to come close with what they call animal clocks. To understand animal clocks, we need to briefly talk about flicker fusion rates. When you look at a light that turns on and off very quickly, like the flickering of a screen or blinking light, your brain processes these flashes in a certain way. If the flickering is slow, you can clearly see the light blinking on and off like a strobe light. But as the flickering becomes faster and faster, your brain starts to merge the flashes together into a single smooth image, and you will stop noticing that the light is flickering at all and perceive it as one steady light. The flicker fusion rate is the speed at which the merging of the flicker happens. You can think of it as the frame rate of a video or a video game, for example. If you ever had large FPS drops while playing games, you know how difficult it can be to react to anything at all when you can't properly react to what you see. And as it turns out, animals have different flicker rates than us. While humans sit at a flicker rate of about 50 to 90 Hz, fruit flies, for example, come in with a flicker rate of about 250 Hz. And this is the exact reason why they seem to be that much faster whenever we try to smack them. Deep-sea fish, on the other hand, which live in near total darkness, have very low fusion rates of about 20 Hz. So a light that flickers for us appears as continuous steady light for them. The flicker fusion rate can be understood as the temporal resolution of an animal and how detailed they can distinguish events in time, and this is of course closely linked to how these animals live. Deep-sea fish don't need to process rapid movement. They prioritize light sensitivity and contrast. For them, it's all about seeing anything at all rather than seeing every small change in motion. Flies and birds, however, need to react fast to dodge predators or catch their prey. Swordfish actually heat their eyes to increase flicker fusion rate for the hunt and therefore increase their chances of being faster than their prey. The Montauk Project. The Montauk Project is a conspiracy theory that's filled with wild claims about all kinds of secret experiments run by the US government. The story goes like this. During the Cold War, the US military allegedly was trying to control the minds of their own people using a massive radar. They experimented with making people teleport and opened portals. They of course also made contact with aliens, and one experiment even created a creature known as the Montauk Beast that supposedly wrecked the whole base before vanishing as mysteriously as it appeared. The whole story was made famous by Preston B. Nichols and Peter Moon, who claimed they were part of these experiments but only remembered them years later through hypnosis. Sure. Evidence for these claims is shaky at best, however there is a good reason why so many people tend to believe what happened at Camp Hero. The government actually did something like this.
Which was meant to reduce patients to an infantile psychological state, wherein doctors could take advantage of the person's cognitive vulnerability to attempt to rebuild their mind under the doctor's control.
Declassified documents and various statements show that MKUltra was a real program run by the CIA during the 50s and 60s.
The United States government actually did carry out on our citizens experiments involving radiation.
MKUltra was all about controlling minds and experimenting with human behavior. They gave people acid without telling them and studied how they react. They used hypnosis and electroshock therapy to control people's thoughts and put them in complete isolation for weeks, just to know what would happen. And all of that wasn't just a random experiment, it was a huge government operation that ran over 10 years. So if they did it in the 50s, why wouldn't they repeat it? Unlike MKUltra, which left behind piles of government records and documents, the Montauk Project only has a handful of unverified claims. Most of its evidence comes from people's stories which haven't been confirmed by anyone else. Programs like MKUltra have proven that agencies will sometimes go to horrifying lengths in the name of progress. But the Montauk story takes these fears and cranks them up to an overly extreme level, which is just a bit too much in my opinion. Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci was not just a man of his time. He was a mind far ahead of it. So was he a time traveler? Born in 1452, he achieved feats that would take centuries for the world to understand. In an era where most still believed the Earth was the center of the universe, Da Vinci was designing flying machines, sketching detailed human anatomy, painting the most famous piece of art to this day, and coming up with inventions like tanks and robots. His notebooks are filled with inventions and studies that society wouldn't catch up to for hundreds of years. He envisioned possibilities that others couldn't even dream of. Da Vinci is proof that individuals can't break the limits of their society. While collective knowledge grows slowly, some minds break through, achieving things far beyond what seems possible. He wasn't just a genius of his time, he was a preview of the future. While I don't think he was a time traveler, I certainly think that Da Vinci is the closest thing we have of someone being completely detached from their timeline. Dream precognition. What if our dreams could foresee the future? You might have experienced a strange sense of déjà vu when something you dreamed aligned perfectly with reality. But is this truly foresight, or are our minds playing tricks on us? There's one famous example of President Lincoln reportedly dreaming of his own death. Lincoln's friend and law partner Ward Hill Lamar described the dream as Lincoln recounted it to him. Lincoln dreamed of people sobbing, and in his dream he went to investigate. In the East Room of the White House he found a corpse dressed for a funeral. Lincoln asked the figures in the dream what happened. One reported to him that the president was assassinated. In reporting this dream to Lamar, Lincoln appeared disturbed and frightened. Later, however, Lincoln clarified that the president assassinated was not himself, but some other president. This was the dream he had just nights before his assassination. Or another case where in 1966 a landslide of waste from a coal mine slid into the South Wales village of Aberfan. The local school was destroyed by the landslide, killing 144 students and teachers. Psychiatrist John Barker came to the village shortly after the landslide. Barker was researching what happens to people when they believe they are about to die. A notable precognition was submitted by the parents of Errol May, a 10-year-old girl killed in the landslide. The day before the accident, the child had reported to her mother a frightening dream. She had dreamed that her school was no longer there and that it had been covered by something black. There are a lot of cases like these, and researchers followed up on them through various studies, and there are explanations which unfortunately aren't that magical. The first and most common is simply coincidence. I know it sounds boring, but most of the time people who have precognitive dreams may not interpret them as predictive until the corresponding event happens. Factors like confirmation bias, which is basically the tendency to focus on things that confirm our beliefs while ignoring those that don't, can and will contribute to you drawing a connection between what happens in your life and what happens in your dreams. We also know that we dream to process our memories and emotions. As a result, events that you experience during the day may stick with your subconscious. For example, you might dream of purchasing a new phone. When you wake up, you see an advertisement for this very phone you wanted to purchase and render it as a godly precognition. However, if you had been thinking about getting a new phone and researching it for a few days, your dream might simply reflect what was already coming up in your life, and therefore it's not a precognition but just a very accurate assumption. Cultural perceptions of time. This entry is about how time is perceived and valued quite differently across cultures. In Western cultures like the US and most of Europe, time is seen as a limited resource. Punctuality, holding deadlines, and high efficiency are treated as very important attributes that one must hold to be successful in life. In contrast to that, non-Western cultures have a vastly different approach to time. In cultures that practice Hinduism or Buddhism, for example, time is viewed as endless and repetitive. There is less urgency to stick to schedules or manage every minute as efficiently as possible. The roots of cultural time perception lie in historical traditions. There is the concept of linear and cyclical time. Linear time cultures view the future as a straight road leading forward to a better future and are rooted in Christian traditions where time is seen as a linear progression with a beginning and an end. Cyclical cultures, however, are highly influenced by philosophies like Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism, which view time as tied to natural rhythms like seasons and reincarnation. Predestination paradox. A predestination paradox, also known as a causal loop, is a theoretical concept in time travel where events in the past and future are connected in a self-reinforcing cycle. In this paradox, a person traveling back in time becomes part of the very events they intended to influence, often causing the initial event that led them to time travel in the first place. This creates a loop where cause and effect are indistinguishable as each depends on the other. I think this paradox is a nice entry point to talk about determinism. The determinist approach says that all behavior has a cause and is therefore predictable. It goes even deeper by stating free will is an illusion and our behavior is governed by internal or external forces over which we have no control. Albert Einstein and Stephen Hawking, both important scientists in regard to time travel, identified as determinists. While they both were certain that everything we do is predestined, they added important notions about navigating a world which is predictable. I have noticed that even those who assert that everything is predestined and that we can change nothing about it, still look both ways before they cross the street. Stephen Hawking. Despite their beliefs, both of them acknowledge the necessity of acting as free will exists to function in society. So even if you know the game, it's important to play. A man can do what he wants, but not want what he wants. Schopenhauer. The specious present. How long is now? The specious present is a concept introduced by E. Robert Kelly and tackles exactly this question. Kelly described the specious present as duration with a bow and stern, constantly changing from not yet to just gone, while maintaining sequence. The idea of the specious present is considered a thick, non-zero idea of time, and stands in contrast to the thin, durationless notion of time as used in the mathematical physical landscape. Novikov's self-consistency principle. The Novikov self-consistency principle is a theoretical concept in the realm of time travel and states that any actions taken by a time traveler were always part of history, and therefore preventing any paradoxes. According to this principle, events are self-consistent, meaning that even if a time traveler would attempt to change the past, the outcomes will adjust in a way that the timeline remains unchanged. This idea implies that time travel cannot create contradictions such as the grandfather paradox, because any actions taken in the past would have already been accounted for in the present. Rocco's basilisk. The mere thought of what I will tell you in a second might get you tortured. Rocco's basilisk has gained a lot of traction in internet conspiracies over the last years and is considered information hazard because just learning about the idea might theoretically force you to act on it. So what is it about? Rocco's basilisk is a thought experiment about the hypothetical superintelligent AI that would have a rational incentive to punish or torture individuals who knew of it but failed to help bringing it into existence. It's called Rocco's basilisk because the idea was proposed by a user named Rocco on a forum called Less Wrong, and basilisk like the mythical creature that could kill with a glance. If you throw time travel into the soup, all of it just gets more scarier, because even the possibility of time travel by a future AI makes individuals in the present more responsible for the AI's eventual creation, as the basilisk could hold them accountable retroactively for current decisions. Rocco's basilisk has been viewed as a version of Pascal's wager, which proposes that a rational person should live as though God exists regardless of the probability of God's existence, because the finite costs of believing are insignificant compared to the infinite punishment of not believing. So, do you believe? Philadelphia experiment. Imagine you take a relaxing good morning walk with your golden retriever at Norfolk, Virginia. You decide to go see the ships at the harbor. You arrive and see a beautiful sunset, and just as you get a complete look on the whole harbor, you lose all your sanity as a huge 100-meter-long aircraft carrier spawns into existence out of nowhere. Huge waves caused by the sudden water displacement crash at the concrete walls. Every attempt to make sense of what you just saw fails. You see an old woman in the distance screaming and running away with all the energy she has left, and a group of young people in panic grabbing their phones out of their big jeans and screaming words you never heard before. Your dog grimaces and hides behind your legs. This huge ship really just appeared out of nowhere. You wake up. It was just one of your crazy conspiracy dreams again. The Philadelphia experiment is a story about the supposed 1943 US Navy experiment conducted at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. According to the legend, the Navy destroyer escort USS Eldridge was rendered invisible and teleported to Norfolk, Virginia, and back. Some versions of the story claim that the experiment also involved not only teleportation but also time travel. The tale suggests disastrous effects on the crew, including disorientation, mental illness, and even being embedded in the ship's structure.
Despite its popularity in conspiracy circles, there's no credible evidence to support these claims, and it is widely regarded as a hoax.
Rudolph Fentz. According to the story, a man dressed in 19th century clothing was allegedly found confused and disoriented at Times Square, New York in the 50s. He was reportedly hit by a car and killed, and when authorities investigated, they found items in his possession that seemed to originate from the 1800s. The story suggests that he might have been a time traveler, but it is widely believed to be a short story written by Jack Finney in the 50s. Despite its fictional roots, the tale has persisted as a modern myth about time travel. Father Time and Baby New Year. Father Time and Baby New Year are metaphorical representations of time. Father Time is depicted as an elderly man with a long beard, wearing robes and carrying a scythe and an hourglass. He represents the old year. At the end of each year, Father Time is said to pass on his knowledge and responsibilities to Baby New Year. Baby New Year is typically portrayed as a baby or toddler wearing nothing but a diaper, a sash with the New Year's date, and sometimes a top hat. This figure symbolizes rebirth, renewal, and the fresh start that comes with the new year. As the new year progresses, Baby New Year ages until he becomes Father Time himself. This transformation and endless cycle represents progress and learning over time in an easy to understand way. The clock that went backward. The clock that went backward is said to be the earliest known use of a mechanical device used for time travel purposes, even predating Big Boss H.G. Wells. The story was anonymously published in The Sun newspaper in 1881 and was rediscovered about 100 years later by science fiction historian Sam Moskowitz. Moskowitz also found out that the anonymously published story was in fact written by Edward Page Mitchell. Moskowitz conducted great effort to track down and collect all works of Edward Page Mitchell, who he calls to be the single most important but lost giant of science fiction. Because he did not only come first in writing about time travel, he also was first in writing about invisibility, teleportation, a thinking computer, and a cyborg. Gregor Strasser. When asked what one would do if they had a time machine, killing Adolf Hitler is sure to be one of the top answers. But killing Hitler was hard. Historians uncovered a total of 42 plots regarding the assassination of Hitler, and he lived through all of them. And this is where Gregor Strasser comes into play. Gregor Strasser, leader of the Nazi Party before Hitler, had a focus on socialist left principles and had ideological ideas that were much more passive than Hitler's. In 1934, Hitler orchestrated the Night of the Long Knives and purged perceived threats within the party, in which Strasser was executed. So this entry is the arguably wild assumption that, contrary to popular belief, it might be a better and easier to pull off idea to keep Gregor Strasser alive than killing Adolf Hitler. Keanu Reeves' immortality. Let's start this off with a riddle. Which one of these three gentlemen is the real Keanu Reeves? I'm sure you picked this one, but there is a theory that actually all of those are Keanu Reeves. This entry is a myth arguing that Keanu Reeves is immortal. Fans pointed out strikingly accurate resemblances between Keanu Reeves and historical figures such as Charlemagne, a Holy Roman Emperor, or Paul Monet, a 19th century French actor. While his biggest fans state that his kindness and loveliness can only be the source of a 1,000-year-old man, he does seem to age in recent years.
Still awake? You might want to stop that.
Cryogenics. Cryogenics is basically low-temperature physics. It's all about the production and behavior of every kind of material at very low temperatures. So humans too, right? Cryonics or cryopreservation is about just that, low temperature freezing and storage of human remains in the hope that resurrection may be possible in the future. Cryonics is an active field with about 5 companies preserving and storing human bodies right now. The idea of preserving human life was first suggested by Benjamin Franklin and was later popularized by Robert Ettinger. Cryonic supporters argue that as long as brain structure remains intact, there is no fundamental barrier, given our current understanding of physics, to recovering its information content. They hope that some kind of presently non-existent nanotechnology will be able to bring the dead back to life and treat the diseases that killed them. Fred and Linda Chamberlain established the Alcor Life Extension Foundation in 1972, which is now the largest cryonics organization. Cryonics is based on hope. Hope that future scientists will find a way to revive the preserved bodies. It goes without saying that this would be a revolutionary moment in time. However, there is of course skepticism towards the practice. The first and most significant is, ironically, about lifetime. It seems extremely unlikely that any cryonics company could exist long enough to take advantage of the supposed benefits offered. Historically, even the most successful corporations have only a 1 in 1,000 chance of lasting 100 years. And many cryonics companies have indeed failed, and as of now, all but one company founded before 1973 have gone out of business. And the stored corpses have been defrosted. A grim reminder of the dangers of cryonics. The Wreck of the Titan, or Futility. The Wreck of the Titan, or Futility, is a novel written by Morgan Robertson, first published in 1898. The story is known for its eerie similarities to the real-life sinking of the RMS Titanic, which occurred 14 years later in 1912. Both the Titan and Titanic were described as being among the largest ships of the world with similar lengths and both considered unsinkable. Both ships struck an iceberg in April in the North Atlantic. The sinking of both ships resulted in significant death counts, with many passengers unable to be saved due to the lack of lifeboats. The novel's striking similarities to the Titanic catastrophe led some to speculate about Robertson's foresight or precognitive abilities. Robertson's accuracy is thought to be a product of his extensive knowledge of shipbuilding and maritime practices at the time. Following the Titanic disaster, The Wreck of the Titan gained renewed attention and was reissued with slight modifications. It remains a fascinating example of how fiction can sometimes mirror reality in a scary way. Simulated reality. If technology doesn't stop evolving, what would stop us from creating a simulated reality in the future? What if this is already what happened? Simulated reality is the theory that our perceived reality might be an artificial simulation. So everything we experience, including time, could be part of a sophisticated simulation created by advanced beings or future humans. In the context of time, simulated reality is about whether our perception of time's flow and its linear nature are programmed into existence rather than being intrinsic properties of the universe. This idea has been popularized in science fiction many times, as seen in the Matrix trilogy, for example. This whole concept is crazy mind candy for me and gets me every time, because wherever you go with it, you just can't possibly disprove it because it undermines everything. I highly recommend Nick Bostrom's book called Are You Living in a Computer Simulation? He's the philosopher who introduced the simulation argument, and really it's strikingly interesting. Language time perception. If you were asked to walk diagonally across a field, would you know what to do? Or what if you were offered $20 today or double that amount in a month? Would you be willing to wait? And how would you line up 10 photos of your loved ones if you were instructed to sort them in chronological order? Would you place them horizontally or vertically? These might seem like simple questions, but remarkably, your answers to these questions are likely to be influenced by the language you speak. English language, for example, uses horizontal spatial metaphors for time. Phrases like looking forward to the weekend and putting the past behind us frame time as a horizontal journey. Mandarin, on the other hand, uses vertical metaphors. Earlier events are up and later events are down, so more like a vertical journey. Economist Keith Jent's work is foundational in this area. He proposed that language with a strongly grammaticalized future tense, for example English or Spanish, encourages speakers to perceive the future as distinct from the present. This psychological separation leads to less future-oriented behaviors such as lower saving rates, reduced retirement wealth, and higher smoking rates. On the other side, languages like German or Mandarin, which do not require explicit future tense marking, tend to save more and are more future-oriented. There are cultures that have quite interesting language-time concepts. In Aymara culture, time is conceptualized with the past in front and the future behind. This is contrary to the typical Western view and reflects a unique perspective where the past, being known and visible, is in front, while the unknown future is unseen and behind. Temporal ethics. Doing anything time-altering will, without a doubt, kill people. Temporal ethics is about the moral considerations related to actions that impact different points in time, particularly in the context of time travel. One key aspect of temporal ethics is the responsibility we hold towards future generations, especially regarding decisions that have lasting effects, such as everything regarding the well-being of our planet and technological advancements. In the realm of time travel, temporal ethics explores the moral dilemmas associated with altering past events. For example, if one had the ability to prevent a historical tragedy, should they do so? What are the potential consequences of changing established events, and how might such actions affect the present and future? Additionally, temporal ethics considers the preservation of historical integrity. This involves ensuring that our interpretation and records of past events remain accurate and respectful. Temporal ethics encourages us to think beyond immediate outcomes and consider the impact of our decisions, emphasizing a responsibility that spans across time if we ever invent time travel. Speaking about that, the Krasnikov tube. The Krasnikov tube is a concept in the realm of general relativity and faster-than-light travel, proposed by physicist Sergei Krasnikov. A Krasnikov tube would be a permanent space warp created behind a spaceship as it traveled at near light speed to some point and then used the resulting tube for the return trip. As an example, let's think of a starship that travels at near light speed to a star 1,500 light years away. The starship would take only 1.5 years to reach the goal, but in the meantime 1,500 years would pass on Earth because of time dilation. So, as you might have noticed, they need to go back, so another 1,500 years will pass on Earth, right? Nope. Krasnikov tube. The space warp created while traveling in one direction could be used by the starship for the trip back, and the astronauts would be back on Earth only 3 years after they left, not 3,000. This would be very similar to wormhole travel. In both cases, the distortion of space-time would provide a shortcut that would defy the rules of interstellar travel. The only difference is that the wormhole is a shortcut through space and the Krasnikov tube is a shortcut through time. There is no instant travel with the Krasnikov tube, you still need to travel a certain distance. Cat and dog evolutionary paths. Okay, now it gets crazy, but let's try to take this seriously for a second. The idea is that when humanity eventually dies out, it will not be apes that evolve to replace us, but rather cats or dogs because they are the closest to us. Both cats and dogs have been domesticated for at least 10,000 years and are our closest animal companions since then. This whole argument is about that we humans at some point were at the state in which cats and dogs are now and developed to the more or less intelligent species we are. So, what would stop cats and dogs from doing the same? How do clocks work? The distinction between the past, present and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. Albert Einstein. Carlo Rovelli, which is perhaps the strongest voice of this argument, states that time is merely a construct of the human mind. In his book, he compares time with a rainbow which we think we can see and touch, but once we actually go and look for it, it isn't there. So, if time is an illusion, then how does one craft a device to measure an illusion? The whole discussion takes place at the intersection of philosophy and science and really is about, are we measuring something intrinsic to the universe or are we just trying to organize ourselves? Zeitmauer. Ernst Jünger's Undead Zeitmauer is an exploration of humanity's relationship with technology and nature. Zeitmauer is German and translates to time wall. It describes a critical moment in history where technological advancements such as weapons and artificial intelligence will eventually make us question our existence. Crossing this boundary, this time wall, could lead to the end of technology and demand a new understanding of humanity's role. Because if technology fails us, or we fail technology, we have to think at some point, where are we even going with all this progress? What's the point? And this exact moment is where the whole exploration of Ernst Jünger takes place. Jünger adds to the idea that humanity is at a tipping point, facing a choice between continuing on a path dominated by technological progress or finding harmony with Earth. He's all in on the idea that true progress lies not in scientific achievements but in recognizing the cosmic power of the mind. Apocalyptic Mickey. Once a year I get lost in the ancient civilization rabbit hole and I always wonder what would remain of our current world in 5,000 years. This entry is about the idea that it will not be monuments or written text that persist the test of time, but mass-produced merchandise. In 2022, the Walt Disney Company made over $60 billion just in merchandise sales, and with that almost doubling the second place on the list. Due to the presence all over the globe, these items without context can very well be seen as some kind of religious totems by humans in the far future. So context matters. The whole idea reminded me of the animation short called What on Earth from 1967. It shows Earth from the view of an orbiting Martian spaceship. They look at our planet using cameras and mistake cars as Earthlings and humans as their parasites. They make wild guesses about the lifestyle of cars, how they reproduce, how they eat, and how they die. And it somehow feels relatable, because they couldn't possibly see the history on why cars are spread all over the planet. While future civilizations might not be Martians, it's safe to assume that it will be at least challenging to make sense of all the merchandise we produce and buy every single day. Prime Self. The Prime Self is an addition to the idea of multiple selves from other timelines, where only one of you is the true one who initiated the travel, and therefore is the one from which all others originate from. In Rick and Morty, for example, there are thousands of Ricks created through interdimensional time travel and multiverses. But there's only one original Rick called Rick Prime who set all of this in motion. He's the one sociopathic genius from which all other Ricks diverge. So if you ever get access to time travel and find yourself in causal loops, paradoxes, or maybe you just want to enslave one version of yourself to clean your house, make sure to remember your place because your other versions will know your weaknesses. Victor Goddard. Victor Goddard was a British Royal Air Force officer remembered not only for his successful military career, but also for his connection to paranormal phenomena. Among his most compelling stories is his claim of experiencing a time slip. A time slip by definition is basically time travel without any control. So what happened? In 1934, Goddard was tasked with inspecting an abandoned airfield in Dram, Scotland by plane. Upon reaching Dram, he observed that the airfield was in a state of complete disrepair. It was overrun by vegetation and populated by grazing cattle seemingly reclaimed by nature, so really nothing to see here. On his return flight to Andover, England, he found himself in a violent storm with unusual yellow clouds that disoriented him. Struggling to maintain control of his aircraft, he eventually emerged from the storm only to find himself flying over the Dram airfield again. However, this time it appeared entirely transformed. The once abandoned airfield now looked fully operational. He saw 4 aircraft on the ground painted in bright yellow, a color not used by the Royal Air Force, and mechanics dressed in blue overalls, which were also not standard. Most strikingly, he noticed a monoplane model that was completely unfamiliar to him, which for someone like Goddard is just odd. This vision left him stunned. As he flew past the airfield, the storm caught back up to him and he continued to Andover, where he landed safely. Goddard initially kept this experience to himself out of fear. However, 4 years later in 1939, the Royal Air Force issued changes which were matching exactly with his observations. Training planes were painted yellow, mechanics switched to blue uniforms, and a new monoplane called the Magister was introduced. The Dram airfield itself had been completely refurbished and by 1939 is in full operation. The paranormal experiences had a major impact on him. While he spent his later life in education, he still read and lectured about UFOs and pushed Sir George Trevelyan to establish the Wrecking Trust, a foundation focused on spiritual education. Goddard also wrote books about the paranormal, including 1975's Flight Towards Reality, where he made the case for extrasensory perception. Goddard for me is one of the most interesting cases of time travel. Naturally, there are skeptics, but what stands out to me is that the story of Victor Goddard is not born out of modern internet culture, sensationalized photographs, or some amateur science fiction writer trying to launch a career. This guy had everything. He was without a doubt a highly decorated officer in the Royal Air Force with an unflawed reputation. He had really no reason to fabricate these tales. In fact, sharing such stories poses significant professional and personal risk to him. And yet, here we are, a highly accomplished man, deeply consumed by the paranormal. Drinking primordial soup. Okay, there are two parts here, the serious one and the silly one. The serious one first. If we somehow manage to make time travel work so we can travel back and forth in time freely, a time traveler could journey back to the very beginning of Earth's biological history. If you don't know, the primordial soup is the very first step of life. There are many different theories on how it actually happened, but this is what everybody agrees on. So there's the possibility of a time travel human interacting with the primordial soup and either introducing necessary components to spark life, or modifying the existing conditions to change things up. In this case, a paradox arises, which I will blatantly call the ultimate paradox. I know we had a lot of paradoxes and all of them are kinda official, but this one, to me, is the ultimate giga paradox. If a time traveler is responsible for life itself and human history, all of humanity and all we know of becomes a self-contained loop. It's basically the bootstrap paradox of life where no one knows what came first, the soup or the time traveler. It's the chicken or the egg discussion all over again, but in its ultimate form. Okay, this was the serious one, kind of. The silly part is drinking primordial soup. You know, if we ever send time travelers, they will probably be the best we could send. They will be well trained, well experienced, highly decorated astronauts. The best humans we could imagine. But what if, by some chance, this astronaut identifies the primordial soup? He sees before him all human life, all human history in its smallest, most compressed form. And then, there it is. The call of the void. Nothing could have prepared him for this moment. He feels helpless. The urge to end all pain suffocates him, and he crumbles and just sips it away.
They don't want you watching this.
Quantum immortality. Quantum immortality is usually mentioned in the same sentence than quantum suicide. If you feel even slightly anxious towards this topic, you might want to skip to this time mark. The many worlds interpretation, which we discussed at the second layer, introduced us to the idea of quantum events splitting the universe in half every time they occur. This means there are infinite universes where every single event you can imagine plays out. So there is a universe right now where you watch this video with Jerry Seinfeld, who somehow found his way to your apartment and suggested this video to you. Thanks, Jerry. We all know about Schrödinger's famous thought experiment, which introduced us to the idea of the cat which isn't dead or alive until we actually open the box and check. Some scientists push this very idea further by proposing the idea of putting yourself in the same position as Schrödinger's cat, in a box with a gun firing at you once a special radioactive atom decays. If you find yourself alive once the box has opened, then you clearly exist on a timeline in which you survived, and therefore you have achieved quantum immortality by surviving quantum suicide. The thought experiment was pushed even further and got applied to real-world events. It argues that, for example, near-death experiences or avoided accidents might be instances where your consciousness somehow shifts in a timeline where you survive. So in principle, there is a world where you live indefinitely because every time you die, you just shift into a world where you don't, and with that rendering you immortal. Safe states. Safe states is a small spin on the idea of quantum immortality that I wanted to include. It's about, instead of sending your consciousness to another timeline where you lived, it sends your mind back in time and subconsciously makes you choose a different path. What would mean that there are some kind of save states where your mind is sent to. Both the quantum immortality and the save state entry are playing in a reality where the many worlds interpretation is real and can be used to our advantage. So just speculation mind candy stuff as of now. Ending reality. If you have watched the whole time travel iceberg to this point, you know there are a lot of paradoxes happening in time travel. So what even is possible and what is not, and is there a point where the universe just says, hold up, we're done here? The idea of ending reality speculates that there could be a threshold for how many paradoxes or inconsistencies the universe can take before ultimately collapsing, which is of course followed up by the question, how many is too many, and can the universe take any paradoxes at all? The whole concept ties perfectly into Novikov's self-consistency principle, which we talked about earlier. If this principle fails, it might imply that reality has no built-in safeguards against contradictions, and once we do anything crazy, the universe just says no. There is a great YouTube video I have watched while preparing the iceberg, and I highly recommend it. It's packed with great ideas and concepts like ending reality, for example, and it really inspired me to dive that deep into the time travel rabbit hole. So feel free to check it out. Safety not guaranteed. Wanted. Someone to go back in time with me. This is not a joke. You'll get paid after we get back. Must bring your own weapons. Safety not guaranteed. I have only done this once before. This news ad was released in a local newspaper in 1997 and started one of the most famous early internet myths, when the user Axel Bonbach made this YTMND page in 2005 and put the infamous Mullet Man alongside the article and, in a heroic act, added the song Push It to the Limit. In the following year, the user Scrow posted a picture he allegedly found in his attic. The picture seems to show the same Mullet Man and sparked even more curiosity around the mysterious article. A more ugly investigation attempt was about finding the supposed owner of the P.O. box mentioned and resulted in an old couple in South California being spam called by the whole internet, asking them what weapon they should bring and so on. The manhunt and the mystery took an end when John Silvera came forth with the confession that he wrote this ad in 1997 as a filler because real ads came up short. He was usually asked to come up with jokes or riddles, and one day, to be creative, he came up with 2 ads. One was him looking for a girlfriend, and the other one was the time travel ad. So no time traveler, but still a nice story about how time travel can catch the attention of people all over the world. Frozen time. Frozen time is the idea that should reality collapse or encounter some catastrophic event, time itself could simply stop. In this case, everything, our thoughts, clocks, planets, would freeze. The universe would essentially hit a pause button, leaving us with no clue. Time is defined by stuff doing stuff, by movement and interactions. There would be absolutely no way for us to realize it. Time could have stopped 1,000,000 times for 1,000,000 of years since I started this sentence, and there would be no way of knowing. This is somehow similar to the last Tuesday problem. The last Tuesday problem says that we have no way of knowing whether the universe was created last Tuesday with all our memories and history just fabricated into existence. All of this is just a level too high. By design, we can't possibly zoom out enough to check if any of this is even possible. It just highlights how deeply our reality relies on the things we can observe, which we hope is everything there is. Time jumps. Have you ever experienced a moment where you just drifted off? You stared at an object or place and completely lost your sense of time. You just stood there. Nothing happened. And then suddenly, you caught yourself and moved on with life. Time jumps are characterized by gaps in personal awareness, where individuals suddenly find themselves at a later point in time without any memory of what happened in between. While the most obvious example of a time jump might be sleep, let's set that aside for now and focus on the more unexpected and sudden time jumps that occur while being awake. A few years ago, I took a job 70 kilometers from home and drove there daily for about 2 years. Driving the same route nearly 200 days a year put me into an autopilot state. I often found myself unable to recall specific parts of the drive. I would question whether I had already crossed a particular intersection, or on one occasion I simply appeared at work without any conscious memory of the journey. I knew I had entered the car and driven there, but I lacked any recollection of the drive, and it was kinda scary. While researching time jumps, I discovered that there is a name for this phenomenon. It's called highway hypnosis. Scientists define it as a state where the brain processes information on a subconscious level while conserving cognitive resources. This usually results in partial or complete amnesia for the time spent driving. Essentially, your brain is still functioning, monitoring the road, responding to others, and so on, but your conscious mind disengages due to the monotony of the task. The primary trigger for the highway hypnosis is thought to be a lack of sensory stimulation. This aligns with findings from studies where participants are deprived of any external sensory input, for example sight, sound, touch, and so on. In these experiments, individuals experienced a break in their perception of time. So without sensory input to anchor their experience, time seemed to stop altogether. So what does this tell us? It tells us that we have to work to feel time. When we stop feeding our brains with action or stimulation, time will feel like it speeds up or skips entirely. Backwards time. Backwards time differs from conventional time travel theories where characters jump to different points in time, as seen in Back to the Future, for example. Instead, backwards time revolves around experiencing events in reverse order by inverting the flow of entropy for specific objects or individuals. This concept, also known as time inversion, was popularized by Christopher Nolan's movie Tenet. With time inversion applied to your body, numerous phenomena appear unnatural to us. For example, when surrounded by flames, you would not burn to death but freeze to death because the flames would draw heat from your body instead of transferring heat to it. Breathing becomes reversed too. Oxygen flows out of your lungs rather than into them. This is why characters in Tenet wear face masks when experiencing the world in reverse. As Christopher Nolan explains in his production notes, every law of physics is symmetrical. It can run forwards or backwards in time and remain consistent, except for entropy. Entropy has only one direction. It either increases or remains constant. So what we perceive as time might actually be our perception of entropy at work. In Tenet, when we see entropy decreasing, like for example when John David Washington catches the bullet, we interpret it as events moving backwards in time. The movie script was guided by Nobel Prize-winning physicist Kip Thorne. However, no claim was made that the movie's concept of time inversion is in any way scientifically accurate. Instead, it serves as a creative exploration of theoretical physics and is perhaps the most innovative take on time travel in recent years. The Lamp Nightmare. The Lamp Nightmare is a classic Reddit story written by an anonymous Reddit user. The story starts off with the protagonist being knocked out by a 300-pound football player. While unconscious on the ground, the Reddit user lived through an entirely different life. He met a wonderful woman, they got married and had 2 beautiful kids. Life was pretty good for him. But one day, while sitting on his couch, he noticed something suspicious about the lamp. He described it as kinda inverted. It just looked wrong. And from there on, he was drawn into it. He couldn't look away from the lamp for 3 whole days. He stopped eating, he stopped using the bathroom. There was nothing but the lamp. His wife had someone come and try to talk to him, but hope was long gone. She took the kids to her mother's house, and right after that he realized it all. The lamp is not real. The house is not real. The kids, his wife, the last 10 years of his life are not real. The lamp started to grow wider and deeper and took up his entire perspective, and then suddenly he heard voices, screams, weird sounds. To all extent, he was almost tortured with unbearable pain when he finally opened his eyes and found himself on the sidewalk where he was knocked out. The story was finished with him saying that he experienced 3 years of depression and grief over his non-existent family. He rendered himself scared of going insane and sometimes cried himself to sleep, hoping he would see his wife and children in his dreams. While researching this, I found similar stories related to near-death experiences where individuals in life-threatening situations experienced vivid sensations like floating outside their body or complete life reviews in split seconds. Research regarding near-death experiences state that such experiences come from spikes in brain activity during moments of extreme stress. However, it could also be describing a dissociative state. Individuals in this state experience complete detachment from reality in a constructed alternate life in response to extreme stress and trauma. I am certainly not qualified to state that any of this matches what happened here, but I think it's a nice entry point to talk about how our perception of time can crumble under extreme stress or trauma, which is interesting, but also terrifying. Die Glocke. The Nazis are known for their megastructures. They planned an Atlantic Wall, a world capital city, and a megatrain. All of these are far away from what we consider possible, and surely they didn't shy back from trying to build a time machine, right? Let me tell you about Die Glocke. The story of Die Glocke was first introduced by Polish journalist Igor Witkowski, who claimed to have discovered information about the device through interrogation transcripts from Nazi officer Jakob Sporrenberg. Die Glocke is described as a bell-shaped device made out of heavy metal. It contains two counter-rotating cylinders filled with a mysterious substance known as Xerum-525, which was supposedly highly radioactive and frequently caused dizziness and sleep deprivation to people working with it. So what is this weird device supposed to do? You guessed it right, time travel. While no credible evidence support these claims, the two main sources describe the device as either a UFO or time machine. Some theories even claim that Die Glocke was actually seen flying in some UFO sightings. All information about Die Glocke is honestly just messy, and I will not go an inch further down this rabbit hole. However, this device is more than worth mentioning because, in my opinion, it fits well into the megalomania of the Nazis and shows what human nature desires when there are no boundaries. Child time experiment. Okay, I know it's the last layer and we had some crazy MK Ultra stuff before, but this entry is not as dire as it sounds. Child time experiments is about Jean Piaget's research on children's perception of time, and it's perhaps the most important study when it comes to understanding how we learn time. Piaget describes the development in 4 stages. The first stage is the sensory motor stage. In this stage, time perception is limited to the present moment as infants completely lack the ability to think of anything beyond. The second stage is called the pre-operational stage. In this stage, kids start to develop symbolic thought. However, their time perception is almost entirely influenced by non-temporal factors such as effort or intensity. For example, if you show kids an angry, fearful face, they experience it as lasting longer than a neutral or happy face, because it is more emotionally intense to them. This is also the stage where children learn to hate losing, which is a deeply rooted cognitive bias called loss aversion. The next stage ranges from 7 to 11 years and describes the point where children start to think logically. They begin to understand time as a continuous flow and start to be comfortable with using words like earlier or later and describe events in temporal order. The last stage goes from 12 years and up and describes the ending state in which they gain the ability to think abstractly about time and can engage in complex reasoning such as cause and effect and timelines or schedules. While Piaget's work focuses on educational practices, I think there is an important implication, which is that our time perception is more nurture than nature. 20 years from Bismarck. Otto von Bismarck, also called the Iron Chancellor, was a Prussian statesman who played a pivotal role in unifying Germany into a powerful, stable empire in 1871. His forced resignation in 1819 by Kaiser Wilhelm II marked the beginning of what Bismarck saw as the end of order. In December 1897, during one of his final speeches, he reportedly issued 2 key warnings to the world and Germany especially. First, Germany's crash will come 20 years of my departure if things go on like this. And second, one day the great European war will come out of some damn foolish thing in the Balkans. Sure enough, 20 years after his death, the First World War happens, triggered by the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in the Balkans. While Bismarck's predictions are perfect material for speculations and conspiracies about time travel, I'm sure they came from a deep understanding of politics and tensions inside Europe and are a testament of his character. Tachyonic anti-telephone. How heavy is this cow? Think of a number. Take your time. The correct answer is 500 kilograms. While I cannot know what number you had in mind, I am certain that it wasn't this number, or this one, or this one. Because mass can't be negative, right? The tachyonic anti-telephone plays with that thought and challenges it. But to better understand the anti-telephone, let's talk about tachyons first. Unlike normal particles, which have mass and require infinite energy to reach the speed of light, tachyons behave in the exact opposite way. They have an imaginary mass, which is basically negative mass, and would require infinite energy to slow down to the speed of light. As a result, their baseline velocity is always faster than light. In some reference frames, tachyons appear to move backward in time, which inspired Gregory Benford to introduce the world to the tachyonic anti-telephone, a device to send messages into the past using tachyons. So where are the tachyons and how can I call my younger self so he buys bitcoins? It ain't that easy. The tachyonic anti-telephone and the tachyons remain in the realm of theoretical physics due to, let's say, some unresolved issues such as paradoxes, missing experimental evidence, causality, and basically all of physics working in every imaginable way against the existence of such particles. Demoman's sticky bomb. YouTuber Shaunik discovered that Demoman's sticky bomb, which is usually triggered by right-clicking and doesn't explode otherwise, actually would explode if we waited for 10 octillion, 790 septillion, 282 sextillion, 427 quintillion, 655 quadrillion years, which is amidst the projected death of the universe. While keeping a computer working for such a long time comes with a whole lot of different challenges, I think the sticky bomb, yet alone a line of code outlasting stars and galaxies, is kinda ironic and poetic. While Shaunik's discovery may be rooted in just a programmer quirk, I consider the thought of a lonely sticky bomb patiently waiting to explode as perfectly capturing both our ingenuity and insignificance. It's a neat reflection on humanity's relationship with time and existence. Whether intentional or not, the sticky bomb for me has become an unlikely metaphor for human nature. Creative, fleeting, and endlessly curious about our place. And time travel is exactly that. It captures perfectly our infinite desire to the one thing we can't possibly get enough of. Time.
Your regularly scheduled paranoia continues now.
And now we're getting into the territory that borders on incomprehensible. Quantum immortality, ending reality, frozen time. These aren't just conspiracy theories. They're philosophical nightmares wrapped up in physics equations. And now, one concept that gets me is ending reality. The idea that there might be a threshold for how many paradoxes the universe can handle before it just breaks. If time travel creates logical contradictions, what happens when there are too many contradictions to resolve?
That's a little too close for comfort, lady.
Oh, damn.
What, you never seen a talking gargoyle before? Welcome to Illuminati headquarters. I mean, Denver International Airport.
This is awesome.
Hello? Do I know you?
Are you hungry?
Oh, I'm starving. You got anything for me? Those flowers look delicious.
Oh, my God. Oh, it's because of the conspiracy.
Oh, it's because of the conspiracy. Look at me. I'm a little know-it-all. Will you get back over here? I got a question about this conspiracy. Did you have to buy an extra seat for your hat, sir? Sir, are you stealing a desk? Sir, you have resting, confused face. Do you have a favorite animal or pet?
A caterpillar.
A caterpillar? Wouldn't you rather have a gargoyle?
No.
Yes. You know, you can actually put the phone down and have a conversation with me. But no, I'm a millennial. I've got to post it. I've got to snap face it and Twitter book it. Excuse me, miss, I've got a stain that needs some polishing. Can I borrow your cleaning cart?
Oh, no.
I need your help. Guess what my favorite food is?
What?
No, I want you to guess.
Cumin?
Cumin. Yes, I love cumin.
I said human.
Oh, I thought you said cumin. I'm a real big spice guy. Furry hat guy, I can't believe you are wearing one of my friends.
Hey, this isn't your friend.
It used to be until you put it on your head, man.
How old are you?
Well, 243 years old now. I look good for my age, don't I?
Yeah, you work out?
All the time. You should see my squats.
You're such a sweet talker.
Will you take me back home with you?
Let's go. I have some space in my backpack.
Actually, I think you have too much baggage for me.
When they dream of this guy. The same guy all the time.
That is a drawing of me, or someone who looks exactly like me. I was tagged in this video today and my jaw hit the floor when I saw it, and it sent me down a rabbit hole. I found like 4 videos from 2021 using this drawing. And I was very confused because there were so many TikToks that used this image, but I could not find who first drew the image. Part of me wants to believe that this is a prank, but I'm not famous enough for somebody to go through the effort of making multiple TikToks and spreading this around the internet. But what's extra creepy is back in 2021 when these videos were being made, I was really into astral projection. And I never really believed in it, but every night when I went to bed, I would have like 5 separate random dreams, each with a different person in it. I would be the only one aware that I was dreaming, and I would try to tell the other person in the dream, like, hey, this is a dream. And I didn't think much of it, and I stopped doing that for years. And then suddenly I'm finding these videos showing a drawing of my face. Or like, is it my face? Am I going crazy here? Like, this is a picture of me. Am I not wrong? Like, this is going to drive me insane. What do I even do in response to this?
We can safely say that, yes, there were some captured craft from 1945 or 47, was it? In Roswell, New Mexico. And yeah, they were real. And yes, we really did get some technology from them. And yes, we really did put it to work. And we can thank people in the United States Army to have the foresight to put these into industry for the benefit of the people of the world. I know this to be a fact. We put it to use, but it took us a long time to figure out what it was, and then figure out how we can use it, and then what to use it for. And are those products useful for humanity?
So how is it possible that 50 birds could fall out of the sky at the same time? You heard what I just said? In Mobile, Alabama, 50 birds fell out the sky at the same time after everybody heard a loud boom. Matter of fact, look at this. Look at this.
So what we have here is June the 14th of
They fell out the sky and they died.
Earlier today, around about 1 p.m. It was like this huge lightning.
Look at this.
And over 50 birds fell out the sky. They all in people's yards. They on top of the houses.
If that's not a sign of the times, I don't know what is. So you're telling me that randomly 50 birds just fall out of the sky, end up on people's lawns, gone, unallowed, and nobody knows how that happened? That's some unexplainable. And as random as it seems, it's not that random at all. Look at the times we're in right now. Look at the things that's going on right now, and you tell me how random that is. But what I need you to do is, if you're in Mobile, Alabama, I need you to let me know what happened out there. And another thing I need you to let me know is that common?
Best way to understand the United Nations is really as a front for a group of people. If you think of the UN as it's portrayed in education, as it's portrayed in the media, you imagine like, oh, the world is coming together and we're singing Kumbaya. But that's not the reality. If you look, there are key people who make the decisions, and they're not always in the news. Oftentimes they're behind the scenes. Here in the United States, we have a number of secret societies that are very, very influential when it comes to this architecture of international governance. The Skull and Bones Society at Yale University, kind of a secret club where you find people like John Kerry, George Bush, etc. Then you have the Bohemian Grove out in Northern California, very, very bizarre secret organization bringing together really hundreds of the most powerful men in the world, presidents, prime ministers, cabinet ministers, CEOs of the big corporations. And all throughout the history of the United Nations, these groups have been really a critical component of the decision-making, the agenda setting. And it comes down to the individual level as well. When you want to look at who are the individuals that are guiding these processes, the Rockefeller name, for example, comes up over and over again, from donating the land that the United Nations was on, to donating money to various UN agencies, to kind of helping to chart the agenda. What should the UN be focusing on? The Rockefellers and their allies keep coming up over and over and over again. When we talk about the UN, we really need to recognize that there's the doublespeak, there's the propaganda, that it's just the nations of the world coming together to solve problems. And then there's the reality. It's a front group for a group of very dangerous, very totalitarian-minded and ambitious individuals who, if left to their own devices, would rule over humanity with an iron fist.
It's happening. Predictive programming is real. If you go to the Super Bowl ad in 2024, it says, hello down there. You can Google that on YouTube. Hello down there. Watch that. That's predictive programming. The powers that be, are telling you that something is going to happen. What is that something? What can change everything in a flash, in a moment, in a twinkling of an eye? Mile-wide craft over your city? And how are you going to couch that? How are you going to look at that? How are you going to interpret the phenomena when you see it? This is why we made 10 films on UFOs, on the whole phenomena. Everything from Close Encounters of the First, Second, Third, Fourth Kind, cattle mutilations, crop circles, abductions, 2 films on Roswell. Finally, what is the truth? LAMarzulli.com. Thanks for watching. I am L.A. Marzulli.
About the suspect this morning. Like many shooters, James Holmes has been described as a loner, but he's also apparently brilliant, studying for a PhD in neuroscience. We also know, as David mentioned, he drew inspiration from one of the most uniquely diabolical movie characters in memory, the Joker, ABC's chief. Back now with Brian Ross. Brian, I know he's not saying much to the police, but what has he said?
He said a few things, the famous now, I am the Joker statement, but he also told police to go.
Edge genetics technology. Wish I had pinched here and there. I encoded my DNA on a microchip and set it into Bird Boy's bird brain. Here. Everything that was me has been asleep and all comfy and cozy inside Tim Drake's subconscious. At first, I had to limit...
So apparently this building was made at the same time as the gold rush in Montana, but take a look at this right here. You can't tell me that's not a fingerprint. Look at the detail, the small little details. That would be a very big thumbprint. The Nephilim, the Giants. What do you think?
Too many coincidences happening.
Still watching? That's unexpected.
And here's where we need to step back and examine what science tells us about time travel. Because it turns out that while most conspiracy theories probably aren't true, time travel probably is. Just not in the way that many stories suggest. Our final segment tonight examines what Einstein's theories about time travel actually tell us about the subject. Spoiler alert, you're doing it right now, and the universe is far stranger than any conspiracy theory.
It's a cold, moonless night with a mist that hangs heavy in the air. As you turn to cross the road, fog swallows both the sound and headlights of the oncoming car. You see it too late and brace yourself for impact. Then, out of nowhere, an elderly stranger shoves you out of harm's way, is hit by the car, and ends up in a heap on the tarmac. Their life ends as yours is saved. Later, a police officer hands you an envelope found in the pocket of the deceased. It is addressed to you. You open this envelope and find a note with 2 words scribbled on it. It simply reads, "Study physics." Whoever wrote this note saved your life at the expense of theirs, so it only seems fair you follow their advice. Decades later, you become a much celebrated physics professor. Your specialist subject, Albert Einstein's theories of relativity. You've always had a hunch that time travel is possible, and one day, finally, you crack it, and the world's very first time machine is sat, buzzing before you. Only then does the penny drop. How had you never realized before? You now have the power to go anywhere and any when, but you know exactly what you have to do. You take the letter you've kept all these years out of its frame on the wall, place it back inside its original envelope and put the envelope in your pocket. Stepping into your time machine, you set the controls to take you back to a cold, moonless, misty night, arriving just in time to push your younger self out of the path of the onrushing car. You die on the roadside. It seems simple enough. But the real joy of time travel stories like this one comes once you begin to scratch beneath the surface, and some incredibly profound questions begin to emerge. First of all, who wrote the letter? The older version of you simply takes the letter they'd already been given as a teenager back in time. The letter is a seemingly creatorless entity stuck in a time. But of course, traveling freely through time is impossible, you might say. You can't simply visit yesterday or rush headlong through millennia. And yet, this too is not quite so straightforward. Despite its myriad impracticalities, there are slivers of possibility lurking at the edge of physics, temporal loopholes lying just out of reach. And so, the question arises, if time travel were to be possible, just how could we do it? The sun beats down as the distinctive whooping barks of howler monkeys echo around the humid swamps. The current in the muddy, winding river is so strong that you don't even have to paddle your canoe. You just sit back and take in the sights and sounds as you're carried along. Jack Finney, arguably one of the finest proponents of time travel fiction, compared our experience of time to a river like this one. It seems like we're relentlessly ferried downstream from the past to the future. We have no need to propel ourselves, but slowing down, speeding up, or turning around and heading back upstream doesn't seem possible either. But what happens to the parts of the river that we've left behind? Or in other words, where does yesterday go? It certainly seems as if it just disappears. Yet making the same argument about an actual river would seem ludicrous. You're unlikely to accept that the riverbed is torn up and mysteriously vanishes just because you've disappeared around the next bend. The upstream parts of the river are still there, even if you aren't. In the same way, it seems as if tomorrow isn't real until it is, that somehow it magically appears once the curtain falls on today. But that would be like new water springing up to make the river of time longer only once you approach. Where would it come from? And so, over the years, scientists have revealed that time really is like that river, with its length already laid out in its entirety, from its source high in the foothills of the Big Bang to its estuary at the universe's eventual demise. The past, present and future existing alongside one another. Your great-great-great-grandchildren every bit as real as you are now. Your great-great-great-grandparents still alive and well, frolicking in the swells upstream in the vast river of time. Philosophers know this idea as eternalism. It's the opposite of presentism, which argues that only now exists and that the past is gone and the future yet to emerge. Debates between eternalist and presentist philosophers have raged since the days of ancient Greece. Indeed, the 4th century philosopher St. Augustine compared the present to a knife's edge, straddling the perceived past and an imagined future. But to a physicist, eternalism is known as the block universe theory and is based on Albert Einstein's much-lauded general relativity, one of the most successful theories in the history of science. In 1905, Einstein publishes the special theory of relativity. It does away with Isaac Newton's notion of absolute time. There is no universal clock that everyone can use to agree on when something happens. Instead, as the name suggests, time is relative. Depending on how they move through space, one observer could see event A happen before event B, while another sees event B occur before event A. Both observers are equally correct. An event in your past could be in someone else's future. This is yet another reason why all our yesterdays cannot simply vanish. How can they, when the events they contain might form part of somebody else's tomorrows? As well as this, special relativity cemented the fact that space and time are not completely distinct from one another. In 1908, Hermann Minkowski develops Einstein's work and properly unites space and time once and for all. He says that moving through space affects how you measure time, because the 3 dimensions of space and one of time are actually woven together into a single fabric that he called space-time. But how do we know that space and time are actually bundled up together into the space-time that the block universe is made of? Proof would eventually come in tests of Einstein's general theory of relativity, which he presented to the world in 1915. Back in the 1840s, astronomers had harnessed Newtonian gravity to discover an entirely new planet. Using Newton's equations to predict the future path of Uranus, they had found that it appeared to deviate from that path. The French astronomer Urbain Le Verrier pored over the equations for months, searching for an answer. Was Newtonian gravity wrong after all? Not quite. Le Verrier suggested that an unseen, more distant planet pulls on Uranus and affects its orbit. If correct, Newton's laws of gravity would be vindicated, and in 1846, Neptune was found. Despite this success, and although he didn't know it yet, Le Verrier was about to hammer the first nail into Newtonian gravity's coffin. Planets don't have circular orbits, but slightly changing elliptical ones, with the sun offset from the center. Newtonian physics claimed that these slightly changing orbits was due to the gravitational pull of the other planets, and Newton's equations were correct in their predictions for all of them, except one: Mercury. Le Verrier realized this in 1859, and the search began for another new planet, but no such world was ever found. Instead, the answer came from Einstein. On the 18th of November 1915, he wrote a letter to the German mathematician David Hilbert. Today I am presenting a paper in which I derive out of general relativity the perihelion motion of Mercury, discovered by Le Verrier. No gravitation theory had achieved this until now. Imagine the fabric of space-time as the surface of a trampoline. If you place something heavy in the center, it will sag in the middle. Likewise, the presence of a massive object like the sun creates a dip in the fabric of space-time. Physicists call this a gravity well. Einstein was arguing that there is no Newtonian gravitational pull at all. It is merely a mirage. As the innermost planet, Mercury moves more deeply into the Sun's gravity well than its neighbours. The deeper it goes, the more the local space-time becomes curved, and it's this increased curvature that causes Mercury's orbit to change. For all the other planets, the curvature is subtle enough that Newtonian gravity gives the same answer. Only in the extreme gravitational environment that Mercury inhabits does Newtonian gravity show itself for what it really is, a good approximation. Gravity is not a pull. It's the result of curved space-time. Since then, astronomers have tested this idea in myriad ways, from solar eclipses to swirling black holes and rippling gravitational waves. And in every experiment, space-time passes with flying colors. Our entire cosmos of past, present, and future, merely a four-dimensional block of malleable space-time that just sits there. A supernatural being that could somehow look upon it from the outside world would clearly see yesterday, today, and tomorrow, happily coexisting. But where did this all come from? As with everything else, scientists believe that the Big Bang birthed all of space-time. In other words, all of space and all of time. The regions of time we refer to as the past, the present, and the future are all there together in their entirety. And so it's as easy for two people to exist then and now as they do here and there. They can be separated by centuries of time, just as they can be separated by kilometers of distance. Any object within this block universe can be given 4 coordinates. 3 spatial to say exactly where it is, and 1 temporal to say exactly when it is. Imagine that an object's location in the block is marked by a dot. Even the dot of a physically stationary object moves because its time coordinate is constantly changing as second ticks after second, and today relentlessly becomes tomorrow. Join all the dots belonging to one particle, and you have a line that maps out its path through the block universe. A world line. You are nothing but a collection of particle world lines woven together, a knot in space-time, shedding and absorbing new world lines as you move towards the day the knot that is you undoes itself, or is undone. All the actions you will ever take, from what you'll have for breakfast every day, to if and who you'll marry, and the houses and jobs you'll flip between, are all entirely mapped out. You can't deviate from your journey any more than a train can deviate from its tracks. In this way, the block universe is like a book. The beginning, the middle, and the end are already written and unchangeable. Every choice you think you're making is actually pre-written, and so one that you are always going to make. A character caught in a love triangle on page 150 may be unaware that it gets resolved 50 pages later. But resolved it will be, and in the way it was always going to be. And this is why our time traveler from the opening story had to invent the time machine. An older version of them had already indelibly appeared on an earlier page. Their world lines eventually looped back round to intersect with themselves at a previous point. But can this really happen? Can you travel to the seemingly long-distant past, or indeed the far-flung future? If over then is no different to over there, it seems that the door to time travel is well and truly open. In a distant corner of the universe, a gargantuan supermassive black hole is holding sway over an entire galaxy. Its intense gravity is pulling, stretching, and ripping up whole solar systems. Hot gas and dust whirl around it as its huge magnetic field spins up and spits out shrapnel into the void. Among this debris is a tiny subatomic bullet, a proton, which races across the cosmos as close to the speed of light as it's practically possible to get. It has 100 quintillion times more energy than an ordinary particle of light, and after traveling over 1 billion light-years, it slams into Earth's atmosphere with 21 million times the energy of collisions inside the famed Large Hadron Collider at CERN. It is so energetic that to this day, astronomers know it as the Oh My God particle. An example of an ultra-high energy cosmic ray, it is a reminder that the Earth sits in a celestial shooting gallery, and when rays like this one strike our atmosphere, the impact is so violent that it bursts into an invisible fireworks display of subatomic particles. Pions, muons, and neutrinos erupt and cascade down to the ground. In fact, cosmic rays are so plentiful that they give you an annual dose of radiation equivalent to 3 chest X-rays. And for one Italian physicist, cosmic rays became an obsession. His groundbreaking work on the muons created by cosmic rays, producing some of the first evidence that time travel to the future is not only possible, but commonplace. And his name was Bruno Rossi. Rossi is behind the wheel of an old bus, snaking along the highest road in the world where pine trees compete with snow-capped mountains to reach the sky. Eventually, he arrives at the place he's driven over 1,000 miles from Chicago to reach, Echo Lake. Nestled high up in the Mount Evans wilderness of Colorado, part of the world-famous Rocky Mountains, it sits almost 2,300 meters above sea level. Up in the mountains, Rossi is measuring the muons created by cosmic rays. Muons are unstable particles, and so they quickly break down or decay. Physicists call the time it takes for half of a group of muons to make this change their half-life. It is just 1.56 millionths of a second. But Rossi's measurements reveal something curious. Far more muons are reaching the ground than there should be. Even though the muons are traveling at more than 98% of the speed of light, over 15 half-lives should still elapse by the time they make it down to Echo Lake. With each successive half-life removing 50% of the remaining muon population, just 0.1% should reach Rossi. And so how come he is able to detect significantly more than that? The remarkable answer was that the muons were time-traveling into our future. Einstein's special theory of relativity says that you can think of anything moving through space-time as having a budget equal to the speed of light. The more of that budget you spend on moving fast through space, the less you spend on time. As the muons are traveling at close to the speed of light, considerably less time passes for them than for Rossi. From their perspective, fewer half-lives have elapsed, and so there simply hasn't been enough time for 99.9% of them to decay. This effect is called relativistic time dilation, and when Rossi factored it in, exactly the right number of muons reached the ground. But you may ask, does this really count as time travel? Imagine instead that you are the muon, but instead of traveling from the upper atmosphere to Echo Lake, you travel on a big loop around the universe at the same 98% of the speed of light and return home 25 years older. Those of us left on Earth will have been spending less of our space-time budget on speed than you, and so it will cost us more in time. But to us, you have spent your budget differently, foregoing time to travel through space. 25 years may have passed for you while you were gone, but 125 have elapsed on Earth. You have skipped forward a whole century. Indeed, such a journey could mess with the normal generational order of family relationships, as is poignantly explored in the short story Memories of My Mother by Ken Liu. And so time travel to the future is more than possible. We just have to accelerate humans to close to light speed. That is far from straightforward, however, because the faster you travel, the more energy you have. Einstein's famous equation E equals mc squared tells us that energy and mass are interchangeable, so if you gain energy, you also gain mass. In other words, the faster you travel, the heavier you get to an outside observer. A person traveling at 99.99% of the speed of light would weigh almost 2 tons, or about the same as a rhino. And accelerating them to that speed would require as much energy as everyone on Earth currently uses in 3 months. Understandably, we are very far from pulling that off, but even today, time dilation leads to some bizarre consequences. Take Mark and Scott Kelly, both former NASA astronauts who also happen to be twins. Mark was born 6 minutes before his brother. However, Scott has spent about 10 times longer in space, 520 days to Mark's 54 days. During these extra days, Scott was whizzing through space-time faster than his brother, spending more of his budget on speed and less on time. In other words, more time has passed for Mark than for Scott. Mark may have started out life 6 minutes older than his twin, but he is now 6 minutes and 5 milliseconds older. Had Scott been traveling as fast as a muon instead, their age gap would have widened to nearly 6.5 years, despite initially being born on the same day. And as if that weren't enough, there is another, entirely separate form of experimentally verified time dilation, a second way to time travel into the future. Picture a clock, except this clock works differently to any you've seen hanging on a wall. It is simply made of two horizontal mirrors. A beam of light bounces between the two mirrors, and every time the light hits a mirror, the clock ticks. Let's imagine you have two identical copies of this clock. You set them running before taking one of them deep inside a gravity well, like the ones explored in the last section. Space-time is more curved inside a gravity well, and so the space-time between the clock's mirrors will also be curved. The beam of light will have no option but to follow this longer, curved path. In other words, the clock will now tick less frequently than the clock you've left behind far from the gravity well. Bring them back together, and more time will have elapsed on the clock that did not encounter the gravity well. But how can this be used to time travel into the future? Well, go and enter a deep gravity well and then return to Earth. More time will have passed on Earth than for you. You could hop forward a century, just as you did by traveling at close to the speed of light. However, to achieve a genuinely significant amount of time travel using this method, you'll need a very deep gravity well indeed, one far bigger than the Sun's. A supermassive black hole should do the trick as long as you're careful not to get sucked in. And just such a scenario was used as a key plot point in the film Interstellar, suggested by the famous physicist Kip Thorne. But Earth also creates its own gravity well in space-time. When Rossi drove his bus up the winding road to Mount Evans, he was moving further out of this well. In other words, he moved from a region where space-time was more curved to a region where it was less curved. He aged at a fractionally faster rate up the mountain than he did down the mountain. This difference is so tiny that a human is never going to notice, but atomic clocks do. The best are such good timekeepers that they are accurate to within a 15 billionth of a second every year. If you sync up two atomic clocks on the same shelf of a laboratory and then place them on shelves of different heights, they will noticeably drift out of time. Indeed, in 2022, physicists measured this gravitational time dilation using ultra-precise atomic clocks placed just a millimeter apart.
If you've made it this far, consider yourself informed or infected.
And finally, you're likely to rely heavily on time dilation, probably without even realizing it. GPS has become an indispensable part of modern life for many of us. Our phones and cars can tell where they are on Earth thanks to an armada of satellites swarming around the planet. These satellites send out time-stamped signals, and the quicker you receive one, the nearer you must be to that satellite. In order to achieve this, the satellites carry atomic clocks, which are subject to both forms of time dilation. They are both moving through space-time faster than us and sit further outside Earth's gravity well. The time on the clocks has to be artificially altered in order to account for the fact that they are moving through time at a different rate to us. These experiments leave physicists in little doubt that time travel to the future is possible. It is established scientific fact. But what about heading in the other direction? Is it possible to head upstream and visit the past? It is 2011. Barack Obama is president, Prince William and Kate Middleton are newlyweds, and NASA's iconic space shuttle lands for the last time. In September, physicists make a shock announcement, one that rocks the scientific establishment. they seem to have observed particles called neutrinos traveling faster than the speed of light. If true, it would shatter one of the holiest doctrines in physics and open the door to backwards time travel. The bold claim comes from the Opera experiment buried deep under Italy's Gran Sasso mountain, designed to detect neutrinos fired 730 kilometers through the Earth from CERN near Geneva in Switzerland, making that journey at the speed of light would take a mere 2.4 milliseconds. Yet some of the neutrinos appear to be taking 16 nanoseconds less than that. In other words, they seem to have gotten there traveling faster than the speed of light. Einstein's special theory of relativity says that the speed of light is an impenetrable barrier. The faster you travel, the heavier you get. The heavier you get, the more energy it takes to increase your speed further. Eventually, there comes a point when it requires an infinite amount of energy to increase your speed, so you can't. And that cutoff point is the speed of light. While a massless particle of light can travel at light speed, anything with mass cannot reach light speed, let alone exceed it. And so, inevitably, within a year the neutrino mystery was solved. The experimental equipment was faulty. The neutrinos weren't superluminal after all. The initial finding caused such a stir because traveling faster than light would allow you to travel backwards in time. And the story of why starts with a young Dutchman by the name of Willem Jacob van Stockum. In 1937, van Stockum publishes a paper with the seemingly dull title of The Gravitational Field of a Distribution of Particles Rotating About an Axis of Symmetry. While mundane in name, it was revolutionary in nature, for it showed that Einstein's equations allowed closed time-like curves in space-time. Our world lines usually stretch from the past to the future, but a closed time-like curve is a world line that doubles back on itself, closing a loop as it intersects the line at a previous point. A pensioner following such world lines could revisit the moment of their birth, or even save their teenage self from a car accident. Von Stockum had demonstrated that, at least on paper, there is nothing in the general theory of relativity to forbid backwards time travel. Except that at first glance it seems bending your future world line into a closed time-like curve requires you to travel faster than the speed of light, to travel outside of what is known as your light cone. If your world line is the singular path that you actually take through the block universe, then your light cone represents all the paths that it would have been at least possible for you to take. Imagine that you are stationary in space, your world line moving forwards in a straight line through time only. What are your options for where you can go in the future? Well, assuming that we stick with special relativity, you are confined by the fact that nothing can travel faster than the speed of light, which is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second. 1 second from now, you cannot be more than 300,000 kilometers away from where you are currently. Yet you could be up to 600,000 kilometers away in 2 seconds, and 900,000 kilometers in 3. The further ahead in time you go, the bigger the region of space-time that your future world line is allowed to be in becomes. That's why it's called a light cone. The edges of the cone represent the furthest a beam of light can be from where it starts at any given point in space-time. And so unless you can travel faster than a beam of light, you are trapped within the same light cone. Meaning that in order to loop your future world line around, so that it intersects with itself at an earlier point, you would have to leave your light cone. In other words, time travel to the past appears impossible unless you can move faster than the speed of light. But there is another way to do it. If you constantly tilt your light cone so that your closed time-like curve to yesterday is always within it. And to do this, you would need to encounter space-time with an incredibly high amount of curvature. In 1974, the American physicist Frank Tipler explored this very situation, specifically what would happen to a cylinder containing at least 10 times the mass of the Sun and rotating along its longest axis. He showed that following a precise spiraling trajectory around this cylinder would warp your local space-time in such a way that your light cone would gradually tilt backwards. And as your world line must be somewhere within the cone, You would then be ferried from the present to the past. Visiting a tipless cylinder and then journeying back to Earth would see you arrive before you left in the first place. However, in order to tackle the fiendishly difficult mathematics, Tipler had to assume that the cylinder is infinitely long. He couldn't conclusively prove that a shorter one would do the trick. It would also have to rotate billions of times a minute to warp spacetime enough. Hardly features of a practical time machine. Then, in the 1990s, Stephen Hawking added another layer of complexity. He argued that getting a Tipler cylinder that isn't infinitely long to work would also require huge amounts of negative energy. And it is here that quantum mechanics enters our story. One of the pillars of modern physics alongside Einstein's general theory of relativity, it deals with the subatomic world. According to quantum physics, even empty space isn't truly empty. Pairs of so-called virtual particles are popping in and out of existence all the time. Energy is borrowed from the vacuum to create them, taking the local energy just below zero in the same way that your bank balance drops into negative territory when you go into the overdraft and borrow money from the bank. Just like the bank, however, the universe eventually wants its money back. So negative energy is out there, but it's limited to tiny regions of space for fleetingly short amounts of time. As a result, closed time-like curves may exist in the subatomic realm, but creating a time loop big enough for a human to travel along to revisit the past seems an entirely different proposition. But there may be another way to achieve the same thing, a way to cheat the sacrosanct rule of the speed of light as the cosmic speed limit. A wormhole. In 1985, the celebrated astronomer, author and TV presenter Carl Sagan published a novel called Contact. In it, an advanced alien civilization reaches out to humanity with the design of a device capable of sending a single person across the vast chasm of space to the star Vega. Taking into account that nothing can go faster than light, this 25 light-year journey should take an extremely long time. So instead, Sagan wanted a way to get his heroine there far faster, but without invoking faster-than-light travel. Even though the book is finished, Sagan phones his friend Kip Thorne for advice. Sagan overnights the manuscript to Thorne, who reads it in the car the next day on his way to his daughter's graduation. A few quick calculations follow, and Thorne has the answer. What Sagan needed in his story is a wormhole. Imagine space-time as a sheet of paper, with the Earth at one end and Vega at the other. Now, instead of traveling the length of the paper, you fold the paper in half. After all, we know that space-time can be curved and bent. Earth and Vega are now right on top of each other. Hop the gap between them and you get there in no time at all. From the outside, it would look like you've got there by traveling faster than the speed of light. But at no point did you actually break through that sacred barrier. And so it follows that a wormhole can not only transport you to a different part of space, but it can also send you back in time. Let's say the wormhole to Vega is already set up. First, you need to attach the Earth mouth of the wormhole to a rocket and drag it round. In 1985, J. Richard Gott and William Hiscox solved Einstein's equations for cosmic strings. 6 years later, Gott realized that they could also be used as a time machine. Just like spiraling around a Tipler cylinder, take the right path along cosmic strings, and you could end up tilting your light cone backwards. Quantum entanglement might be another option. Physicists know how to link two particles in such a way that changing one instantly changes the other, even if you separate them by huge distances. It's as if the information about the change you've made has traveled between the particles faster than the speed of light. But it has turned out to be impossible to actually transfer data superluminally using this method. So it seems there are multiple ways you might be able to travel backwards in time without breaking the light speed barrier. But were it to be possible, what could you do about the paradoxes? Well, quantum theory might offer a solution there, too. The handcuffs dig into your wrists and sweat streams down your face as you stare at the table in front of you. On that table rests a glass vial of lethal gas next to a hammer on the end of a robotic arm connected to a machine that is constantly measuring subatomic particles. These particles can be in one of two states, A or B, and the chance of measuring each outcome is 50-50. It's effectively a convoluted coin toss. If the outcome of the measurement is A, nothing happens. But if it is B, the hammer falls, the vial is shattered, and you die. The machine will make 100 measurements before the people watching from the other room will allow you to leave. Your odds of survival are around 1 in a million trillion. You can feel your heart pounding in your chest as the machine makes its first measurement. A. You relax slightly, only to tense up again ahead of the next measurement a few seconds later. A again. After the 10th A in a row, you begin to feel hopeful. Surely you can't survive this. After 99 consecutive A's, you're practically giddy. It all comes down to one final measurement. The machine clicks. A. Your captors are true to their word and unlock the handcuffs. Although you don't know it yet, your unlikely survival against seemingly impossible odds just provided proof of the many worlds interpretation of quantum theory, with potentially important consequences for resolving time travel paradoxes. This is a human version of the famous Schrödinger's cat thought experiment. The original imagined victim was a feline in a box with the same vial of poison and hammer. Quantum physics says that instead of being in state A or state B, the particle is initially in both state A and state B at the same time, something physicists call a superposition of states. Except that means that the vial is also simultaneously unbroken and broken, and that the cat and you were both alive and dead until the point the next measurement is made. Is there something about actually making the measurement that forces the universe to finally choose one way or another? Not according to the many worlds interpretation of quantum theory. Brainchild of physicist Hugh Everett III, it says that every time there's an event in the quantum world that has more than one outcome, all outcomes happen. At that point, the universe fractures into two copies of itself. Outcome A happens in one, outcome B in the other. Reality is therefore constantly branching off to fashion a tree of possibilities. The great river of time bifurcates into infinitely many separate streams. There are some in which you were never born, and others where you are president of the Earth. If true, making 100 measurements with the poison and hammer machine would have created 100 different branches of reality. You died in 99 of them, and survived in one. As the sole surviving copy of yourself, you marvel at your own luck. The 99 copies of yourself in the other branches, though, aren't so fortuitous, covering a sliding scale from those who died after one measurement to those who went through the whole process only to die on the 100th. This is known as the quantum immortality experiment. There will always be a version of you that stubbornly refuses to die, no matter how many times the machine makes a measurement. In a sense, it's a game of Russian roulette that you can never lose. While physicists do not know whether this interpretation of quantum physics is the right one, the many worlds theory could help us resolve many of the paradoxes that are often associated with time travel to the past. Take, for example, the most famous paradox of all, the grandfather paradox. You use your time machine to go back and murder your grandfather as a child. However, that means he never reaches adulthood, never meets your grandmother, and so your own mother is never born. If your own mother was never born, then you weren't either, so how did you go back in time to murder your grandfather in the first place? Writers, philosophers, and scientists have come up with various ways to circumvent this issue. Stephen Hawking introduced what he called the chronology protection conjecture. It states that backwards time travel is simply impossible. The universe would act to rob you of any opportunity to go back in time, cause and effect sacrosanct and tightly policed. Igor Novikov mused on something similar. His eponymous self-consistency principle says that you can go back in time, but that you can't change what's already happened. If you revisit an earlier page in the book of the block universe, you cannot rewrite what is already there. Attempt to murder your younger self and you will fail. Maybe the gun jams, perhaps they sneeze and you miss. Try as you might, you could never succeed. This, of course, raises other problems, however, whether events in your future are predetermined, or even whether free will exists. Nor would Novikov's self-consistency principle work in all cases, as Barak Shoshani, Jared Wogan, and Jacob Hauser show in a series of papers published between 2020 and 2022. Imagine you have a working time machine. You also have a set of balls that are either black or white. Crucially, when two balls meet, the encounter changes their color, so a black ball becomes white and a white ball becomes black. Let's say a black ball travels through the time machine where it whacks into its past self. The encounter changes both balls to white. The collision also knocks the ball that's already time traveled onto a path that eventually sends it through the time machine a second time. In this scenario, the exact same ball exits the exact same time machine at the exact same moment in the past, and yet it is seemingly two different colors when it does so. This peculiar paradox cannot be explained away using Novikov's self-consistency principle. But according to Shoshani, Wogan, and Hauser, it can be explained using parallel time streams, the many worlds of quantum mechanics. They argue that time travel to the past is only possible if you emerge in a different stream from the one you left. So the black ball would start in time stream A, but would emerge from the time machine in time stream B. In this alternate time stream, it's the other ball that would end up going through the time machine after the collision instead, not the one that's been through once already. The ball that emerges from the time machine the first time is a different color from the one that emerges the second time. But that's now okay, because it is no longer the same ball. This kind of extreme mental gymnastics takes some time to wrap your head around, but it does offer a potential solution to the grandfather paradox. If you enter a separate time stream when you go back in time, then you can kill the version of your grandfather there, safe in the knowledge that the version of your grandfather that's crucial to your logical existence remains alive and well in the time stream you left behind. Your free will is restored, giving you the choice to do whatever you want. It is possible to use many worlds to circumvent the bootstrap paradox as well. In our tale of the time traveler saving their teenage self, the origin of the letter wasn't clear. No one seemed to write it, but perhaps we were missing characters from our story. The version of you in time stream A could write the letter, travel back in time to time stream B, and give it to their younger self. That teenager then chooses physics, grows up to invent the time machine, and travels back in time to time stream C to give their teenage self an apparently authorless letter. So we can also explain the bootstrap paradox away, but we need 3 versions of you existing in 3 separate time streams to do so. If that seems like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, you're not alone. It could be a shining example of just how humans can tie themselves into intellectual knots. The number of splitting branches could be infinite. As the physicist Bryce DeWitt said, Every quantum transition, taking place in every star, in every galaxy, in every remote corner of the universe, is splitting our local world on Earth into myriad copies of itself. But John Wheeler, the very man who coined the phrase wormhole in the first place, fell out of love with the idea. I have reluctantly had to give up my support of that point of view in the end, because I'm afraid it carries too great a load of metaphysical baggage. And yet, over the years, the many worlds interpretation has gained traction with physicists and now has a growing and loyal following. An endless array of views, each a little different from the next, playing out every possible outcome of every possible event in constantly fracturing streams along the great river of time. And so, as we travel along our world lines at varying speeds within the great block universe around us, time travel to the future isn't just possible, but has already been done, and is being done every day. Of course, traveling backwards is less clear, but it seems plausible, at least on paper, with a little helping hand from the counterintuitive world of quantum mechanics. For now, we'll just have to make do with the memories of yesteryear, safe in the knowledge that the past is very much still out there.
And there it is, the ultimate plot twist. While we've spent the evening exploring claims about secret government time machines and visitors from the future, it turns out that time travel is scientifically verified reality. GPS satellites have to account for time dilation. Astronauts age slightly slower than the rest of us. Particles from cosmic rays travel forward in time every day. The Kelly twins aging at different rates, the block universe theory. These aren't just conspiracy theories, they're established science. The universe really is stranger than we can imagine. We want to believe that the grip on us isn't absolute. We want to believe that the past can be changed and the future can be known. The conspiracy theories we have explored tonight, from John Titor to the Montauk Project to quantum immortality, they're modern mythology. They take real scientific concepts and human concerns about government secrecy and weave them into stories that speak to our deepest hopes and fears about time and existence. We exist in a reality that would have been pure magic to our ancestors. I've been your host, Maker. Thank you very much for joining us on our journey through time. Always remember to question everything. And just because the future may already be written, it doesn't mean it can't surprise you. Good night, time travelers.
You were never here. None of this was real. Good night.